The most prestigious day of racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is upon us. Aside from the Saudi Cup, it's the custodian of the two holy mosques. They are the trophies. Connections will be chasing in races 6 and 7, a local Group 1 as race 7, and the feature race as race 8, a qualifier for the Saudi Cup itself, the custodian of the two holy mosques, and a really competitive field assembled. The majority of the field with ratings north of 100. Holly Doyle and Jim Crowley both here to ride in that race. Mikel Barcelona across from France as well. There's a real international flavour to it. And Scotland Yards, who won the race last year by over 10 lengths before running down the field in the Saudi Cup, is back there once again to try and claim another place in the big race itself. Rory Delaghi, once again, is alongside me here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We had all the qualifiers yesterday, but today's all about the big race and the Saudi Cup, Rory.
Yes, we probably had a bit more quality all the way through the cards yesterday, but you've got the custodian of the two holy mosques, a really big event, and obviously that's split into different divisions. So that's really worth looking forward to in the middle of the card today. Some tricky others in there as well too.
The undercard is hard, and that's just worth pointing out, Rory. If anybody's looking at this and thinking, I can see three custodians of the two holy mosques. Well, it's split into different divisions, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, the first, where are we? Number 7. We start with the race for the apprentices. Race number 7, headed by. Race 6 is the apprentice. Race 7 is for the local runners. Race 8 then for local and imported fillies and colts. And that's the big one, and that's the one where we're looking to find a Saudi Cup challenger, as we did last year.
Well, it may well be Holly Doyle who has that challenge. We'll come on to that in a second. But in race 4 this afternoon, we'll see Pretty Flag going to post. A horse very much to look forward to. Beaten on debut, but won the Minister of Environment, Water and Agricultural Cup last time out, and been to another course and distance win under Mohammed Al Hubail. That's in race 4. December goes in the local custodian of the two holy mosques. Wiggy Ramas on board this horse, won the King Khalid Cup last time, beating 3 of today's rivals, and goes once again in race 7. And as we say, Holly Doyle's here in Saudi Arabia. She's on board Mazuna in the custodian of the two holy mosques, an improving 4-year-old filly who looks to book her place in the Saudi Cup on February 24th. So Rory alongside, as he always is, and we're delighted to have out and about around King Abdulaziz this afternoon. Shamila, good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Happy Saturday and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We have the custodian of the two Holy Mosque Cups today, and I'm standing right in the middle of them. This cup is for race 8, which is actually the Saudi Cup qualifier, and this cup is for the apprentice race as well. So we have the likes of Jim Crowley, Holly Doyle riding here today, Miguel Barcelona, of course, and Umberto Rispoli. So it will be a fantastic day, an absolute spectacle, and we cannot wait to take you through it today with us.
Yeah, thank you, Shamila. Yeah, we look forward to hearing you out and about in the paddock this afternoon, getting your thoughts on the horses' conditions, and also hearing from winning connections. But 12 races here in the Kingdom today. They're all going to be called by the best exports from the north east of England. John Blantz.
Goodness me, it's going to be a long afternoon to try and live up to that. These are the 12 races taking place here at Riyadh this afternoon. The 3:25 local time is the first, so you've got about 14 minutes to wait for that. It's a local bred fillies open race. Then we've got Arabian horses who've won either no races or one race. So if you're watching in the States, that's a non-winners of 2 lifetime. The 4:15, we've got a fillies race for those who've won up to 3 races. And then we've got a fillies race at 4:40 as well. Then we've got that local bred open race at 5:05. And then the big races start 5:30 local time. The custodian, the two Holy Mosques Cup for apprentice jockeys. Then we've got the local Group 1, and then of course at 6:40 we've got the Saudi Cup qualifier over the 1800 metres. Then we've got the Al Daraya Cup at 7:15 local time. Sports Boulevard Open is the 7:45 over the 1600 metres. We've got the Boutique Group Winners contest at 8:10, and then we finish it all with a 0 to 75 handicap, the Howden handicap over the 2000 metres. So that's your roll call as far as the races are concerned today. Here are the runners and riders for the first, and this is the local bred fillies open. Thawari is horse number 1, Mohammed Al Habib rides. Horse number 2 is Lajal Thati, Abdullah Alofi. 3 is Kanajer, Yusuf Al Bakawi. Horse number 4 is Taraha. Horse number 5 is Lama Al Zulfi, Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 6 is Najmat Al Mahafil, down in trip and down in class today in the hands of Camilo Ospina. Montekebar, Ayad Al Turizi's horse number 7, and horse number 8 is Tatalat Naif Al Anazi. Horse number 9 is Hobub Al Khair, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 10 is Al Hasharaya, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 11 is Awijan, that's the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 12 is Mustafida, that's Abdullah Al Rashed's mount. Horse number 13 is Tarabot, won very nicely last time out. Mohammed Al Nassar is aboard that one. Horse number 14 is Zinat Al Afras, Ali Al Mimoni. Horse number 15 is Darnat Al Sayel in the hands of Adil Al Faredi. Horse number 16 is Malawa, Salman Al Rashid. Horse number 17 is Wazam Al Riyad, Tariq Al Mansour. And horse number 18 is Bariat Al Loja in the hands of Luis Morales. So all 18 stand their ground here. No need for any reserves. It's the first of 12 here at Riyadh this afternoon. They're making their way to the parade ring right on cue. So we can go back to Martin and Rory in the studio.
Thank you to you, John. Best of luck for the rest of the afternoon. International market favourite, or the favourite on the international market, is number 6, Najmat Al Marfil. But as they filter into the paddock, Rory, let's go through them one by one. We've got 1,200 metres the distance for this local bred fillies open, and number 1 is Thawari.
Yeah, Thawari comes here with a rating of 51, having finished 19th on her most recent start, and the line goes through her straight away, I'm afraid.
Number 2 is Lajal Thati, who was a local Group 2, or has been a local Group 2 winner in the past and running that sort of company last time.
Yes, probably not quite the force of old Lajal Thati, but she was a respectable 6.5 lengths fifth in a 0 to 85 handicap 2 starts back, and then drops in class, having run down the field in the Prince Badr Cup last time out. This 1,200 metre trip is probably too sharp for her on recent evidence, but she's not without a chance on the ratings. With a rating of 82, she's right up there in a race that lacks depth.
Number 3 is Kanajer, who's been racing mainly in handicap company.
Yeah, has done a moderate enough time of 1 minute 14.17 for this trip. Second in a 0 to 75 handicap back in meeting 74, but was only 11th in a similar event last time out, and I think that was over 7 furlongs. She'll appreciate the drop back to 6, but I don't think her best effort's good enough here.
Taraha, number 4, is an 8-year-old and looks rather exposed.
Yeah, she was third in the course and distance open to Danat Al Sail in meeting 85, but she didn't run well over 7 furlongs last time out, and she needs to bounce back to her best. An overall record of 3 from 67 does rather give you a warning about her.
Number 5 is Lama Al Zufi, was in a cup race last time out, but has won a locally bred handicap here.
Yeah, I thought that was, she won a 0 to 75 in December. I thought she ran better when finishing an excellent 6th in the Aliman Mohammed bin Saud Cup last time out over this 6 furlong trip. She certainly did a better time, 1 minute 13.09. Repetition of that will see her in the frame, I would have thought.
Number 6 is Najmat Al Mahafil, who's top rated in the field and has been pretty consistent this campaign. 12 starts for a win and 3 places. Yeah,
I mean, she's not exactly a win machine. She's 3 from 28. But she was an excellent 5th, the first line in that course and distance Aliman Mohammed bin Saud Cup last time out, just ahead of Lama Al Zulfi. She should confirm that form, and she does have better form going back in the book as well. So she is the class act here. Short enough in the international markets, I think, given her win record, but she's hard to kick out of the frame here.
Yeah, very warm order on the international markets. Number 7 is Montek Hibar, who is dropping down in trip, but has been held in similar races of late.
Yeah, been well beaten recently. You might argue that a drop to 6 furlongs might help her, but there's nothing really in her record to suggest she wants that. She's got plenty of form in a mile. She's just out of form at the moment.
8 and 9 both have a little bit on their plates in this company, so we skip down to number 10, who's got solid form over the course and distance.
Yeah, Al Sharai was 5.5 lengths 4th in a 6 furlong 0 to 85 on turf last time, and that was her best effort since finishing 3rd at meeting 43 in Taif. She needs to show she can translate that back to the dirt, but it was good to see her run a better race last time at least.
Well, the sun is shining here at King Abdulaziz. It's a lovely afternoon, and we get to enjoy the lovely weather out in the paddock as the jockeys get mounted. We head back to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I've run my eyes over all of these beautiful fillies in this race. I've decided to stick with horse number 13, Tarabot. She was a winner last time out at meeting 93, and she just looks like an absolute stunner here. She's 6 years old, so she's one of the oldest fillies in the race, but she has a lot of experience behind her. She has a good jockey on board as well with Mohamed Al Nassar. So it's a good opening contest for a good day. So Tarabot is definitely the horse for me in this contest. I also quite like the look of horse number 11, Ojan. She is stunning as well. One paddock negative for you, and that's the last horse in the field. It's horse number 18, just getting very hot and sweaty behind the saddle.
13.
So Shamila with the 13, Tarabot. We're working our way down the list. We'll skip over 11. It's got a little bit to find and move down to Mustad Data, number 12 on the race card, who has been one from, been lightly raced, I should say, been off the track since March.
Yeah, she won a mile maiden here in March, but she's not been seen since. In fairness, she did hit the ground running last year when runner-up over 6 furlongs at Taif on her racecourse debut, so she should be fit enough after an absence. She's dropping back in trip again, having won over a mile. But given that she showed decent form in her first 2 starts over 6 furlongs, it shouldn't be a massive issue for her. And we saw a couple of horses come off similar layoffs to win on yesterday's card.
Well, Shamila's pick is number 13, Tarabot, who's second top rated with a mark of 88.
Yeah, I'm with Shamila on this. She doesn't have much to find at all. She's actually giving a kilo away, £2 if you like, to Najmat Al Mahafil. But she does come here on the back of I would say a career best effort, really, coming off a break last time, and she won a non-winners of 4, beating Abu Khalaf really impressively by 3 3/4 lengths. That was over 7 furlongs, but she had the race in the bag 2 furlongs from home, so the drop back to 6 shouldn't bother her. And given that she seems to be at the top of her game right now, I think she will go very well.
And she's second best on the international market. Number 15 is Danat Al-Asayel, who was a winner of a similar race a couple of starts back, but didn't perform quite so well last time, but that was over further. Yeah,
and it was she was an open company last time out. She beat Motrakaya and Taraha 2 lengths and 3 1/4 lengths in a course and distance open in meeting 85. Impressing with the way she sort of pounced from off the pace and won that in pretty good style. I'd be inclined to ignore the last run. And if she's back to the form she showed 2 starts ago, she's a player here.
She's indeed. Number 16 is Malorwa, who's been over 1,400 metres for the last few runs, drops in trip today.
Yeah, she was second in long winners of 3 over this trip at Taif back in meeting 41. All her runs since, as you said, have come at 7 furlongs. She was a good third in the Riyadh Regional Governorate Cup. That's 3 starts back in meeting 60. Below form twice since, just needs to bounce back.
Number 17 is Wassam Al Riyadh, just the 1 win in 10 starts. But I think that was in course and distance company. As we look at Najmat Al Mahafil in action. This is this horse finishing 5th here last time up.
Yeah, we see Najmat Al Mahafil finishing 5th and Lama Al Zofi in the white colours with the blue cap. Finishing 6th. This was in a much better race than this. So although it doesn't look like a particularly eye-catching run from either, this was in the Aliman Mohammed Ben Saud Cup, and this looks a lot easier for the pair of them. So they should be involved.
And here's your selection as well, Rory. Shamila's selection as well. Tarabot.
Yeah, Tarabot leads off the bend here, and then she's asked to go with about 300 metres to go, and she clears right away to win impressively. This wasn't a bad race. I mean, they're in a bit of a heat behind, but it was a non-winners of 4, so there were some decent horses involved. She beats Abu Khalaf, who runs on for second by 3 3/4 lengths. This is over 7 furlongs, but again, she showed plenty of speed through the contest, so it'll be disappointing if the drop to 6 is a problem for her today.
It shouldn't be really. If you look through her form, she seems quite versatile over the 2 trips.
Yes, yeah. I'm not at all concerned about the draw. I mean, you can argue that maybe she's best caught fresh, given she's coming off quite a lengthy absence here. But again, her overall record doesn't really back that up either. So she just seems to be in very good form, and I expect her to run a big race against a classy filly in Najmat Al Mahafil, but not exactly a regular winner.
Some lovely shots of the track here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We're just 4 weeks out from the Saudi Cup, that qualifier for the big race itself, the world's richest race, will be coming away as race 8 on the programme. 2 supporting custodians of the 2 holy mosques, 1 for local horses and 1 for apprentice jockeys, races 6 and 7. But this is our first race of the day. It's this local bred fillies open over 1,200 metres. A market, international market favourite or international market preference goes for number 6, Najmat Al Marfil. There has been good support though for Tarabot since both Rory and Shamila spoke in favour of that horse. And you can, of course, give your selections to us on YouTube. If you're watching on there, do use the comment selection down the side. Hi to George, who's back involved with us today, as he often is, as the horses arrive down at the start. So the first of 12 races on what is the most prestigious afternoon of racing here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Cup meeting is a little bit different, but the custodian of the 2 holy mosques is really a special race here. We're going to be building up towards that throughout the course of the afternoon. In the meantime, we go back to John Blant, who's got the call here on race 1.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, horses down at the start, 1,200 metres in front of them here for this Fillies Open contest. And yeah, I like Tarabot as well. Nigel Thatty, I think, might go okay at a reasonable sort of each-way price if you're getting involved on the international markets. But Tarabot, yeah, had to sort of make a move to get into that race last time out, sort of halfway. If you watch the race, she was sort of mid-division early, and then suddenly she appeared at the front. And often a move like that can be problematic for a horse. But not only was it not problematic, she scampered away from them. So it was an eye-catching performance, no doubt about that. And yeah, I think she's got a good chance here. As we see Awijan go in. Those black and white colours. Nothing from 5. That was the one that Shamila flagged up in the parade ring is looking quite good. Maybe she can outrun the price she is in the markets at the moment. Canager to go in. Blue colours. And we have the 9 horse. This is Hubub Al-Khair. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira aboard. Nothing from 4 starts thus far. But the potential maybe to improve a little bit, but on all known form would have to improve a heck of a lot to get involved. Now we got one that's been dismounted, and that looks like Mustafida, the 12. That one obviously being checked over. Abdullah Al Rashed is out of the saddle, so that'll have to be vetted. This is Tarahar going in, rated 71, just to give you some context. Tarabot, the horse that we quite like as almost as a collective here at the English broadcast, is rated 88. Tarahar and Tarabot, well, Tarabot's got to carry a little bit more weight, but not that much more. Tarahar to go in. The 8 horse is, no, it's not the 8 horse, that's the 14 horse. Zinat Alafraz. There's Tarabot. One that really caught Shamila's eye in the parade ring. The 15 is Danyat Al-Sayel. So still at the back, Najmat Al-Mahafil, who is coming down in class and coming down in trip as well, is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with in this company, one would have thought. Although Rory's point about a not exactly brilliant wins to runs ratio is a very solid one. It's Mustafida. Still waiting for that one. A little bit behind the rest of them as well. Mustafida. Now the jockey's on. Everyone looking all light-hearted. But they're off, they're racing. They've gone for the first, they've gone without horse number 12, Mustafida, as they make their way through the early stages of this Open Fillies contest. Good pace from Bariyat Aloja, one of the outsiders, up towards the inside rail. Flashing good speed is Ala Shoraya. So it's Ala Shoraya that leads to Kanajer, who's racing in second. Thawari right up the inner. Najmat Al Mahafil is relatively prominent as well, one of the more fancied runners in the field, as they make their way round the turn in this 1,200 metre contest towards the rear of the field at the moment. Tatalat was a slow starter. Monte Keba is also a long way back, and Tarabot is in mid-division at the moment, but making a little bit of headway. Starting to make the turn for home. Al Hasharai has got a train to catch here. 4 or 5 lengths to the good over Kanajer, who's racing in second. Then in third position, Awijan, who's trying to stay on there in the black. Najmat Al Mahafil is racing in fourth. Tarabot is out and looking to set down the centre of the track, but she's got plenty to do from there. Al Hasharai is the leader as they're going towards the closing stages. To Tarabot, who is now getting going. Awijan's on the scene as well, but it's Tarabot down the centre of the track, and here comes Lajal Tharti as well on the scene late, and it's Lajal Tharti going on. Lajal Tharti is going to beat Tarabot. It's going to be tight for third. Very fast finishing Lama Azulfi there as well. Also Monte Kebar was on the scene late too, but goodness me, Lajal Tharti did have a good draw. Abdullah Alofi aboard. And a zip round the inside. We were looking to horses thundering home down the centre of the track there, but Lajal Tharti was zipping round the inner. Loads of early speed from Ala Shoraya. She couldn't keep that up in the end, and Lajal Tharti has scored in a time of 1 minute 13.58 seconds. Second home was Tarabot, who did produce a really good late run, but not good enough to overhaul Lajal Tharti. The 5-horse Lalma Azulfi finished in third, and the 4th-horse home there was Monte Kebar, who's come from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula to get involved there. Awer Jan, not too far away either. That was a good run from that one. Flagged up by Shamila as well, and the parade ring at a big price. Didn't quite sneak into the money, but still a good effort. But Lajal Tharti, round the inside, has got the better of Tarabot, finishing in second, and Lama Al-Zulfi finishing off strongly from the back of the field as well. Lajal Tharti, prior to today, had won 3 from 34, had been a bit out with the washing last time, but there'd been some good runs prior to that. Did have a good draw today, not completely unfancied in the market, of course, around about the 3rd or 4th favourite. A zip round the inside to win. That was your opener, the first of 12 here on the custodians of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup Day, and we'll be back in the studio very shortly.
Well, the win goes the way of number 2, Lajal Tharti, and a horse who'd been keeping quite good company, but it's hard to see the win coming this horse's way. Beats a horse who was very popular in the international market, and also the selection of Rory and Shamila Tarabot, who finished well, Rory, but the bird had flown.
Yeah, Lajal Tharti got a nice seam on the inside. I thought Tarabot was going to gradually get there because you had a very hot pace set by Ala Shoraya. I didn't think that was going to see it out. And I thought Tarabot was coming with a run, but Lajal Tharti, she stays further. She's got a run up next to the rail. Her last 2 runs have come at 1,800 metres. But, you know, she's been keeping better company than this without winning. And aside from that run in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out, she'd been in the frame in her 4 previous starts, including when finishing third to Jabba Allah, who we'll see later on. That was in the Najran Regional Governorate Cup. So, you know, you can't say the form wasn't in the book. The question was whether she would be able to cope with a 6 furlong contest, and she got herself behind in the early stages. But the gaps appeared for her, and the strong pace has helped her work her way into contention, because a few of them will get tired late in the day, and this mare, who stays a mile well, was too strong at the finish for another one who stays further in the shape of Tarabot.
Yeah, she certainly does get further, and she's been kept busy as well. You look through her form, which is she's had a hard campaign.
She has, yeah. This was must be her sixth run since we came to Riyadh. She's been kept very busy this season, but she clearly holds her condition well, and she was good as ever in victory here.
And she's weaved her way through nicely. We'll see the grey horse down the outside staying on. I mean, they've come from a sort of similar position.
They have, yeah, they have, and it's just that there's no hard luck story with Tara, but she got the run that she wanted to get from a wideish draw. She's drawn out in stall 13, but she was always going to come down the centre. She wasn't held up in a run, and Lajal Thati has just been a little bit stronger. She needed a bit more luck to be sure she got a run, but there can be no complaints from anyone else in this race.
Let's have a look out for the eventual third as well through the run, because that horse stayed on extremely well through the closing stages. Lama Al-Zulfil, and with another few strides may well have got there. A horse who ran in a cup race last time out.
Yeah, you can see her with a noseband about 4 or 5 from the back with a blue cap. So she's trying to work her way forward at this stage, which is behind a wall of horses right now. And she made late headway when just behind Najmat Al Mahafil last time out in that Ali Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup over this trip. Again, she got outpaced there and was in a poor position, but has come home strongly. And this time she's found them stopping a little bit in front of her, and she's managed to get into the frame. Disappointing from Najmat Al Mahafil. She was very strong in the market, and she was perfectly well placed behind the speed. Maybe too well placed, given that the first, second, and third have all come from further back. Maybe she was a bit too close to a hot pace, but you have to say it was a slightly underwhelming effort from her in the red noseband, just treading water at this stage.
That was the first race of the day. A race of changing fortunes at the closing stages. We have seen the pace holding up, I guess, through the majority of the races this week on the dirt. We have,
yeah, and we've seen, particularly when we're talking class horses getting to the front, it's not easy to pull them back in again. There was a range of abilities on show in our opener, and the pace set by Al Hashoria was just a little bit too strong, and she wasn't able to maintain that, and that set it up for the finishers in the end.
And just confirming, we left the 12 behind at the start?
Yeah, obviously there were issues with Mustafida at the start. She was making her seasonal, due to make her seasonal reappearance, and obviously that wasn't to be for her. So it caused a little bit of confusion at the start, but all's well that ends well.
Well, that was our first race of the day. We saw Shamila yesterday schmoozing alongside Alexis, and she's found some more supercars to ingratiate herself with.
Thank you very much, Martin. Different type of horsepower down here at the end of the grandstand. As you can see behind me, we have about 20 Ferraris so far, and they're all absolutely stunning. Like I said yesterday, I'm not much of a car fanatic myself, but if someone felt like giving me one of these cars, I wouldn't say no. How could you? They're absolutely beautiful, and they are all part of the Ferrari Club. Now, we're used to seeing the Sports Car Association from Jeddah bringing all their supercars here to the racecourses for Prince Bandar, but today it is the Ferrari Club here based in Riyadh, and you can just see how amazing these cars are. They're absolutely fantastic to see here at the racecourse. So even if you're not super interested in horses, there are different kind of horsepowers here for you to come and marvel at, come and take a look at these beautiful cars. There's about 20 Ferraris here so far, but there are lines driving in, so we will see a fantastic amount of Ferraris. So whether you like red Ferraris, Ferrari Spiders, whatever you like, we have black Ferraris here. I don't know the type of them. Maybe somebody can help me out in the comments, maybe, if you are. Oh, Martin is a car fanatic apparently, and here you can just see the engine here in the back window, which is absolutely fantastic. And they do race these cars, to be honest. They are not just for driving around slowly looking nice on the boulevard. No, they are racing cars as well. So all different kinds of racing here, and it's just giving you a taste as to what is to come on Saudi Cup Day as well.
Well, if you could go and see if you can dig out a 430 Spider-Man amongst them, Shamila, or if failing that, is there a pink one to match your dress?
I hope they drive a pink one in, because hopefully I can drive away with it. Wouldn't that be good? A pink sparkly one especially. But the Ferraris keep coming in, so if you're at the racecourse today, make sure you get down here. But I will give you over to John Blance to take you through the runners and riders for our second race of the evening.
Yeah, Shamila looks the part down there amongst all those sports cars. This is race number 2. It's an Arabian contest. It's over the 1,200 metres, due off 3:50 local time. Tabea Al Naif is horse number 1. Nawef Al Mudiani gets the mount. Horse number 2 is out. Number 3 is Srab Al Wadi, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Horse number 4 is Boulder, Asir Al Saidi. Horse number 5 is Namos de Monlo, Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 6 is Shafa Al Ezam, very consistent. Naif Al Anazi is aboard. This one is the favourite in the international markets as I speak. Horse number 7 is Jamil Al Wathba, Ayed Al Turizi. Horse number 8 is Mukatil Camilo Ospina. Horse number 9 is Mr. Grisu, Jimmy Carrion. Gets the mount on that one. Horse number 10 is Iris de Violette, Abdulaziz Al Furedi. Horse number 11 is Shebla Bare, Ali Al Memoni. Horse number 12 is Ista du Soleil, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 13 is Sajan Al Khaladia, Mohammed Al Nasser. Horse number 14 is Rahal Al Wathba, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 15 is Al Sabek, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 16 is Monfard, Saeed Al Mimoni. Horse number 17 is Sahi Paris. Horse number 18 is Jcsa Al Khaladia. And horse number 19 is Tawaka Al Sahib. That is the horse that's running because the 2 is out. So Tawaka Al Hasib, or Al Shahib, I should say, is running as the reserve. So once again, the horses are making their way into the parade ring. First of our Arabian races today, and I know a lot of you out there like these races as well, and certainly interested to hear the thoughts not only of Shamila in the parade ring a little bit later on, but of the boys in the studio as well.
Very much more, John, the thoughts of Rory's. The horses, as you say, come in for this race over the 1,200. Number 1 is Tabea Al Naif, who's won from 10, that win coming at Taif.
Yeah, she won a fillies maiden over 7 furlongs in Taif, and was 4th in a non-winners of 2 over a mile. 2 starts beating a length and a half by Aletzia. That's okay for him, but this is a slightly tougher race. This non-winners of 2, you've got horses rated. She's rated 72. You've got horses rated 92, 87, 80, 79 here. So she's got to up her game to get involved.
Number 2 is an on-runner, so that brings us down to number 3, Srab Al Wadi, who's only had the 3 runs and was a winner 2 starts back in maiden company.
Yeah, she won meeting 64 and beat Hafid Al Khaladia there on her seasonal reappearance. She was well beaten in a not too 80 handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. Drops back to 1,200. She is unexposed. She's a relative outsider here, but she's a difficult one to rule out because we don't know exactly what her limitations might be.
Unexposed, as is the 4 in regards the form here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Boulder on debut here. Yeah,
not an awful lot I can tell you about Boulder other than he's making his racecourse debut here, his official racecourse debut at in Saudi Arabia, and there's not an awful lot in the pedigree that I can tell you that would give you hope that he will make a successful debut. So he seems an unlikely winner to me, but he's a bit of a mystery.
And what about number 5? Would you have similar comments about Namus de Monlo?
I know a little bit about Namus de Monlo. He did race a fair bit in France. He ran 8 times in France, didn't win, rarely got that close actually, but he did have a rating of 85 in France, which would make him competitive here if he translated that across. I couldn't see where that came from based on the form figures he had there, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, number 6 is Shafa Al Hazam, who was a winner of a maiden for Arabian horses in Taif, then has been an open company here the last 2 starts.
Yeah, I think probably his best effort, her best effort rather, went 3rd behind Dim Al Bahar in a 7 furlong meeting, 7 furlong open 2 starts back. Probably the best thing I could say about her is she's had Tagruda behind her in her last 2 starts, and Tagruda was a winner here maybe 3 weeks ago and is a pretty reliable performer. So Shafa Al Hazam gets by far her best chance of getting her head in front since that maiden win in Taif, and she takes a bit of a drop in class here.
Number 7 is Jamil Al Wathba, 1 win from 15 starts. That was also a Taif win.
Yeah, and that was over this trip in Taif, but the time that she produced, 1:26.72, The Taif's a slower track here anyway, but 1:26.72 is a pretty slow time, even for Taif, and she's made little impact in better races since, so not that easy to warn to.
Camilo Ospina had a great day here yesterday with 2 winners. He's on board the 8-tier Mukatil.
Yeah, Mukatil is a newcomer out of a mare called Sitat Al Khaladia. Does make a little bit of appeal on paper. The fact that Camilo Ospina has been booked for the ride is interesting, and the Arab stable do get their share of winners, both in this sort of races and for the thoroughbreds as well. So a newcomer that you need to respect, and hopefully Shamila can tell us how that looks in the parade ring as well.
Jimmy Sharon's on board number 9, Mr. Greasy, who's just had 1 start here in the Kingdom, and that was in an Arabian Horses handicap.
Yeah, it was beaten 18 lengths when 8th of 19 in a 75 to 95 handicap here. That would be probably a much deeper race than this, given there are only 3 horses in this race rated 80 or higher, so that 75 to 95 would have been a better race than this. He's probably going to come forward for the effort. He was a winner over Further in France. So he has to be a player here. Difficult to know exactly where you would spot him, but the handicap has given him a mark of 87. So there's only 1 in this race rated higher.
Okay, so fancied on the ratings. Number 10, Iris Villadette, who's had 4 goes this year, was a winner on comeback.
Yeah, she's never tried 6 furlong. She was a 7 furlong, not to 75 handicap winner back in meeting 70. She hasn't been disgraced, despite being down the field in 3 starts over a mile since, but this is her first try sprinting, and I'm not entirely sure how well it will suit.
Moving on to number 12, which is Esther de Soleil, who's had 1 from 14, a win in Maiden Company.
Yeah, that was over a mile in Taif. We saw a fair bit off her in Taif this season. She's been in the frame in her last 3 starts, around 7 furlongs or a mile, without really threatening to get her head in front, which is pretty consistent. And although a few of these are rated higher than her, she's more likely to run her race and could easily sneak into the frame.
Okay, that's number 12. Let's get back to Shamila.
Cars all the way back to the parade ring just in time for this first Arabian race of the day. And I'm going to go with horse number 12, Esther du Soleil. I really like this filly. She's 5 years old, 4th last time out, really consistent throughout the whole season. So I really like her chances. Mohammed Al Hubail on board as well. So good jockey booking there. And you were talking about horse number 8, and I quite like the look of him, to be honest. Obviously, I couldn't choose him as my paddock selection for this race because it's his debut here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 4 years old, but he does have Camilo Ospina on board with him as well. So a good looker, but I'm not too sure on that front. And the highest rated horse in the race as well, horse number 6, Shafra Al Hizam for Naif Al Anazi, is one to keep your eye on. Should be up there in the placings, but hopefully Esther du Soleil can get the job done with Mohammed Al Hubail.
And that was the horse we were talking about as we went to Shamila. Move on to 13, Sajan Al Khaladia. Very lightly raced and improved on the first run here to the second. Has only had the 2 goes in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, got a rating of 76 and put up his better effort in maidens here when 9 1/4 lengths second to Hatam Al Khaladia over this course and distance last time out. He had Shibble Shemek, who's a non-runner here, but was a winner last time out and is rated 75, 7 1/4 lengths behind him that day. So you'd like to think that he might be a little bit better than his mark and should do better still. So yeah, he's definitely one for the short list from me.
14 is Rahal Al Wathbar, who was winner over Further back in September of 2022.
Yeah, he raced 11 times in the UAE, winning once. He's run 4 times here, finishing 17th in 1 run last season, and no closer than 9th this term.
Let's have a look at a bit of form and a form clue here. This is a form clue for Shafa Al Hezam.
Yeah, this is Shafa Al Hezam finishing 3rd on her penultimate start, I should say. If you look behind in the pink cap, you see Tagruda, who was a winner a couple of starts later. And although Shafa Al Hezam is no match for the winner, she does keep on pretty well behind Dim Al Bahar to finish in 3rd place. And that's in the context of this race, that's a very good effort, and that's essentially why she's favourite for this contest.
And she carries that mark of 92. Others, just to maybe quickly mention as well, we've got number 16, Monfard, who was off the track for a bit of time, but came back with a maiden win last week.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. I mean, it was in a weak maiden last time, but was pretty impressive when beating Harmas Al Khaladia. And Harmas Al Khaladia, of course, came out and won on Thursday in a handicap of a mark of 72, 70 or 72.
It was in the maiden handicap.
Yeah, so that was in the maiden handicap. Montfort has a rating of 75, but he won by a decent margin that day. Maybe Harmas Al Khalidiyah needed the experience and would have been closer with that experience, but you've got to think Montfort has a chance here if repeating that effort, and did that in 1:21.19, which is a decent time when you compare what all these have done.
Well, they are down at the start. 1,200 metres the distance for race 2. The Arabian horses here, who have won between 0 and 1. The very warm market, international market favourite is horse number 6, Shafar Al Hazam. Mr. Grisu is second best in from Sergeant Al Khalidiyah, then Al Salbek and Tajwa Al Shah Habib as well. And then we get down to Montfort and the rest of the field as well. So as they circle, Rory, final thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just throw in a mention of Tawaka Al Shahib, who's got in here as a reserve, so comes out of stall 1. She was ahead of Al Sabek when fourth to Preciosa in a 7 furlong not to 95 last month, and she'd also be a player if she could repeat that effort. I'm going to take a chance on the one we just mentioned, Montfort, who is best at this trip. He's a little bit in and out, but he doesn't seem to stay beyond 6 furlongs. And his last 2 runs at this trip, he's finished second last season and then won his maiden last time out. So I'll give him a chance of stepping forward again and hope that stall 16 isn't too wide for him.
So Montfort back with the win, beating a horse who scored a maiden handicap company here on Thursday. Shamila is with the 12 as they begin to load forward. Then second race of the day, we go back to John.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is Shebla Barre going in. Horse number 11 to stall number 11. Saddle cloths and post positions corresponding here. This is Tabea Al Naif to come forward. Nawef Al Mudiani gets the leg up on that one. 1 win from 14 starts. The 19 horses, the reserve Tawaka Al Sahib goes into stall 2, of course, because it replaces the original stall 2 horse. Horse number 3 is Srab Al Wadi. And we've got Mr. Grisu going in, the white and red colours. Boulder still to come forward as well. Also at the back is Rahal Al Wathba, the 10 horse still to load as well. Iris de Violette, who I think might give you a decent run for your money at the price, but to me it all points to this 6 horse here. Very consistent. Yes, only 1 win from 7 starts, but hasn't been too far away. And consistency is definitely something to be prized when we're talking about relatively low level Arabian racing. Mukatil to go in. Still waiting for Montfort to come forward as well. Horse number 8 is Mukatil. Rather striking looking individual. Boulder still at the back. The 12 is still to go in as well. Easter du Soleil. And Shafa Al Azam, the favourite, is still to be loaded too. This is Mukatil. Debutant Camilo Ospina. An eye-catching jockey booking, to say the least. Mukatil goes in. Boulder to come forward as well. Still waiting for Easter du Soleil. 1 win from 14 starts. Not a bad effort last time out, actually, from Easter du Soleil. Shafar Al Azam still to come forward. Naif Al Anazi. Prolific at Tafe, not quite so much here at Riyadh, but still a good man to have on your side in the saddle. All in. They're ready. All lined up. 1200 metres, gates back, and away they go. They're racing. Mukatil quite slowly away on racecourse debut. Good start from the reserve, Tawaka Al Sahib, who goes into a good early posse, as indeed does Shafa Al Hazam, getting across from stall 6 to try and bag the rail as they make their way through the early stages. Also prominent there is Iris de Violette. Another one who's up with the pace is Shabla Barre as they make their way through the early stages. Still towards the back of the field, well, Namos de Monlau is right at the back, and also towards the back of the field is Mukatil as they start to make the turn. 27.15 seconds for the first 400 metres. Right round the outside now is Montfort looking to get involved in this as they make the turn. To up the inside though, Shafa Al Azam. Then in between the pair towards the outside we have Sarjan Al Khalidiyah, who's still relatively prominent, and also Iris de Violette, who's trying to sneak round the inside. Levelling up for home, Naif Al Anazi took a little look round there, and he goes on by a length or so, but here also try to stay on a little bit bit from the back of the field is Sajan Al Khaladir, and Iris de Violette hasn't given up down on the rail either, but it's the favourite Shafa Al Izam that leads, but just looking a little bit, and it's Iris de Violette in the hands of Abdulaziz Al Faredi, who now goes on by a length or two. The favourite's just looking still away from the rail and is losing ground in the process and racing up towards the line. Iris de Violette has won it. Tight for second there, the sixth probably just getting that. That was the favourite, Shafa Al Izam. Also there was Sajan Al Khaladir, who's finished in third. Bit of a gap back to the rest. Iris de Violette, who's been a regular in these sorts of races and run okay without being outstanding. But got into a nice position there. Has run a time of 1 minute 20.21 seconds. You can obviously compare that to the thoroughbreds in the first, considerably slower, but we're dealing with a slightly different breed of racehorse. Shafa Al Izam, probably no excuses, really got out well into a nice posse early, and then, as I said in the commentary, he was just veering towards not the centre of the track, but not really doing itself any favours in the latter stages by not being entirely gun barrel straight. Good effort from Sajan Al Khaladir, who's finished in third there, and the fourth horse on was Mukatil. That was an eye-opening performance on debut, considering how slowly that horse was away. Had to make up a lot of ground to get involved there. Definitely one for the Saudi Arabian tracker, but Iris de Violette up the inside has well, had the most economical run, certainly of those towards the head of affairs, and has scored and has now won 2 from 10 in all. Was a winner at meeting 70. Then form just tailed off a little bit, but are back to winning ways here with a bang. And Iris de Violette has beaten Shafa Al Izam, Sajan Al Khaladir in third. That was you 1, 2, 3 in our second race of the day, the first of our Arabian contests.
Well, as John said, the first of our Arabian races here this afternoon. Later on today, we do have another qualifier for Saudi Cup night. Not just the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, but also a qualifier for the Abaya Classic as well. That's race 9 on the programme. But the win here goes the way of Iris de Violette, who has been quite lightly campaigned this year. But, Rory, as you were saying, first try of the 1200.
Yeah, she's a 7 furlong winner of a 0 to 75 handicap, and her reappearance run back in meeting 70. She's been running respectively over a mile since that, but tackling 6 furlongs for the first time, she had no problem going the pace, and she's probably showed slightly improved form to get her head in front for the second time.
Yeah, she was always up there, along with the 11, Shebla Barra as well, the 13 and 16 also showing plenty of pace, Sajan Al Khaladir and also Montfort, who posed a big challenge coming about the back stretch, but the pace has held up on this occasion, hasn't it?
Yeah, both Sajan Al Khaladir and particularly Montfort raced a bit too freely, didn't they? They were prominent, they travelled well, but they were just doing a little bit too much. Too soon, tracking Shafa Al Izam. Now, Shafa Al Izam, once she's got her head in front, you thought that she should have been good enough to win, but you'll see that just behind her, Iris de Violette just tucks in on the inside, comes past that pair who were parked wide and raced freely, and now she's taking aim at Shafa Al Izam. And she's pretty strong in the finish. We know she stays further, so she was always going to be fairly strong at the finish. I think it's disappointing from the runner-up. He sort of wandered off the rail a little bit and probably idled in front. She was a clear pick on the ratings. Rated 92, she was almost a stone higher than Iris de Violette in the ratings, and she had the run of the race as well. So you'd just be a little bit concerned that she couldn't get her head in front. Her only win to date has come in Taif. And this looked a golden opportunity for her, but she has let it go.
And a good race from the eventual third as well. We can see the white horse there with the blue colours with the gold stripes, always prominent, and just kind of maybe hit the lead off that final turn.
Yeah, that's a good run from Sajjan Al Khaldia. That's 3 good runs from his mini starts to date, and you'd like to think that he'll be able to pick up a maiden pretty easily on the back of this. Yeah, if he got himself to the front, you get the idea he might have settled a little bit better, but he's racing in company with 2 others and has just been a little bit free as a result. But he's kept on a lot better than Montfort, who was on his outside, so that's very promising for his future. And I think Sajjan Al Khaldia is a horse who's surely going to be winning a race or 2 before long.
His better days look ahead of him. Would that be over 1200, do you think?
Yeah, he looks all speed, doesn't he? So I think 1200 is always going to be his best trip, or at least until he learns to settle, and then he might be able to stretch out to 1400.
And the winner here is still of Villadette. We've talked about racing over longer distances, 1600, 2000, but the win did come in maiden handicap company over 1400. So maybe just has been racing in excess of the very best distance.
Yeah, that's quite possible. Her runs have been respectable without being terrific since that win. Clearly, 7 furlongs suits her well, but she had no problem dropping back to 6 here. She was always fairly handy, just tucked in behind the speed. Never having to go much faster than she wanted to, and with the leader looking a little bit wayward off the home turn, she's won in good style.
Well, it's very much a cultural day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Many of the traditional cultures and sights and sounds of Saudi Arabia are visible around the track. The custodian of the 2 holy mosques, one of the most, if not the most prestigious contest here at the track. Any truth in the rumours you've been invited to dance there later, Rory?
No. Thankfully, as they may have. Well, typically Callum's not here. They've seen Callum dancing. He might have been invited to do it, but not for me. My dancing days are done.
Well, I've always found it fascinating here on Saudi Cup to go and watch this kind of stuff. I mean, they make a terrific sound, these guys.
They do, yeah. Well, we had this. Well, we were outside in time, so we were there for National Day when they had very much the same thing going on. That was right behind us, and obviously with no double glazing between us and them as well. So yeah, quite a noise being made, and a real spectacle as well.
It gives you a real appreciation of the culture here in Saudi Arabia. One man who I'm sure would be there with his dancing shoes and his glittery jacket, though, dancing away, is John Blance, who's got the Runners and Riders for race 3.
My dancing days are long gone. Don Tino's night spot in Hexham about 25 years ago, I think, probably for me. Anyway, here are the runners and riders for horse number 3, or race number 3. Gashamar, horse number 1. Wigberto Ramos takes the mount on this one in this fillies contest. 2 is Leyoun Mashael, Naif Alanazi. Horse number 3, Makatib for Camilo Ospina. Horse number 4 is Mokhtamar, Thurb Al Timyat. Number 5 is Malame Al Majd, Tariq Al Mansour is riding. Then Bint Al Ajwad is horse number 6, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 7 is Alda Flat, Alexis Moreno, strongly fancied in the international markets, this one. Horse number 8 is Boa Shah, that's the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 9 is Al Horjar, the mount of Adel Al Faredi. Horse number 10 is Al Wathka, that's the mount of Mohammed Al Hubail. And horse number 11 is Barka Al Jahara, Abdulaziz Al Faredi is aboard. So those are your just 11 runners and riders for this fillies contest. We're over the 1400 metres, and the horses making their way into the parade ring with all the cultural goings on in the background as well. Looks like a terrific day here at Riyadh, and we can get back to the boys in the studio to talk us through the 11 fillies here.
Well, it's amazing, John. We're in a double glazed studio at the top end of the parade ring. The guys who are dancing and making the music are right down the far end of the grandstand, but you can hear the thumping coming through, can't you?
You can, yeah. There's plenty of bass coming through there.
There is indeed, but let's take you through then the contenders then for our third race. This fillies who won 1 to 3 over 1400 metres. Number 1 is Jcsa, who was in local Group 1 company last time out.
Yeah, it was a 6 furlong maiden winner in time for meeting 44. Has been well held in cup races on her last 2 starts, but she does drop in class now, and she wouldn't be too far away of rediscovering the form that she showed when runner-up 3 starts back.
Leon Machiel is number 2, who's won both in maiden company and 0 to 1 company as well. They've both, though, been over 1200.
Yeah, both over 1200 and both in Taif as well. But she was a creditable length and a half second to Fonder in a 1 mile open 2 starts back. That was just a small field race, seven runner affair. But that shows that she stays a mile and handles this track. So the 7 furlong here should be just about ideal for her. With the rating of 77, she needs to find a bit of improvement. Top 4 in the ratings here, 85, 84, 84, 80, and that gives you an idea of what the standard that's required.
Well, Macatib's very lightly raced, has been over 1,600 drops in trip on this occasion, and last time out when a winner, the second, wasn't disgraced here yesterday.
Yeah, and that's well worth pointing out. Her better effort over a mile in those 2 runs when taking that filly's maiden last time out by 4 3/4 lengths from Alda Kalia. Wasn't a great time, but that was just her second start. She doesn't get a rating for it yet, but you would have thought that there's more to come from her, and she would have to be shortlisted as well.
Well, on the international markets, 4, 5 and 6 all have a little bit to find, so we can skip down to number 7. Alda Flower, who's the very warm international favourite here with Alexis Marino on board.
Yeah, again, she's not a regular winner, but she's run in some good races. She was a very good second in the King Khalid Military Academy Cup and meeting 75. Then 4th in the Princess Setat bin Fahad Al Damer Cup 2 starts back. Then probably found things a little bit too tough last time out, but that was in the local Group 1 King Fahad Cup last time out. This is a big drop in class for her, and she should be able to make her class tell. But as we've seen with a few races, these horses who are able to run really well in cup races, but have a poor win record, are often caught out in affairs like this. But she does stand out on paper.
And her form ties in quite closely with number 8, who also carries the same mark. They were in the same race at meeting 90.
Yeah, she's a 7 furlong maiden winner at Jcsa, but she was behind Al Dafla in both the King Khalid Military Academy Cup and the King Fahad Cup on her last 2 starts. She wasn't disgraced 2 starts ago. She was 6th that day. Al Dafla was runner-up. She's got the same rating, but obviously on those 2 lines of form,
she lags behind a bit, doesn't she?
She is going to struggle. But she was a nice winner in meeting 15 at Taif, and if she can bring that form here, then she's got a chance.
We've got to number 9, which is Al Horjar, who has had 1 win from 7. That was a winner with the course and distance in the locally bred fillies maiden.
Yeah, she won a course and distance maiden in the meeting 76 in a time of 1:29.61, which is pretty glacial for this course and distance. She was 16 1/4 lengths 5th to Zawower in the mile open last time out, and that's a fair indication of her ability. I think she's going to struggle here.
10 is Al Wathka. You talk about the top horse being rated, what, 80...
85, and this is her. Yeah. She was a winner of a mile open here back in meeting 59 earlier in the season, but she was behind Al Dafla when well beaten in the Princess Setat Cup 2 starts ago. Got back on track when 4 3/4 lengths to Zawower in a 1 mile open last time out, and she had Al Hodja behind her that day. So she's a filly who, when she stepped up in class, maybe isn't capable of giving her running and ends up running poorly, but drop her back in class and she shows her form. So Al Wathka, strictly speaking, the one to beat. There's a couple of form lines that say she might struggle to beat one of these, but we'll see.
Well, we'll come back and get Roy's thoughts on the 11th in a second. Let's go back to Shamila, who I believe has left us and has got new employment.
Thank you very much, Martin. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount for the first race of the day. The third race of the day, I should say. Getting a little bit excited there with my new job ringing the bell. My paddock selection for this race is going to be horse at number 2, fillies, for this fillies who won 1 to 3. Nayf Alanazi is on board. She was 4th last time out at meeting at 92, and she is rated 79. So up there in the ratings, definitely. There's only 11 fillies in this contest, so she is definitely one to keep your eye on. I couldn't get my eye off her, so I think it could be Nayf's third winner of the weekend. A horse that I also really like in this contest is horse number 7, Al Defla, for Alex Moreno, who won on the Saudi Derby qualifier yesterday on Al Wakad. So he's hoping for another good day. She was 9th last time out, but I think we can disregard that last run. But I will be, in fact, sticking with horse number 2, Lay Ayun Mache.
So Shamila on the 2, and it's worth pouring out, Roy, that we didn't quite pick up the pictures in time, but her new job was ringing the bell.
Yes, yeah, it was a nice setup, but they don't always work as well as they should do. But, well,
she has a future at it, though. It was a very good bell ring.
It was a good bell ring, yeah. So she does have promise. It's nice to have something to fall back on.
And the horse we didn't manage to mention before we went to the bell ringer was Barker Al Jahara, number 11.
Yeah, she was off the mark at the 6th time of asking in a course and distance maiden last time out, beating Farah Al-Anaya by half a length. Given a time of 1:28.79, you think it's a little bit more needed that she's going to take the step up to this non-winners of 4 company. Probably not the hottest contest of its type, but I think Barker Al-Hajara has a fair bit more to fight.
So you could bring a few of these into the mix, really, on recent form.
You can. I mean, there are conflicting form lines around Al Dafla, Boisha, and Al Wathka. It appears that comparing the individual lines, that Al Dafla has the beating of that pair, but it may well be that in this slightly easier company at 7 furlongs, that Al Wathka could bounce back to her best form, which is strictly speaking the best in the book.
She has attracted a little bit of support on the international markets. Alfred La is the favourite and pretty solid as well as the terms of the support globally on the international markets. Bawasha is second best, or was second best in fact, being overtaken by Al Wathkar, Mac Tibbin behind those. Then we've got Samila's selection, who has been supported. That was the 2. Then we have Gashama, the top one. And then we get down to bigger prices for the remainder of the field. So there is the 10, and this Al Wathkar in the parade ring seem to head out down to the start. Usually a small field, I mean, it's very rare to get 11 runners here in Riyadh.
It is, yeah, but it's nice when you're trying to work out all the form for a day like this to have a reasonably small field to work through. But yeah, we would normally get a bigger field for a fillies race like this, but just the 11 go to post here, and it's still a bit of a puzzle, isn't it?
It is. It's you could throw the 2, the 3, the 7, the 8. Normally you can strike a fair few out straight away, but I don't think that's the case this time. There's only a couple you can really rule out with any certainty.
Well, as long as the 3 that we have ruled out don't fill the frame here, I'll be happy enough.
Well, on officials' rating, Roy, you look at the 4, 5, and the 6, 62, 61, and 70. They shouldn't be good enough to trouble the rest.
Yeah, I mean, Bint Al-Ajwan with a mark of 70 could be considered, but she's been disappointing on her last couple of starts, which is why I put the line through her. And the other 2 just seem to have a mountain to climb.
Well, heading off down to the post and just pausing on the way down to the start is the number 1 horse there. A bit of form to look at maybe as well at some stage for...
Yeah, Kisham was a difficult one to rule out as well. You know, we talked about maybe 5 of them having this between them, but she's only had the 4 runs, and although she's been disappointing on her last 2, those have been cup contests as well. She was 1st and 2nd on her first 2 starts, and it may well be that dropping back in class just gives her a chance of getting back on track as well. So not one I'd be confident of ruling out.
And first try at the 1400 as well. In fact, as we look at that bit of form as well for Makatib.
Yes, here's Makatib, who's swinging round the outside and getting to the front here last time out. This is winning a fillies maiden by 4 3/4 lengths from Aldekilaya last time out. This is quite a nice performance. Obviously, she's dropping back in trip here, but the way she the way she scampered to the front with about 2 furlongs left here, you'd be disappointed if she isn't very competitive. And as you said, the runner-up has franked the form since, so you'd be positive about her. But we were talking about the ratings of the others. She doesn't have a rating yet, but she'd be heading for a rating north of 80 on the back of that effort as well.
And not a bad looking physical specimen as well, heading down to the start, about the 4th favourite on the international market. So we're coming to our 3rd race of the day. On the back of this, we move on to race 4, which is a Phillies of 1 0 from 1 again. We then have a locally bred horses open. Then we get into the main events of the day on this custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Saturday. We've got the apprentice race, we've got the local bred race, and then the feature event as well. The qualifier for the Saudi Cup, the listed custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. We've got Mikel Barcelona in town. He's going to be aboard Khartoum, horse number 4. He's been over in Meydan the last few weeks, so of course normally based over in France. Holly Doyle has been travelling the world. She did manage to ride at the Breeders' Cup. She was suspended, but she was in the Melbourne Cup. She had a spin around there. She went across to Japan. Her and her husband Tom Arkan then popped up in Hong Kong, then back to Japan, and she's going to be appearing here aboard Maizuna in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, an improving filly. And also we have some of the local stars, the likes of Ricardo Souza Ferreira and Camila Ospina. Camila on board Power in Numbers, who's one of the main fancies on the international markets. And Jim Crowley as well in town to ride Derivo, who's gone well in this race in the past, runner-up a couple of years ago, pulled up last season, having been disqualified. Great Scott, who was 3rd to Mishrif in the Saudi Cup a few years ago. He's also in the lineup. And Scotland Yard, who bolted up in this race last year, is also in the lineup there. But just saying, Boashar has been dismounted down at the start. We'll wait and see what happens with Boashar. Let's just confirm selections. Shamila's with the 2. Rory, you're with?
I'm going to go with Makatib. It's difficult untying the other 3, but Makatib is the dark one. It might just improve past them.
I'm with you as well. It was a good run last time. The form, as Rory said, was franked as well yesterday. So Makatib for Rory and myself. That's a tip from the studio. Shamila's with the 2 as we go back to John. The 8 just heading forward now, but goes in John without the jockey, who I'd guess is going to jump on in the gates.
Yes, that would appear to be what will be happening very shortly, you'd have thought. And I landed on Makatib as well, for purely the reason that obviously there's a little bit of improvement, hopefully, to come from this filly. And Camilo Ospina, eye-catching jockey booking, and gate 3 as well, and should be able to get a nice run round in transit in a race which, as we've said, is a little bit tricky to work out. And I think there must be a bit of value in Makatib. Aldaflar is probably a worthy international markets favourite, but I think Makatib will give you a good run for your money if you are playing whichever part of the world you are watching this broadcast in. There is Leyoun Mashael in the hands of Naif Al Anazi. The 6 going in is Bint Al Ajwad in the Al Ghuraban colours that have become very familiar to those of you who watch Saudi racing a lot. There was Malame Al Majd, who's just gone in. Barka Al Jahara goes in as well. This is horse number 4, Mokhtamar. Favourite is number 7, still to go in, Aldaflar. Also waiting for Gashamar. There is Aldaflar going in. Gashamar still to load. And also Makatib. There's Leyoun Mashael. There's Makatib going in. Look out for the yellow and green stars. I certainly will be. Gashamar to come forward, and then Leyoun Mashael. Gashamar, Wigberto Ramos, the vastly experienced Wigberto Ramos, former Saudi Cup winning jockey, of course. And then Leyoun Mashael to come forward as well. 1400 metres, drone shot. They're off and racing. Leyoun Mashael was quite slowly away, very awkward from the gates as well. Bint Al Ajwad, as indeed was Aldaflar, who's been shunted right back to the rear of the field in the early stages of this 1400 metre contest. Gashamar has pressed on, so too Makatib. Camilo Ospina in his usual posse there, not too far away from the front or indeed the rail. Mokhtamar is racing in 3rd. Leyoun Mashael has made up ground after that tardy start. They're then followed by Bint Al Ajwad, another one who was quite slowly away, but has now been rushed up to try and attain a posse. Still towards the rear of the field, Aldaflar's got loads to do from there. Barker Al-Jahara's towards the rear of the field, so to Al-Horja as they make the turn and start this sweeping bend. It's Gashamar and Wigberto Ramos out in front, now by a couple of lengths to Makatib, who's taken the trail in second. Mokhtamar is racing in third, the white cap, followed then in fourth position by Bint Al-Ajwad. Leyoun Mashayel is trying to improve up the inside as they start to make the turn for home and level up to the judge. It's Gashamar, who's gone well on the sharp end so far, to Makatib, who's now being driven along by Ospina in second. Mokhtamar is in third. Leyoun Mashayel is trying to stay on. Nothing doing from Aldaflar, who is getting going now, but so much to do from there inside the closing stages. It's Gashamar and veteran Panamanian jockey Wigberto Ramos who continues to lead, but Makatib and Camilo Ospina getting closer with every stride, and Makatib has reeled him in here. Makatib is going to go on, flashing home as well Aldaflar, but it's Makatib from a very, very eye-catching Aldaflar in second. Gashamar has finished in third, fourth or so Al-Horja. Camilo Ospina, gate 3, Bosch. Really is sometimes as easy as that. Makatib got in a lovely posse. Like I said before, if you watch Saudi racing regularly, Ospina does favour racing prominently and getting as closest to the rail as he can, even if that means zipping across from gate 21 or something like that, and from stall 3 here on a horse with the potential to improve. Probably not the moral winner of the race. Aldaflar could well be that. Bad start, was shunted back through the field and has come home with a proverbial wet sail. But unfortunately, races aren't won morally. Gashamar has finished in third. Makatib, the winner, 1:27.88, I think the time was, by a length and a half, yes, and a further length and a quarter back to Gashamar. But Makatib on only start 3 here in Saudi Arabia was a winner last time. This has been potentially a trickier assignment, but she seems to have coped with it very well indeed. And she looks a progressive type, and certainly I think Senor Ospina will be looking to be associated with her again next time out too. Makatib, the winner. Aldaflar in second. Definitely one to keep an eye on next time, certainly in this sort of company. Gashamar in third. And Al-Horja has finished in fourth. Another one who was quite a long way off the pace and has flashed home to finish in fourth. But there we go. You're never too far away from a Camilo Ospina winner here in Riyadh. He had a double yesterday. He's got off the mark today. He's got plenty more interesting rides to come. He's the top man here in Riyadh.
Congrats. Today you go with in the 7 furlong. How is it?
Yeah, you know, thank you very much to Chibi, Abdullah Chibi, the old people there for giving me a chance to ride this field. Yeah, she brought maiden last week and mile, yeah. But today she ran 7 furlong, but she has a speed. I told him she has a speed. She can go close to the horses, and thank God she brought very good. I come in behind the pay, the leader horse, yeah. Yes, when I asked him, the filly respond very good, and thank God she keep going until we acquire. Inshallah, yeah. Sure, yeah. Thank you.
Horse number 3 wins race number 3 of the afternoon. Makatib and Camilo Ospina win 2 times on the bounce. She broke her maiden only last week at meeting 92 over 1,600 metres, and her debut run was over 1,600 metres as well when she finished 8th. But they've dropped her back in trip, and it seemed to suit her perfectly. Overtook Wigberto Ramos really easily and sailed home to victory. So very well done to all involved. Abdullah Al-Shabib as well, the trainer. Fantastic training performance from this filly. She looks to be a nice filly. Will hopefully grow into herself and one to watch next season. Hopefully, she's only just turned 3 years old a few weeks ago, I should say. And she is a really nice looking type. She is 3 years old out of Outwork, by Outwork out of Black Tunic. So a really nicely bred filly as well. This race was worth 125,000 Saudi riyals. So this is Camilo's first winner of the day, and I'm sure it will not be the last. Congratulations, Camilo.
Shamila, thank you very much. Thanks, God. Thank you to the Chibi family for giving me a chance to ride this filly. She won last week in 7 mile, but I spoke with him. He can go to 7 furlong also, and today she brought very good, and I coming behind the wiggy. Yeah. And he a little bit strong in the last meter, but thank God she coming and win there.
I wasn't sure if you were going to overtake because Wigberto was going so strongly, but you just flew.
Yes, I coming close to him, but in the actor 600 meters he leaving. In my filly she can go, she can follow, but thank God the last meter in my filly she was more strong than.
Do you think she'll have a bit of a break now before her next run? And what distance do you think she's suited better?
I don't know, but this filly, she's 7 furlong mile is good. Yeah, it's nice filly. She made him very good, and today open race she won very good. And I just wait what decision that the trainer and the owner.
Very big day today. It's a Saudi Cup qualifier. Are you nervous? Are you excited?
No, I'm excited. I'm excited because it's very important for us, but I try to take it quiet, for the dark races, special dark races, and inshallah, God willing, we can do.
Well, I hope this isn't your last winner of the day, so congratulations, Camilo.
Thank you very much, Shamil.
A nice performance then from Makatib, lightly raced individual, and she's ground out success here. Probably key that she came under a bit of pressure, Rory. She has got that form over that little bit further than what we've seen in her early couple of races, but Stamina's won the day. Yeah,
she needed to find there Makatib, and she did. It looked for a while like Jcsa, who set a strong early pace, might hold on, but she's weakened quite tamely in the last 100 metres. But it took a while for Makatib to get on top, and no doubt she'll be trying 7 furlongs again, or even a mile again next time out. But she's ground this out. She lacks a turn of foot, you would say, but she's been willing enough. The leader never really got away from her, and Makatib kept trying and got her head in front and was forged clear in the final 100 metres to win in good style.
And as you say, it took the whole length of the stretch. If you'd supported Makatib, you had to really keep faith that she was going to manage to pull past the front runner.
Yes, I mean, John made it sound quite easy when he said Camila was Spina,
stall three, make it easy.
You had to wait quite a long time if you're a supporter of Makatib to know that she would get her head in front. It was semi-inevitable, I suppose, off the bend, but her progress was a little bit slower than you would have liked if you were on her. But Jcsa gave way in the end, and Makatib, on just her third career start, has gained her second win.
And as we watch the overhead, look where the eventual second is at this stage, stone last out the backstretch.
Yeah, Al Dafla got a bad start, and then she's had to pick her way through. Looked to drive up on the inside there, but it hasn't quite worked out for her at that stage, and she's had to take back. So she's done remarkably well to get second in the end, but that really was one that got away. She was the one who came here with the strongest form claims, if you like, but the race developed in front of her, and it was over before she could really get herself going. But the way she finished off was still eye-catching, and those who supported her today will probably give her one more go on the evidence of that run.
It's massively eye-catching. If you look at the overhead shot, she's still probably 10 lengths off the speed.
Yeah, at least that. And I think at one point we saw she was badly positioned, and it looked like she was at least going to be able to pick up a couple of spots. But the gap on the inside didn't come for her. She had to actually take back again, so she was then even further behind. But she's finishing 2 to their 1 in the final furlong, but the winner got away, and there was no getting her back.
It's a rough start for her as well. She got knocked around. The jockey lost his irons there on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it looks that way. And he's now back in the saddle properly, but as you say, last place early on. And I guess at this stage he was thinking, well, things can't go any worse. But sadly they did for Alex Moreno. And he'll be kicking himself after that, thinking that's one that got away. And he is quite a harsh judge of himself as well as Alex. So hopefully he'll get a winner in the next couple of races, but I don't want to see this getting worse for him through the day.
But I think if you ran that race again and that horse had a clear run through and didn't have that The more you watch the start back, the worse it probably is.
Yeah, indeed. And we just saw at the back of the
winner.
picture her just getting checked off heels as well. Yeah, it gets more obvious with each rewatching that she really should have won this race. But hopefully she'll make amends. She's now only 1 from 10, but she's got the talent to win more races, and I think she'll be turned out fairly quickly on the back of this.
And even if she had maybe beaten McAtee with a clear run, let's not take anything away from the winner, who is likeable and progressive.
Yeah, and she was able to get herself into a good early position, and that's really important here. She's probably found the drop to 7 furlongs against her in the contest, but she's ground her way to victory, and I'd have thought there'd be more improvement from her stepping up to a mile next time out.
Well, that was our third of the day. Camilla Ospina, double yesterday and in amongst the winners here today. Well, our fourth earnings over the mile. This is for fillies who've won between 0 and 1 races. It's for 4-year-olds. And full details back with John Blance.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, the fourth race and a big field for this as well. We got off lightly with 11 runners at the previous race, but no such issues here. Expeditious, horse number 1, Abdullah Al Hussein. Horse number 2 is Unagi Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 3 is Sana Noura Khalid Al Lazmi. Horse number 4 is Miss Helen Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 5 is Sahaheb Al Fahar, and that's Mohammed Ali Abib's mount, apparently, so a confirmation there. Horse number 6 is Abura. That's the mount of Selman Al-Rashid. Horse number 7 is Awe Shah, Adel Al-Faredi. And horse number 8 is Morginebra, Ali Al-Mimoni. Horse number 9 is Pretty Flag, Mohammed Al-Hubail. Horse number 10 is Nakra Al-Said, Fawas Wanas. Horse number 11 is not even close, Tariq Al-Mansour's mount. Horse number 12, Red and Blue Candy, very interesting. Alexis Moreno aboard for Jimmy Jerkins, and quite well supported in the international markets, only 3rd Saudi start. Juju is the mount of Sultan Al-Mimoni. 14 is Wardat Always, Luis Morales. Number 15 is Tower Car, the man of Mohammed Saeed. Number 16 is Slael, Naif Al-Anazi. Number 17 is Puntarel, Mohammed Al-Nasser. Number 18 is Tahiyati, Jimmy Carrion. Number 19 is Sakaka, the mount of Rayan Al-Toesh. And horse number 20 is Bojink, the mount of Luis Moreno. The reserves 21, 22 and 23 not required a bumper field of 20 go to post in this contest, so we're going to need all the help we can get here trying to find the winner. International market favourite is Red and Blue Candy as the horses make their way into the parade ring.
The love child of those two. Splicing.
Well, the horses in the paddock then for our fourth of the event. If we're going to find winners today, Rory, try and make positive selections, this is probably the toughest race to do so.
Well, it's not a good race, is it? So in a matter of speaking, it should be slightly easier to find the winner. We do have one who's probably the furthest clear in the ratings of any today, but the question is whether you can trust the rating of the horse in question, that being Red and Blue Candy. But you probably can. And I'd have thought, I'd be surprised if it's not her or Pretty Flag who win this race. There were plenty I put the red line through very quickly, so I hope I haven't been premature in doing that.
Well, they are the top 2 in the international market. Red and Blue Candy just favoured from Pretty Flag. Let's pick out some of the key contenders, maybe starting off with number 3, Sananora.
Yeah, Sananora was just ahead of Awasha when 7th in the primary championship of the racecourse, 2 starts back. I say 2 starts back in meeting 60. No, I think about 81 it was 2 starts back, and then was 5 1/4 lengths 5th in a 0 to 75 handicap over 1,800 metres, won by Motasima last time out. Those are solid enough efforts. She was a winner back in meeting 60, and I'd be disappointed if she's not on the frame, but she's got a bit to find with the top pair.
Very little form comments to go on locally for number 5, Sahaya Al-Farhar.
Yeah, she's a debutante. She's a half-sister to a modest local winner called Milofer. His overall record is 1 from 26, so it's a fairly modest pedigree.
But it's a difficult race to work out, so let's head down to the paddock and see what clues that Shamila can offer up here for race 4.
Hopefully I can offer you some winning clues, that is, Martin. A lot of really nice fillies in this race yet again. It's all been all about the fillies so far. The filly that I like in particular and I couldn't wait to see today is horse number 9, Pretty Flag by US Navy Flag. For Thamar Dehani and Mohammed Al Hubail will be on board as well, one of our star apprentice jockeys. She really impressed me last time at meeting 87 when she won quite comfortably. And Thamar Dehani is a big fan of this filly. He says he loves training fillies. All the fillies in his yard have a big place in his heart, and she's just coming up here behind me now. She's a little pocket rocket, but she is stunning to look at. Really nicely well-defined hindquarters, nice neck on her as well. She is only just 4 years old. She'll be carrying 60 kilos, but I don't think that will be too much of a problem for her, especially Thamar Dehani. As I said, he loves training these fillies, so I think that she is in for a winning chance. I do have to say that horse number 16 for FMQ Stables as well, Slayel, has been doing really well in recent times. Second last time out at meeting 88. Hopefully she can go one place better, because they've had a bit of a dry spell, to be quite honest with you. FMQ Stables, so very best of luck to them and Naif Al Nazi, and of course trainer Mamdou Al Ali as well. But I will be sticking with horse number 9, Pretty Flag.
That's in the UK.
Well, number 12 in shot there. Interesting here from Shamila. We're working our way down the list there, Rory. We touched on the 5. Moving down to the 6, Al Buhar. 1 win from 12 starts, but that was last time up.
Yeah, she won a 7-furlong maiden last time out by 3 1/4 lengths from Hubu Al Ardia. I thought that was an all-right performance, but winning by that margin. The handicapper wasn't particularly impressed, and still it leaves her on a rating of 62, which leaves her with over a stone to find. But she is at least open to improvement, and she's coming here off the back of a win, so she's got more going for her than a few of these.
And that was 1400 last time, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yep.
Yeah, so slightly different trip for her today. The 7 horse, 1 win from 6 so far, 3 starts back this campaign.
Yeah, she won a week course and distance maiden in March last year. Some of the maidens right at the end of the season can be fairly uncompetitive. Her best recent run was when 8th in the primary championship of the racecourse last time out. She was behind Sana Nora in that contest.
Number 8 is more Ginny Bra, who is 1 from 7. That was a course and distance strike 3 back in November.
Yeah, she's that was a 7-furlong maiden winner in meeting 67. Similar form when 4 lengths 6 behind the dead heaters, Fawza Leia and Nobody's Joke in a 0-80 handicap over 7 furlongs last time out. This is theoretically a tougher race, but maybe not. So she might again be there or thereabouts.
Well, we touched on number 9, Pretty Flag, with Shamila, a horse with a couple of goes in the UK for George Bowie, and has had 2 starts here in the Kingdom.
Yeah, she didn't show an awful lot in the UK, but as we said earlier, the owners' horses who are based in the UK tend to race once or twice there for experience and then come here, usually need the first run here as well to tighten them up, and then tend to go on. So she improved markedly on previous efforts when winning the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup last time out, beating Momtina and Consensus de Vega by 2 1/4 lengths in the same. I reckon a rating of 77 is pretty kind as well. Yeah. And although she's theoretically got a stone to find with Red and Blue Candy, I'd be more inclined to side with her at the sort of prices that are on offer. And
we've been talking through the weekend, and especially on Thursday, with Tam Al Dhani having winners there, but stable in good form.
Stable, absolutely flying, yes. Had a 28% strike rate this season when I was looking at his figures on Thursday, and he's clearly a trainer to keep on side.
Number 11 is Not Even Close, a filly by Zoostar, who's making a debut here, having joined connections from Donica O'Brien in Ireland.
Yeah, she should have done a little bit better than she did. She was a winner on debut at Dundalk, but she didn't quite go on as expected. She went into handicaps of a mark of 80, didn't really progress. She ran respectably, and she was tried in 2 different kinds of headgear in the last 2 starts. So obviously, Donica felt she was holding a little bit back for herself, but she's got ability.
And was sold for 40,000 guineas at the horses and training sales at Tattersall's at the back end of last year. Now, the horse you touched on at the very top when we started talking about this was the international favourite, remains so as money comes for Pretty Flag. This is number 12, Red and Blue Candy for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, she had good form in the UK as a 2-year-old, finishing 6th in the Also Sharp Stakes over 7 furlongs for Tom Dascombe. She then transferred here and was 5th in the local fillies mile in February last year. She faded late when 8th in a non-winners of 3, won by Alfesa Leia on her return to action. You'd like to think she will come on for that run, and if she's running to the form she was showing as a 2-year-old, she'll go very close. I'm always a little bit wary of expecting horses to show their 2-year-old form after a break, and she was a wee bit disappointing last time out. But if she finds her old form, she has to go close. She's got plenty in hand here. The fact that she's running in a race like this suggests that Connections think she's not quite capable of running to 90. And the question is, does she have enough in hand to beat something like Pretty Flag? And I'm not absolutely certain that she does.
It's a bit like when you see horses on the international stage dropping down to claiming or selling level. You think that's an attractive mark, but they're often in that kind of grade for a reason.
Yes, and the one thing you know is that they're probably not good enough to be competitive off their true mark. And then the question is, how far do you need to drop them to be competitive? And some trainers are very good at giving them a sharp drop and making sure they can win for confidence. Or sometimes it's a case of, this horse is going to be hard for me to place. I'm happy to get rid by running him in a claimer and then see what someone else can do with him.
Let's just pick up the bottom end of the card. The number 14, Wadat Always, 1 from 17. That was a win in a local bred Taif maiden.
Yeah, that was over this trip in Taif. And she's taken minor money in 5 of her last 6 starts, so she's another one to bear in mind.
But Pretty Flag's attracting all the money on the international market, all the attention, lots of support for Pretty Flag, and here this horse is in winning form last time up.
Yeah, she's come to grab the lead in this contest, which is the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup last time out, and she's gone clear. She ends up being closed down a little bit late by Montana, who's the grey. Finished within 2 1/4 lengths of her. And the third is a pretty consistent sort called Consensus de Vega, who tends to travel very strongly in her races, doesn't always deliver what she might, but you know where you stand with that form. And I think that makes Pretty Flag look a little better than a 77 filly, and I expect her to run a very big race here.
Anything to pick out from 15, 16 and 17?
Tawaka's worth a mention, fifth in that race behind Pretty Flag last time out, and was ahead of More Ginebra last time out, when third to the dead heaters was Layla and nobody's joke last time out. So again, she's a competitive one who's got solid place claims, as does Slail. But I think for win purposes, I'm struggling to get away from Pretty Flag and Red and Blue Candy, and I'm inclined to prefer Pretty Flag, given how the market is shaping up.
And with Red and Blue Candy as well, had a start back in February, then wasn't seen again till October, has been spelled again since then. It just doesn't add up to a very attractive profile.
No,
we've seen.
It's not entirely convincing. I mean, there may be perfectly good reasons for those gaps, but you prefer, if you're going to side with a horse in a race like this, you prefer to know that they're in form and that they're running to their mark. And while she might make her class tell here, there are just a couple of worrying signs there that make you a little bit wary.
Okay, well, we all teamed up with Pretty Flag in the previous race. I'm with Rory as well. Pretty Flag to go in once again here. Let's see if we can head back to the commentary box and see if John agrees here on our thoughts on race 4.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. I do like Pretty Flag here. It's interesting as well, because if you look at the way this race kind of works up from a tactical and kind of a class perspective, Pretty Flag's got gate 9, but the horses on the inside, there aren't really many realistic chances towards the inner, and I think Pretty Flag should be able to attain a pretty good position relatively easily from gate 9. Red and Blue Candy, if Red and Blue Candy had drawn inside, I might have taken a chance, given the way the international markets are, because obviously Red and Blue Candy's got that 90 rating, which is a bit of an eye-opener in this company. But Pretty Flag, you've got good recent form to go on, a better draw than the principal market rival, and I think Pretty Flag is a pretty solid bet here, because the race, as you guys have said, does tend to fall away quite quickly once we get past the top 2 or 3. And also, some of the other possibly realistic sort of each way chances, they're all drawn quite wide as well. Wadat Always, Tower Car, Slael. So there's going to be 1 or 2 tactical questions for jockeys to get into their heads and get answers for in this contest as they continue to circle. And there in shot is the 17, Puntarel, Mohammed Al Nasser aboard that one. Hasn't been seen for a little while as they Down at the start, that was Sakako we saw. The red and yellow colours there of Juju, horse number 13. There's Alexis Moreno in the red colours for Jimmy Jerkins. Of course, the American trainer who's been out here a little while now, and he's had bits and pieces of success, actually, certainly doing well for someone who's still probably relatively inexperienced as far as the conditions here in Saudi are concerned. Always takes a little while to acclimatise under these circumstances. There is red and blue candy in those red stable colours. Horse number 16 is Slael, who's not totally out of this. Naif Al-Anazi is aboard. I'm still waiting to be given the nod to load up, but you can generally have a good few quid on them once they do start loading, doing it very quickly and efficiently. There's Miss Helen. Mohammed Al-Yami rides that one. Not a prolific jockey here at the moment. Sana Noura. And there is horse number 18, Tahiyati for Jimmy Carrion, winner of one of its 9 starts. There's the 2, Unagi. No wins from 10 starts so far. Khalid Al-Mamoni gets the leg up on that one. Down at the 1600-metre start, you can see the plan of the racecourse here at Riyadh. Of course, lots of international punters will be tuning in 4 weeks' time, as Martin was saying, for the Saudi Cup. I think one or two of the big jockeys that we've talked about as well coming here a little bit later on this afternoon. They're just getting their eye in prior to that big day at the end of February. There's some of the colour-coordinated stable lads who've been doing the business there with their horses in the parade ring. In goes more Ginebra. Horse number 6 is a Bura. It's the mount of Selman Al-Rashid. Bura is in. Next to come forward is Expeditious, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Now going in quickly, I did tell you, Tahiyati to move forward. The 4 to go in is Miss Helen. The 3 is Sana Noura. The 19 horse is Sakaka. Our Shah still to go in. Red and blue candy still out the back. Pretty Flag about to go in as well. Horse 9, stall 9. The 7 is Our Shah. That one goes in, nestles into stall 7 there, the green and white colours. Adel Al Faradi, top jockey here in Saudi, of course. Sahayeb Al Far goes in. The 19 is Sakaka. The 12 is Red and Blue Candy. The 16 is Slael, still to go in as well. 1600 metres, 20 runners here for this non-winners of 2 lifetime race for fillies. Ready it all. They are racing and heading through the early stages. A good start from Red and Blue Candy. Actually, the red colours there with the sheepskin noseband pushes on, and Pretty Flag has got out pretty well as well. So the 2 that are towards the head of the international markets, towards the head of the race in the early stages. Unagi is also prominent. Sana Noura is up the inside rail. One that's trying to cut across is Bojink from the outside. Another one is Not Even Close, who gets into a reasonable good position as well. And it's Bojink that goes on there in the garish headgear to, in second position, Not Even Close. And then pushing on right up the inside there is Unagi in the blue and white colours. They're then followed by Pretty Flag, who's got a nice posse there, the green sleeves in 4th. Then Red and Blue Candy's got a nice position as well, the red colours. Then right up the inside rail is Sana Noura. Back of the field at the moment, Miss Helen, and right at the rear is Sahayeb Al Falah as they start to make the turn here, 800 metres in 49.38 seconds. Not Even Close, the leader, to Unagi up the inside in second. Look at this Pretty Flag making really good headway around the outside. Then we've got Red and Blue Candy, who's just being nudged along. Then after that, towards the inside, the black cap of Sana Noura. The rest have all got a bit of work to do. Starting to make the turn for home. Unagi has now been passed by Not Even Close. But here, taking aim on the outside, is Pretty Flag, who saunters into the lead. Pretty Flag, the leader, to Unagi and Not Even Close. Then Red and Blue Candy, followed then in 5th position by Sana Noura. Nothing much doing from the back and racing deep inside the final furlong and a half here. Look at this Pretty Flag going further and further clear. Pretty Flag by 5 or 6 lengths. Red and Blue Candy has run an honourable race in second, but Pretty Flag has given them a bit of a shellacking here in race number 4. Pretty Flag the winner, to in second position Red and Blue Candy. Tight for third, Unagi's run a good race. I think might just have nabbed that over Tower Car, who got going late maybe for 4th. Pretty Flag got a good posse from gate 9. As I said, there was a bit of deadwood on the inside as far as getting a posse was concerned here, and has done so really easily. Mohammed Al Buhubail aboard this daughter of US Navy flag. Eye-catching breeding, certainly for here on the dirt at Riyadh, and has scored with Red and Blue Candy in second, and Unagi has run a really good race in third. Last time I looked at the international markets was any old price Unagi, and has run a good race there from gate number 2. Any each-way thievery there is to be saluted, and the fourth or so was Tower Cast. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. It looked a race you could narrow down to Pretty Flag and Red and Blue Candy fairly easily, and in the end, Pretty Flag, with some of that more consistent recent form, has done the business. But Red and Blue Candy definitely one to look out for, I think, next time out. But in the end, 7.5 lengths, an easy victory for Pretty Flag, who's now 2 from 3. Mohammed Al Hubail was up in the saddle quite a long way out. An easy victory for horse number 9.
Nine has won the 4th race of the day. Pretty Flag, trained by Tharmar Al-Dehani and ridden perfectly by jockey Mohammed Al Hubail. That's 2 wins on the bounce for the filly. She won last time out at meeting 87 over the same distance, 1,600 meters. She's by US Navy flag, a very, very beautiful looker, so definitely had to be my eye catcher for this race. But Tharmar Al-Dehani is just absolutely flying, no matter what jockey he tends to use, whether it's Ricardo Ferreira, Mohammed Al-Daham or Mohammed Al Hubail. Those are definitely his top 3 jockeys anyway. They always get the job done. So very, very big well done is in order as well to the owner, Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al-Malk Al-Sabah. This filly is rated 77 so far, so she's only had 3 runs here in Saudi Arabia, so definitely going to go up in the rating. And she looks like a really classy filly, so it will be nice to hear from trainer Tharmar Al-Dehani to see where she's going to go next, what her plans are. If they hope she's going to turn it into a cup horse, I think that she absolutely will. This is now 2 wins for her. Her rating's going to go up, so it's only going to go up there for horse number 9, Pretty Flag. I cannot wait to see her and see what she does next. Mohammed Al Hubail is just weighing out there now. Tharmar Al-Dehani is having a quick conversation with him, a debrief, if you will, before Tharmar Al-Dehani goes and signs the paperwork to say that he has indeed won the race. And then we'll get a quick word with him after that to see what he thought of the performance of Pretty Flag, because so congratulations, Tharmar. You must be so happy with that. I know you love Pretty Flag.
Yeah, she's a good filly. Like I told you before, when she won the cup, she was amazing, and today she improved more. I think she's a good filly for the 9.
What's the plan next for her? When are you running her next? Are you going to give her a little bit of a break, or you have a specific race in mind for her?
I don't know if there is a race for the fillies. Maybe she will go, but it depends about the rating, because her rate is 77 when she won. I cannot run her yesterday. Yeah. And now she progressed too much. I think the rate is going up now. When it's going up of 90, she will go for the big race for the fillies.
And do you think she can hold her own? You think she can win a big race like that?
She's good. She's good. She have more. Yeah. Today, if you see the race, she win easy, you know. They closed the way for her, or the jockey, you know, no tea like this. Yeah. And she's traveling very easy, you know.
Yeah. What was the plan that you gave to Mohammed Al Hubail before the race?
I told him just jump easy and travel easy. Don't push hard. Easy until the straight. She's a good filly. Don't worry, trust her. She will do the job.
And one more question before you go off. You have Final Destination today. What do you think of his chances?
He's an amazing horse. I hope he continue the dream, you know.
Yeah.
Because I dream with him since I train him, because I train him here. You know, he's starting with me from the zero. He was no rating, and I hope to continue to the big races with him.
Well, very best of luck to you today, Thamar. I hope we see you again.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well done to Tamer Al Dahani. He gets another winner on the board. Double, certainly in good form on Thursday with his fillies. He's got another filly here in good form, and another filly who I think, Rory, has got to go on to bigger and better things here in Pretty Flag. Yeah,
she's, as I said before, I thought 77 looked pretty lenient for her. This is not obviously a handicap, but she appeared to have the best part of a stone to find with Red and Blue Candy. We weren't entirely sold on that as a concept, and she's proved the point, travelling better than Red and Blue Candy. They were placed in similar positions. You saw Unagi go forward from stall 2 and make a lot of the running. Fair play to her. She's been well beaten in recent starts and is a 55 rated maiden, but she's run the race of her life to finish 3rd. Yeah, Pretty Flag always well positioned, always looking like she was going to be able to get the job done. Bojink from stall 20 had gone forward in the early stages. So just to sum that up again, you also had Not Even Close on debut here for Naif Almondale, ran well for a long way before dropping back. But Pretty Flag always seemed to have the edge over Red and Blue Candy. Red and Blue Candy just came off the bridle and couldn't go forward for a couple of furlongs before staying on past beaten horses late. But as you can see from the pictures, Pretty Flag had 5 lengths on her and bounded away to the line. Red and Blue Candy clearly stays this trip well, and eventually when she found top gear, she stayed on well, but she took about 2 furlongs to find any sort of acceleration at all before staying on past beaten horses. And with the 3rd having a rating of 55, you'd say it was a little bit disappointing from Red and Blue Candy with that rating of 90, which was in this race for a reason, because she wasn't capable of holding her own in better company. And she doesn't have many wins on the board, so she shouldn't be that hard to place, Red and Blue Candy, but she's clearly not living up to that early promise at the moment.
Well, she's certainly not living up to a mark of 90. She touched on the rating of those in behind, 55 for Yanagi back in 3rd place. So where would that put the winner, do you think? I'd be saying probably late 80s?
Yeah, well, you can argue that if you look at how close the 3rd was, Unagi's had 10 runs and she's not beaten that far in 3rd, and the 4th home was Tawaka, who was rated 73. So I think you maybe decide that Tawaka has probably run her race and rate Pretty Flag through that. So I think a rating in the mid 80s is probably what we're looking at. To be honest, unlike the UK where trainers are going, oh, you know, she's only fallen in there. Don't raise her more than a couple of pounds. I think Tamer would love it if the handicapper gave her a rating north of 90. That's what he wants to do to give her more chance of getting into better races. So it's an unusual way of thinking compared to the way we deal with things back home. But handicaps aren't a massive thing here, whereas they tend to make up most of the racing in the UK and Ireland, and people are always looking at getting the most out of your handicap mark. Here you want to get horses into open races, into comp races somewhere down the line, and get the big prizes. So hopefully the handicap will be harsh on her.
Well, it's a really impressive performance. Pretty Flag, well tipped up by the team here, and goes on to win for Tamer Al Dahani. Well done to him and Connections. Well, one more race. This is the hors d'oeuvre before we get on to the main courses. We've got the 3 custodian of the 2 holy mosques, the apprentice race, the race for the local horses, and the Saudi Cup trial as well. That's all to look forward to. A really special day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. We'll move on, though, before we get to those big races, to race 5, and back to John for details of this.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yep, horse number 1 in this local bred horses open contest is Saif Al Tahadi. Abdullah Al Saeed is aboard that one. Horse number 2 is Kayed Al Fursan. That's the man of Ahmed Al Azari. Horse number 3 is Bar Al Shamal. That's the mount of Luis Moreno. Number 4 is Dadan, the man of Ali Al Mutib. Number 5 is Julani, Thurb Al Timyat. Horse number 6 is Tayeb, Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 7 is Deem Al Sahab. Horse number 8 doesn't go. Number 9 is Al Wahif, Asil Al Sahani. Horse number 10 is Shibul Gayati, Fala Al Dahasi. And horse number 11 is Moktahem, Tariq Al Mansour. Horse number 12 is Al Muthir, that's the mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 13 is Dina Alelnia, the mount of Khaled Al Mamoni. Horse number 14 is Al Moatazar, Abdullah Alofi. Number 15 is Najm Gaith. Number 16 is Saoud, Camilo Ospina, eye-catching jockey booking. Horse number 17 is La Shawar, Mohammed Al Yami. And horse number 18 is Jcsa, that's the mount of Adel Al Faradi. Horse number 19 is Ackerman for Osama Al Sharani. So those are the runners and riders for this fifth race on the card, as we can head back up to Rory and Martin as they make their way into the parade ring.
Yeah, thank you, John. Moving on to the main part of the action, then heading towards those custodians of the two holy mosques. But first off, this local bred open for 4-year-olds and older. This open to both fillies and colts over the 1,600 metres. We could knock out a few of these on the official ratings. The top of those the race card here, 1 through 7, all look to have a little bit to find. So maybe just start off, Rory, with the 9, Al Wahif, who's got quite a lofty rating by comparison to some of these.
Yes, and looks a pretty obvious one here, Al Wahif. A winner in non-winners of 4 company in Taif back in meeting 42, and then go back to winning ways when beating, when winning a 7 furlong open last time out, when beating Alta Wahidi by 2 1/4 lengths. I had her listed as shortlist after that. I found it very difficult to make many positive comments about others in the field. Aish Najran, number 8, would have had a chance, but she's a non-runner. And as you said, the first 7 there are all rated 66 or lower. And with the top rated here rated 94, you'd like to think that something in the 60s isn't going to be winning it. But there are holes in most of the major contenders as well, so there is the possibility of a shock here.
Well, Al Wahif, the 9, is 5 from 14, won 3 from 8 this year. Was over the 1,400 last time, but has been... It's almost like they're struggling with the trip for this horse. They've tried it all the way up to 2,400 metres in the Crown Prince Cup as well.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you get an opportunity of getting in a cup race, you go for it whether the trip is right or not. So I would tend to ignore that. He's very consistent. He's won for today's jockey. I think Alex Moreno won on him last time out, but Asil Al Sarhani was successful the last time he rode him as well.
OK, that is Al Wahif. The international market very much in the favour of the 12. Al Muthir. Is that also the selection of Shamila?
I will be going with horse number 9, Al Wahif, ridden by Asil Al Sahani for this race. Very impressive last time out at meeting at 89, third the time before that. Ultra consistent type 6-year-old colt by a official visit. Really nice looking horse. Definitely my paddock parade ring selection of this race. And the racing is just only going to keep getting better and better. So it was quite tough for me to choose a horse just based on looks in this race, because a lot of them look quite nice, but I will be sticking with horse number 9, Al Wahif. A dark horse for me that I thought looked quite well. I don't know if he's going to stun us today, but definitely a good looker is horse number 3, Bahar Al Shamal. Debut run this season, so will be interesting to see what he does, but he is looking good as well. Only one paddock negative for this race. It's horse number 7, Deem Al Shabab, just not looking totally happy in himself, looking to carry a little bit too much condition for my liking.
So another positive then for horse number 9, Al Wahif from Shamila. We've touched on that horse. Scratch out the next couple down there. Got to be hard to fancy. We'll move down to the international favourite, Roy, which is horse number 12, Al Muthir.
Yeah, sorry. I think we'll just touch on Motakem at the bottom there. He's got a rating of 83, so he deserves a mention. People wonder why we have skipped over him, but he's only raced once in the last 4 years. And that one run saw him finish last of 20. So there's a bit of a question mark about whether he's capable of the good form he was capable of 2 years ago. But he needs to be mentioned just because of that rating.
And he is very unfancied on the international markets as well. So we do move down to the 12, Al Muthir.
Yes, Al Muthir was third in the 0 to 90 International Jockeys Challenge here 11 months ago at the big meeting. Is a dual 1 mile open winner in Taif. Comes here off a break but is clearly capable of decent form in his day. So if he's fit enough to run, and you'd hope he would be, he's a 7-time winner in his career. He clearly is one of two really that stand out.
Okay, he's his first run for quite some while. You are taking that fitness on trust, though. You
are, yes. Again, when we were questioning fitness of horses yesterday, we had a couple who were successful off a very, very similar break to the one that Al Muthir has here today.
Number 13 is Dina Alenya, who has had 1 win from 11 starts. That was a local bred maiden race back at meeting 64 here.
Yeah, won that maiden off a poor performance. Seemed to come a little bit out of the blue for Dinar Alanya, and has reverted to type since in tougher races. He's been 17th, 15th and 12th.
Number 14 has had just the 1 win in 25 starts, and that was a win way back in 2020. Hasn't won for a while.
Yeah, that's a very long losing run for Al Mu'tazer. He's been running okay. Last time out he was 3 3/4 lengths 6 to Min Al Shakrin in a course and distance open. A repetition of that would probably see him finish in the 4, but his poor win record means you'd tend to side elsewhere.
Number 15 is Najem Gayat. Not a lot in the form book here, Rory. Can you tell us anything about him?
No, he seems to be a newcomer to me. He's a half-brother to a 4-time local winner called Dalul, but the fact that we haven't seen him at all until the age of 5 is an obvious concern.
Number 16 is Sahud, a course and distance winner. His only win to date came here over the course of distance in January of last year.
Yeah, he's got a couple of fair efforts this season. Second in a 6 furlong, not to 75. In meeting 71. It was a length behind Al Mu'tazer when 7th to Min Al Shakrin last time out. Al Mu'tazer might just have the edge again, but neither of these. This one's 1 from 24. Al Mu'tazer's 1 from 25. They'll be looking to pick up the pieces in terms of places.
Well, 13 from 67 is the horse down the bottom, number 18, Jcsa, who has got the top rating here, but the trip's a big issue.
It's a massive issue. This is a good horse, Jcsa, but he's fundamentally a 6 furlong horse. He's won 13 times in his career. 4 of those have been at 7 furlongs, but 9 of them have been at 6 furlongs, and none of them have been at a mile. So stretching out today, and while he's got the speed to take these along if he wants to, whether he's got the stamina to hold on is open to debate. And it's not like he's a young horse with the prospect of staying further. He's an 8-year-old. He's had 67 starts. It'd be bizarre if he started staying a mile now.
And a quick word on 19 Ackerman, not from 5.
His best effort to date was from 3rd in a 7 furlong maiden at Taif. That was in 2021, and we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, long absence to overcome for Ackerman. So the international market, let's see what that is telling us about this next here at King Abdulaziz. And it's Al Muthir, almost been joined at the top of the market by Al Wahif. Al Wahif really strong in the market, nearly the new international favourite. We then have the sprinter, if you like, Yatasha, who's in there in behind those. They're the 3 big fancies in the international market. And since we've been talking, Rory, the favourites have nearly flip-flopped, the money really, or the support really coming for number 9.
Yeah, that's not a massive surprise. Al Wahib is slightly higher rated in the first place, and he's got fitness on his side, and he comes here off the back of an excellent run. So I'd have put him in as favourite, and I'm not surprised that the front pair have flip-flopped.
Well, he's my pick. Is Shamila's pick your pick as well?
Yeah, he's my pick. Also, didn't even mention there, he's at level weights with Al Muthir, so it's not a case of weight being conceded, which is worth bearing in mind in these races. So everything seems in his favour. Let's hope he can do the business for us all.
Let's hope so. Then they're down at the start, circling behind the stalls. All of us here, John, rowing in with the 9. Are you with us or against us?
Well, it's a bit of a repetition of history. I was with you in the previous race, and it was a pretty shrewd move to follow you very clever people in, and I'm going to do the same thing here with Al Wahif, Asil Al Sahani. Yeah, I was a bit surprised when I saw the international betting for this race. Obviously, Al Muthir is useful, but hasn't been seen for a little while, and Al Wahif has been pretty consistent. Again, we go on about it, but it's still just that little bit of a marginal gain. Al Wahif stalled 9, Al Muthir stalled 12, so Al Wahif should be able to get to the rail fairly quickly. And again, there's not much in the way of legitimate chances towards the inside. That doesn't mean to say that won't still cause problems, but I think Al Wahif, Asil Al Sahani should be able to chart a course with this one. And yeah, we've done quite well so far, finding you the winners as a sort of collective. So let's hope something similar can happen here. The last 4 or 5 still to load up, a bit more than that. The 4 to come forward here is Dadan. The 2 is Kayed Al-Fursan, still to come forward as well. The 18 is Jcsa. The 12 will be Al Muthia. 16 horses still at the back as well, Saoud. And the 6 is still to go in as well, Tayeb. But yeah, great to see so many countries now involved watching the outputs and indeed wagering. And the market's been some pretty good guides as far as the markets has been concerned thus far. And I think you're going to be not doing too badly here as far as those flip-flopping favourites are concerned. Flip-flopping favourites like Saturday afternoons of old. They're nearly ready. 1600. Gates back and away they go. Very slowly away with Sehef Al Tahadi, has missed a hole, lost a whole lot of lengths at the start. Another very slow starter was Dinar Al Anaya. So 1 or 2 sloppy beginnings. Good early speed comes from Mokhtahem. That's showing up well in the early stages. Tayeb is also prominent, green and white colours there. Towards the inside, Dadan in the cross-belted jacket. Another one in green colours there with a green cap is prominent. Just in behind them is Julani as they make their way through the early stages of this contest. Looking for Al Wahif. Well, that one is now making a bit of headway into around about 4th position at the moment. And Al Muthia, the 12, seems to be covering every move. So they make their way down towards the end of the back straight. And on the near side in front is Mokhtahem, who leads in the hands of Tariq Al Mansour. So in 2nd position, Dadan in the cross belts up the inside. Then towards the outer in 3rd is Al Wahif, who's now making good headway in the green with the white braces there. Also still prominent in the run is Tayeb, right round the outside now, trying to make a bit of headway. Is Jcsa, who's getting into this as well from a very, very wide gate as they start to make the swing for home. And it's Motakem who leads them. Here now comes Al Wahif moving into a pretty good position round the outside, being asked a question or two. The 18, Jcsa, looks the danger down the centre of the track now. Staying on is Al Mu'tazer from the back as well. But as they go towards the closing stages, out in front is Al Wahif by a length and a half or so, but still staying very well is Jcsa. These two have now paired off, Al Wahif and Jcsa. Al Wahif just, Jcsa though hasn't gone away and continues to close, but Al Wahif finding a bit more out in front, and it's Al Wahif by 3/4 by 1. Al Wahif the winner, Jcsa in 2nd. 3rd horse home was Al Mu'tazer, who got going late but then just flattened in the latter stages, and will confirm 4th in a moment. Al Wahif, 1 minute 40.27 seconds. Once again, it was either safety in numbers or a confederacy of idiots, but safety in numbers has definitely won the day here, as it did in the previous race. We all had a look at this race and thought that Al Wahif was maybe the wrong price if you're looking at this race internationally, and that's kind of how it worked out in the end. The Shrewdies came, and the Shrewdies were right. Jcsa ran a really good race actually from stall 18, come via the Red Sea there in 2nd, and Al Mu'tazer has finished in 3rd. But it's Al Wahif who scored, had that nice draw, got a good position. Well, not a brilliant position, was a little bit wide himself, but he wasn't as wide as a principal rival in the closing stages, Jcsa. And in the end, Al Muthia's run a fairly insipid race, just not really done much in the closing stages. Al Wahif, though, has found plenty when required. It looked that the 18, Jcsa, was just coming to maybe catch Al Wahif in the closing stages, but there was a bit more under the bonnet from that one. Jcsa ran a good race in 2nd, and in the end they paired off from the rest. Al Wahif wins race number 5. Stay tuned though, because the first of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Cups comes up next. It's for the apprentice jockeys. Right now though, it's back to the studio.
The international market spoke very favourably of horse number 9, Al Wahif, in our 5th race of the afternoon here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And he goes on to win a 6th career win for this horse. And he makes it 4 from 9 for the year. He sees off a horse who was a doubtful stayer in the closing stages, but a nice performance. So the winner was the 9, second home was the 18, and third home was number 14. There was lots of positive mentions for Al Wahif. We all went in with Al Wahif beforehand, Rory, and he duly obliges here. He was arguably the form horse coming into this.
Yeah, he was certainly the horse with solid recent form at track and trip as well. And obviously, you know, there were horses with similar sort of ratings. Al Mathir on 90 and Jcsa on 94, but one had fitness concerns, one had trip concerns. In fairness to Jcsa, he looked a massive danger for a long time. Looked like he was coming with a winning run, but bearing in mind that he's never won at the trip before, you always thought that he might just flatten out late on. And thankfully for those who sided with Al Wahif, and sadly for those who sided with Jcsa, his stamina did just drain away in that last 50 metres or so.
Still a credible effort. Let's take it back to the start. The only pace coming then from Dan went on. We had Tayyab also going forwards, along with
Motakem has shown a lot of speed for a long way in this race. Obviously, was a decent horse a couple of years ago, but has clearly had issues since. But he showed a lot of his old dash for much of the way. Got across from stall 11 to make much of the early running. A couple of other outsiders up there as well, as you mentioned, Tayyab and Dadan. Flashed early speed but couldn't sustain it, and you could soon see that Al Wahif in those green and white colours was nicely placed just behind the leading group. On his outside, Jcsa moved up fairly quickly from stall 20, despite maybe didn't get the very best of breaks, but he moved up reasonably quickly to get a good position, and he travelled very strongly into it. If anything, he travelled a little bit better than Al Wahif, but those who supported Al Wahif were always hopeful that that a lack of stamina was going to find him out in the latter stages.
Still a commendable effort though over there.
Yeah, it was absolutely a very good effort. It shows that he's in good form, and when they drop him back to 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs next time out, you'd happily be with him. Is that Saif Al Hadi running a half decent? No, it's not. It's Al Motazer, who doesn't win races but is often placed. Again, has done fairly good late work to get into a place, but the front two have then pulled a little bit away in the last furlong or so. There were no great shocks in the race. The two horses we thought would dominate have done so, and the relative outsider we thought would run a decent race has run on to third. So it's nice to. These might not be the strongest races you'll ever see, but they're a little bit more predictable than the really competitive ones we'll see later on. So we should enjoy that while it lasts.
You can strike a few of them out. The 12, Al Mathir, was the early international pick. He's run no sort of race at all and was eased off in the end. He was up there early.
Yeah, you can see him in the white noseband there in about 3rd or 4th place in the early stages. But again, with very good horses, sometimes they're deliberately given a break until January, with a view to building them up to the really big races, and sometimes if they're a little bit lower rated and they've been off the track since February last year, there's a physical reason for that, and you saw that with Al Mathir, who just begins to back out of things as they come into the turn here, and is not given a hard time by Alex Moreno afterwards. As I said before the last race, I'm hopeful that Alex will actually get himself a winner at some stage this evening, because he's had a couple of very forgettable rides here. A horse who had a big chance on paper who clearly wasn't physically capable of doing what he could, and a horse who got absolutely no luck in the run in our previous race. When Alex gets a bit of bad luck and goes through a card without a winner, you don't want to be the one tasked with interviewing him afterwards.
And you can see the green colours of the noseband right at the back of the field. They almost eased down in the closing stage. He just ran no race whatsoever. So we're approaching halfway here at King Abdulaziz this Saturday. It's the custodian of the 2 holy mosques Saturday, a really special day here in Saudi Arabia. And John, the first of the custodian races comes next.
Certainly does. Many thanks, Martin. Yep, we can take a look at the runners and riders now as the festivities continue in the background here at Riyadh. Horse number 1 is Aramar. Ayad Al-Turisi is aboard Aramar. Filly by Premium Tap on start 23. Horse number 2 is Newton Rahid Al Fayroz. Horse number 3 is Aja Bathom. Hamza Saad is aboard that one. Segar is the 4 horse, Mohammed Al Hubail. Number 5 is Najabat Al Aiz, Mohammed Al Shurima. Number 6 is Hathaf, the man of Mohammed Al Yami. Number 7 is Mikdam Al Aiz, Tariq Al Hassan. Horse number 8 is Taj Al Elia, Khalid Al Mimoni. International favourite Taj Al Elia. Moving on, horse number 9 is Sahuk. That's the mount of Sultan Al Mimoni. Horse number 10 is Abu Sheikar, Tariq Al Mansour. Your horse number 11 is Yesabek Al Ri, Omar Maki. Horse number 12 is Al Jamani, Mohammed Al Nasser. Number 13 is Had Al Gamam, Nawef Al Mudiani. And horse number 14 is Modher, the man of Muhaned Al Sharami. Hearing news that horse number 1 has just this minute been scratched. Number 1, Arama, will not be running. So bear that in mind. We are now down to a field of 13 for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cups for apprentice, apprentice and 4-year-olds and upwards. And the horses are making their way into the parade ring now. And we'll get across back to Martin and to Rory.
Yeah, the excitement really building here ahead of these 3 races. Of course, the Saudi Cup qualifier to come with the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques itself later on. We've got the local bred horses version, and we kick off with the apprentice version as well. This race over 2,000 metres, as we heard from John, number 1 was a late scratching, leaves a field of 13 to go to post, and quite hard to fancy the top 2 on the race card there, Rory, behind the number 1.
So that takes us down to Sega. As the first of the ones you can give a decent chance to, was beaten 12.5 lengths when second to Bajira, and of course in distance non-winners of 4-2 starts back, but Bajira is a pretty smart sort. And then she won a 0-75 handicap over this course and distance by 7 lengths from full marks, at 10.5 lengths back to the third. So that seemed to be quite a big step forward for her. She's very lightly raced for her age, but the handicapper has bumped her up to a rating of 92 in the back of that wide margin effort last time out, and you have to respect her chances.
And she's funny for a 6-year-old. She's almost showing her best form through the season by comparison to recent years.
Yes, I'm not sure what her issues have been in the past, but she's been so lightly raced that she's clearly had a problem or two. She's obviously coming back off a break here with her last run being in meeting 43.
And this is a special day for the apprentice jockeys taking place in this race there. Lining up here for the pre-race photograph before riding in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. And on the international markets, number 8 is the really warm favourite here. And that's Khalid Al Mamoni, who will ride. He's got to be there in the black cap just to the left of screen there with the red sleeves and the green and the white colours. He's on board the 8 horse here. So the jockeys posing for their photographs. We go back to the runners and riders. And fair to say a lot of these jockeys we are used to seeing here in Saudi Arabia. But number 5 is Najabet Al Az, who's 10 wins from 35 starts. A 6-year-old who was in local Group 2 company last time out.
Yeah, wasn't at all disgraced. Was fifth in the course and distance Board of Directors Cup, and also has run in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup in Group 2 company recently. Possibly more interesting for this 6-year-old mare is she won this race last year. So I'd have thought that her campaign might have been at least partially geared around that, and she is probably going to be my selection in the race.
Okay, that's interesting. Back-to-back wins then maybe for her. 6 and 7, Rory, hard to fancy?
Yeah, rated 77 and 72. I mean, Hataf isn't a bad sort, but again, the top 4 ratings here, 101, 98, 94, 93, give you an idea of what you'll need to do, and horses rated in the 70s are just here for the day out, I'd have thought.
Taj Al is number 8, 5 wins from 12 starts. Khalid Al Mamoni on board. This horse, the international favourite.
Yes, and with a justified rating of 101 as well. 5 from 12 in his career, and looked better than ever when beating Yatarez in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup over this course and distance last time out. I've got no issue with this horse being favourite. He certainly deserves to be. I'm just looking for a little bit of sneaky value elsewhere.
Okay, number 9 is Sahuk. Sole win for this horse coming over 2,000 metres at Taif back in 2021.
Yeah, and was off for quite a long time before finishing an 11 3/4 length 9th in a course and distance open won by Athdal 2 weeks ago. 2-year gap before his previous race. Actually, it might even be just 1 week ago for Sahuk. So he's having a second run in a week after a 2-year absence. That sort of spells bounce to me.
Okay. The one I really like is the second best on the international market. It's number 10, one of 3 of the last 5. How about Shakar? Can you give me plenty of encouragement here, Oren?
Yeah, I mean, Abu Sheikh has been running really well. Ran into Taj Al Lelia and the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. But has won a course and distance open last time out, getting right back to his best form, winning that race by 5 1/4 lengths. With Al Jamani was 5 1/4 lengths behind him in third, I should say. That's a significant a bit of form. And Abu Sheikha coming here in really good form, has a time of 2:06.64 for the course and distance. Was actually better than Taj Al Lelia has managed. Those aren't absolute guides, but times here are a little bit more reliable than times on different tracks in the UK.
We then can skip the 11 a little bit to find all the ratings rated just 60, which just brings us down to number 12, Al-Jamani, who is 6 from 30 and a winner 2 back over 1,600.
Yeah, another one who was behind in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup, only 9th there, but has won 2-mile opens since and was 5 1/4 lengths third to Abu Sheikha over this course and distance last time out. And that gives you a fair idea of where he stands here.
Well, the lights are on, the sun is setting here at King Abdulaziz. We're ready for the first of the custodian races, and we can get more on this back in the paddock with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. Not only are the floodlights gone on, but the sun has dipped and it's become quite chilly out here in the parade ring. This is my paddock selection for race number 6, the first of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Cups. This race is for apprentice jockeys. This is horse number 4, Cigar, trained by Lucas Gaitan, ridden by Mohammed Al Hubail. Lucas Gaitan loves Mohammed Al Hubail. Of course, even when I was down with them on Monday doing the stable tour, he was singing Mohammed Al Hubail's praises. He said he is a fantastic apprentice jockey and he loves using him. So I think they are a really good pair. Mohammed Al Hubail has already had a winner today on board Pretty Flag for Thamar Dehani in our previous race. So he's already had a winner. He's definitely one to keep your eye on for sure. I also really like the look of horse number 10, Abu Sheikha for Tariq Al Mansour. Yet again, another fantastic jockey. This race is for apprentice jockeys. So I will give you ones to keep your eye on. It's Mohammed Al Hubail, Turkey, it's Eid Al Turisi, Tariq Al Mansour, Khalid Al Mamoni. Those are my top 4. And of course, Nawaf Al Mudahani, who won for Jimmy Jerkins just yesterday, punching their ticket on the way to Saudi Cup night as well. So definitely all of those apprentices are very, very strong. You cannot overlook any of them. But I will be sticking and pinning my hopes on horse number 4, Cigar.
Cigar, who was in a course of distance handicap last time out. The last couple of runs, Rory Reid's okay. We're touching as well. This horse has probably been having the best season the best season of her career, really.
Yeah, she's coming here in very good form, and it's interesting that she's also caught Shamila's eye. She's got a little bit to find with the top pair. Taj Al Lelia is rated 101. Abu Sheikha, as we said, 98. Sega does get a 2 kilo fillies allowance, so you can add 4 pounds onto her rating if you like, which will bring her up to 96. And that shows that if the handicapper is right about the value of her win last time out. Obviously, it didn't come here; it came at Taif, and you've got to bear that in mind. But it was massively impressive, and was confirmation of the form that she'd shown in her previous start. If she's here in that form, then she's a player.
And the trainer did have that really tidy winner of the Saudi Derby qualifier yesterday. The 2 that we didn't touch on before we went down to Shamila include number 13. This is a filly who's won 2 from 15. She's gone through 3 seasons without a win, but is 2 from 6 this year.
Yeah, and she stepped up, I thought, when beating Ceylon Silverbird in a not to 85 handicap over 1,800 metres last time out, getting there right on the wire to win by a nose from a filly who improved to win an open race on her next start, and we saw her racing yesterday, just doing a little bit too much on the front end. I thought Had Al Gaman deserves to be a little higher in the ratings than 83, but she's in a race where she needs to be at least 10 points higher than 83 to be winning it, so she'll be doing well to make the frame.
And both those wins, Rory, have come over 1,800. This is 2,000 today for her.
She should be fine. She was really strong at the finish last time out, getting up on the wire, having had a few lengths to make up in the straight.
And a word on number 14, Modder, who's been in good form, a win and 2 places from the last 3 starts.
Yeah, very consistent. Been in the money in his last 4 starts. Modder, 2.25 lengths, second to Adal, and of course in distance meeting last time out. Was a winner over a mile and a half, going back to meeting 78. So stamina not an issue for him. But with a rating of 82, he needs to find another career best to be winning this race.
Well, the international favourite, as we touched on, is horse number 8. Very well supported. The 10, Abo Shaker, is closing in on favouritism behind that one. Al Jamani is then in behind that from Najbat Al Ayes, and Sigar, the selection of Shamila, is next best. Then we get much bigger prices for the remainder of the field. So heading to post for the first of the custodian races, the local bred horses race to come on the back of this, and then the main custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques coming up here as race 8, a race won last year by Scotland Yard by a very, very wide margin before he got beat down the field by Panthalassa in the Saudi Cup. The Saudi Cup, by the way, 4 weeks away today, the 24th of February, and the International Jockeys Challenge race is taking place the day before on the 23rd. And still 2 more meetings, 2 more weeks of meetings to come here at Riyadh before that. So we race here again Thursday, Friday and Saturday next week, and again Thursday, Friday and Saturday the week after. So let's take it a bit of form then for our 6th race of the day. We can have a look at the first insert. This is horse number 8, Taj Al-Layar, who we can see finishing second here last time up.
Yeah, I think we're seeing his...
the win, sorry, beg your pardon,
last
the win.
time up. He just pulled to the outside in the straight, and he's pretty strong when getting the better of Yatarez in the white stable colours in second place. This was in a good contest. It was in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup over this course and distance. Being closed down a little bit by a few in behind there, and the front 7 or 8 aren't covered by that much, but it was still a very impressive performance. He's got a rating of 101. He's going to be hard to beat. This is Abo Shaker, the taking looking grey. He was behind Taj Al-Layar in that contest, but he's flourished since winning 2 of 3. This is his most recent performance in a course and distance open, where he clears away to win by about 2 3/4 lengths. The horse in second at this stage is Al Jamani. Al Jamani ends up drifting back to third in the end, 5 1/4 lengths behind Abo Shaker, and Al Jamani himself had won 2 of his last 3 starts, having also been behind Taj Al-Layar in the previous piece of footage that we saw in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup. So the 3 of them tie very closely together, but you can see who comes out on top essentially.
And Abo Shaker, on the back of that defeat with the form line that runs in with those 2, does seem to have really kicked on again.
Yes, he does. I mean, he was disappointing in that Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup, but he'd won prior to that, and he's won 2 of his 3 since and finished second in the other. So he seems to be going from strength to strength at the moment. And this isn't, although there's a strength among the top 3 or 4 in the betting here, it's unlike a lot of cup races where there's real strength among the top 10 or 12, and it can be a bit of a culture shock to horses stepping up in class. He should be able to hold his position here and give his running as a result. And yeah, I certainly wouldn't put anyone off supporting him.
Well, Shamila with the 4, Shigar. Rory, your selection as they head down to the post?
I have sided with Najabat Al Ayes, hoping that she can step up in recent efforts and repeat her win in this race last year.
Okay, that's the 5 for Rory, the 4 for Shamila, and I'll go the 10, Abo Shaker, who looks really a progressive horse. As we saw in that bit of form there, really came clear for a tidy win last time out, and has won 3 of his last 5, arguably really below form when beaten here at meeting number 68. So there we can see the overhead shots as the lights have come on. It's getting dark here in Riyadh, but the atmosphere really building for these custodian races. The Saudi Cup qualifier to come. But first off, John, it's the turn of the apprentices in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques.
Yeah, looking forward to this and indeed all the three races. Interestingly, I'm going to go with the favourite here, Taj Al-Elia. So we've been unanimous in the last couple of races, but we're splitting up. After two very good albums together, we've decided that the third can't be done, and we're all going to go off and go our own separate ways. And for me, Taj Al-Elia here, it was an eye-catchingly good run over that 2,000 metres last time, stepping up to the trip, and will sit, I think, around about mid-division, maybe slightly more prominent at mid-division. Won't lead, though, but I think will come home well. So Taj Al-Elia for me. Khalid Al-Mamoni, one of the more experienced apprentice jockeys here, will do a pretty good job. So that's the way I see it. The horses are going to be loading up quite shortly. They've made their way behind the starting stalls down at the 2,000 metre start. That involves basically running the length of the back straight. So plenty of time for supposedly badly drawn horses to get a position. But I don't think it'll really bother Taj Al-Elia. I think the main issue with Taj Al-Elia is where this one's going to settle up vis-a-vis the pace here as they start putting them in. Sahuk goes in. Green colours of Hathaf still to come forward. Next to go in is Abu Sheikha. Taj Al-Elia to move forward as well. That's horse number 8. The 3 is Ajabathom for Hamza Saad. In goes Ajabathom, quite a big outsider. Hamza Saad, as I say, aboard that one. The green, yellow and black colours of Al Jamani. Horse number 4 is Segar. So the 4 to move forward, Segar. 14 to come in as well, Modher. Leaving us with Newton still to move forward. Stall 2 for that one, which is now effectively stall 1. Still waiting for horse number 11, Yazabek Al-Ri. 2 wins from 25 starts for that one. There's the 5, Najabat Al-Aiz. And the black cap there, of course, 2 in the same ownership. Al Jamani, the other one. The 11 to go in, though, is Yazabek Al-Ri. White to distinguishing cap for Al Jamani. Both owned by Majid Mahal Al-Bugami. This is Najabat Al-Aiz to go in. The 11 is Yazabek Al-Ri. And we're just left with the 13, Had Al-Gamam. Those red and black colours. 13 in all got a post in the absence of the 1. In goes Had Al-Gamam. All installed. 1 or 2 jockeys shouting. But they're off and racing now, away for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Cups for apprentice jockeys, and rather slowly away was Sahuk. Lost plenty of lengths at the start as they make their way through the early stages. Abu Sheikha is one of the early leaders. Also there in a prominent position early is Segar, as indeed is Taj Al-Elia. That one pushes forward into a prominent posse too. White distinguishing cap of Al-Jamani, I should say, towards the outside, and then even further out is Modher. But like I said before, there's plenty of time to take up a posse here. Towards the rear of the field, Ajabathom is just about the back marker now. Also towards the back is the slow starting Sahuk, and another one that's got quite a few in front and not many behind is Newton, as they sort themselves out and head on through the first 400 metres or so. And towards the outside, it's Abu Sheikha that leads them to, in second position, Taj Al-Elia, who's travelling really quite strongly, taking a bit of a hold actually. Towards the inside now, Segar is just about going on to lead them. So it's Segar that leads. Hathaf is also prominent there in that rather bright green jacket. Abu Sheikha makes a line of 3. Interesting that Taj Al-Elia has just been taken back now in 4th and just being driven along as well. Up the inside, Newton's making a little bit of headway. So too is Najabat Al-Aiz in the black cap there, distinguishing white cap of Al Jamani. Field trailing back to the likes of Mikdam Al-Aiz, who's struggling. Also towards the back, Had Al-Gamam, starting to make the turn for home, and it's the orange colours of Abu Sheikha that's just about the leader. Burrowing through on the inside is Segar, and not giving up the rail too easily. Then in third, Hataf, who's now being driven along. Not a huge amount from Taj Al-Elia, who's trying to stay on but not finding a great deal. Al-Jamani turns wide, as indeed does owner mate Najabat Alays. Down the lane they come. Final 2 furlongs and inside them now. And it's Abu Sheikar the Grey who's hit the front. Here comes Najabat Alays down the centre of the track though, making up ground hand over fist. And Al-Jamani's not out of this either. And neither too is Taj Al-Elia, who's getting going late as well. But they've still all got to get to this leader. It's Abu Sheikar who's leading as they get to the wire. The margin is diminishing, but Abu Sheikar's going to get in the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup for apprentice riders, and has won in the end by a margin that was getting shorter as they got to the line, but a margin that was decisive nonetheless. Abu Sheikar has won. Martin Kelly was on 2 minutes and 7.97 seconds. The 2 Al-Bagami horses have both run well there, Najabat Alays and Al-Jamani, but Abu Sheikar, was always prominent in the run, was clearly getting a bit tired in the closing stages, but the early damage had been done and has burnt them all off there. Abu Sheikar, the winner. Najabat Alays in second, beaten 3/4 of a length. A further 3/4 of a length back to Al-Jamani, who finished in third. And Taj Al-Elia, who started well, then went back through the field and then looked a bit of a busted flush, has battled on okay to finish in fourth, but in the end only fourth. And they were well clear of Segar, who, tried to stick on up the rail, but ultimately was a little bit outclassed in the closing stages. But Abu Sheikar has scored. Tariq Al-Mansour, this horse had won 5 from 15 prior to the day, well, is now the proud owner of a CV which says 6 wins from 16 starts. A pretty progressive horse here in Saudi, Abu Sheikar. 5 years old, but not many miles on the clock, and there might still be a good bit more to come from Abu Sheikar, who's won the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cups for apprentice jockeys. Well done to all concerned, and especially, of course, Tariq Al-Mansour. A great win for the young jockey, and plenty of very happy connections in the parade ring afterwards as well.
Well, a big day for Tariq Al-Mansour as Abu Sheikar goes on to win the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. Abu Sheikar, who has been in great form coming to this. The one form dip was that run 4 starts back, but now takes his career record of late to 4 wins from his last 6 starts and holds on from last year's winner, Najbat Al-Az, with finishing back in 3rd place, Al-Jamani. But there's the winning jockey, saluting the crowd after winning the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques for apprentice jockeys. He hit the front turning in, Rory. He was looking to his left ever so slightly, had his head to one side. He didn't look to be doing anything particularly quickly, but has managed to hold on.
No, but for all he carried himself slightly awkwardly. This is now 6 wins from 16 starts in his career, so he certainly knows how to win. I did think that my selection, Najabat Alays, who was a bit behind in the early stages, was going to come with a sweeping run through the field to get to the front, but she could never quite get on terms with Abu Sheikar, who's clung on gamely to win. And as we heard John Bland say, the Majid Al-Bagami horses finished 2nd and 3rd, with Najabat Alays in the first colours, coming out just in front of Al-Jamani, who's run another cracker in 3rd place.
As you say, this horse has won 6 of 16, but 4 of those wins have been in his last 6 starts, so he's really taken off of late.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's a 5-year-old, but he's got a fair bit of size about him, and it's clearly taken him time to find the strength to fill his frame. And he's still almost call him a little bit green in front there, but he's had 16 starts now, so you'd like to think he's getting the hang of racing.
Just seems to look away from the whip a little bit in the closing stages, doesn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't caused significant interference though, so there's no real concern about that. But yes, he's just a little bit ungainly off the bridle, but I think that's more about his size rather than his attitude, isn't it? Well,
Chihuk was one of those really slow way towards the back of the field. The eventual winner, Abo Shaker, was always handy in the early stages. Also up there from an early position was the 8 and also the 4 as well. Sagar had a good early pitch, but the winner sat with the horse who was arguably the favourite on the international markets, the 8 early on, and being joined up the inside by 2 more.
He's won a strange race, Taj Al-Lelia. He's throwing his head around a little bit at this stage and bearing out towards the eventual winner, Abo Shaker. He's then sort of taken back on the field. I think Khalid Al-Mamoni might have let him get shuffled back so that he might try to get him settled better. He's then, as often happens in that sort of scenario, come off the bridle and not been able to find a bit for a couple of furlongs before staying on again late in the day to finish a close 4th. But it was a slightly upside down race that he's run, and he's still not really helping his jockey at this stage. One of the more experienced apprentices in the race, Khalid Al-Mamoni. But you see at this stage there's 3 of them going for it up front. The outsider in the middle, Hataf. Sega's run a cracker. Maybe just needed this run after a lengthy break, having last been seen towards the end of the Taif season, but she's run well for a very long way, and then just backed. Well, she didn't back out of it entirely. She finished 4th in the end. But Abo Shaker has taken the lead at this stage and is pretty strong from here, even though he's carrying his head slightly awkwardly. You see the closers now coming up, and the pair of them in the Al-Bugami colours on the outside coming through. Najabat Alays is the one in the middle with the black cap, and on the outside of her is Al-Jamani, who also runs very well. And you see that Taj Al-Lelia does begin to close the leaders down again inside the final furlong, but it wasn't a particularly likeable performance from him, given the very good form he's been showing lately.
And that overhead was good to see just how much the favourite did, or the horse who the eventual winner did wander around. He's probably crossed about 3 lanes late on. He's come quite well across the field.
He has, and obviously, you know, the others in behind him have had to be careful of that. But I don't think he's actually caused anyone any great interference. But he was wayward, and that's something he needs to watch in the future. But otherwise, he's very much going in the right direction.
And he was lucky the challenge was becoming really wide on the field. If they'd been closer up, that could have caused problems.
It could have, yeah. Obviously, where they're coming from, they can see what he's doing, and obviously if you're a jockey in that situation, you're not going to steer into a horse who's wayward in front of you. You're going to try to keep a wide course and stop yourself being checked in your run.
Mohamed Al Shuraiba collects his trophy for finishing 2nd in the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, and the jockey there of the 3rd also collecting his trophy. But a big day for the man on board, the winner, Abo Shaker, Tariq Al Mansour, and his 2 rivals there posing for photographs. And Tariq, a name we do see familiarly on the cards here in Riyadh.
We do, yeah. He's a very talented jockey, Tariq Al Mansour, and he rides his share of winners. Obviously, you know, the big names are getting the majority of the wins here, but guys like Tariq, when he gets an opportunity, shows his worth when he's given the chance.
Well, that brings us to the end of the first of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques races. We've got 2 more of those still to come. The next one for local horses, the big Saudi Cup qualifier to come as well. But Lucas Gaitan had a winner yesterday in the Saudi Derby qualifier. He's an Argentinian making a big name for himself here in Riyadh, and Shamila has been to see him to find out more.
Like a feature. Enjoy the feature.
We'll just take in closing stages once again of our previous race. Before we move on to the two custodians of the two holy mosques, we've got the local bred race to come next. But the main event itself, Rory, our 8th of the evening, does look very, very competitive. You can go through. We've got a huge field assembled. We've got a full field of 20 to go to post, and you could give most of them bits and pieces of chances. And we've got international jockeys coming in. Holly Doyle's here, Mikel Barcelona, Jim Crowler taking on some of the local stars as well.
Yeah, I made a note of the early market on this race, because obviously it will get quite a lot of international interest, and I noticed that there was a real struggle picking a favourite in this race. Wooden Sun made a shock appearance here. He wasn't even meant to be in the original lineup.
He was supplemented in, wasn't he?
He sneaked in as a Reserve and got into the King Saud Cup last time out and beat Derevo, who's got very good form here, by a length and a half. I think he was largely unfancied in that race, but he carried his good British form to a new level. I mean, he was a very good handicapper in the UK last season. Wooden Sun won the Old Newton Cup, one of the most competitive mile and a half handicaps in the calendar, but he'd still been in action in October. I think he'd run at Newcastle in October before being shipped out here. People generally expect that horses having their first run here are going to be on a sort of fact-finding mission, but he was straight in there with a win, and he's clearly well fancied to win again today.
Let's see how that pairs out then in our 8th race. That's just 2 away. The custodian of the local horses is next. In the meantime, we can go and see Shamila with Lucas Gaitan.
So this is Al Wakad. He's unbeaten in 2 starts, and he's your Saudi Derby hopeful.
Yeah, lovely horse since he came from America. Working always great. Alex in Taif was riding him, and he told me he can be a good one, and he didn't miss it. First time out, he beat the 2 horses that were second before. He was unraced, and that day he battled to win. It was a lovely race. And then in his second time out, he won by 6 lengths in 1:39, which probably, if I'm not wrong, the best time for the 3-year-old this season. So great. Now he will go straight to the qualifier. Let's hope he can win, and if not, get a good rating to also get the chance to be in the Derby.
And what's his temperament like at home? How is he training?
Well, you can see right now, very calm, great mind, like the good horses. And I think it's a horse that even next season he will deliver even more.
Al Wakad, who's going to make it 2 from 2, and Al Wakad got wins going away.
And this is your beautiful Italian-bred Arabian, Fine.
Yeah, he's great also. Very easy to train. All the jockeys love to ride him. And well, he'll run, inshallah, in Jcsa Cup. I think his ideal distance, 7 furlongs. So Alex is very happy. I'm very happy. All the team is very positive with him. So let's hope he can show it on Friday.
And he's racked up quite a few air miles as well. Where has he been all over the world?
Well, he was training before in UK with Mr. Philip Collington. Then he came to Taif. Then back to Riyadh. We went to Qatar. I expected a bit more from him in the Qatar Derby, but he didn't like too much running to the right side. But now he's great.
And through the Pine, you will never see an easier winner than that.
And this is one of your fillies, Jara Athba?
Yeah, she's a lovely filly. She was second in Group 2 in France as a maiden. She came here a couple of months ago. First time out here, she broke her maiden by a couple of lengths. Very easy that day. And then she was second, a bit unlucky that day. But well, also now she goes Jcsa Cup. So she will go with Fu, probably. So we expect the best for her. She's a nice filly. She has natural speed, very easy to train also. And we expect the best for Friday.
Jara Athba will provide Alexis Marino with a double on the card. Won it by miles.
And tell me about this pretty boy.
Well, this is Dergam Athba. Lovely horse, I love him since he came to me. He's always raced great. Last season he was 4th in Kahila Classic in Dubai, probably the best Arab race in Dubai. He was second in Al Dariyah Cup, the Obeya qualifier, by a nose. I always remember this race. And we will try again with him in this qualifier. let's hope we can be in one of the races in Saudi Cup Day. So why? We expect the best for him, and he's a lovely horse.
Jurgen Aspar by 5 lengths. He will reduce the margin, Fakir Dupoy in second. It's going to be doubles all round though for Aspar Racing, Lucas Gaitan and Asil Al Sahari. Jurgen Aspar's an ease-down winner.
And tell me a little bit about the 6-year-old Basul.
Yeah, I love this horse. As I always call him, he's a warrior. He always gives his 100% in every race. Always first, second, third positions. He always against the best horses. And he won Latin America Cup this season, which was great because Alex, our doctor from Venezuela, Alex from Panama, me from Argentina, all from Latin America, was a nice race. The feeling we have in that race with him, and I love this horse. Also, I want to thank every time with him to his Jcsa rider Ali, that understands him more than any other horse, which is great. And we'll see. We will enter for qualifier, and then we will decide what we do with him.
Do you find that sometimes the strongest horses are a little bit more difficult to handle in the stables?
Probably yes. He has a strong character. Well, he's a sprinter. Usually they are like this. But lovely horse. He always delivers in every race. All that he has, his heart out. And as I say, I love him.
Basul is going to wear down Saab Galab, who perhaps did too much too soon. It's Basul, Louis Morales for Lucas Gaitan, who's going to win the Latin America Cup, going away in great style.
Lucas Gaitan improves every single season and is definitely a trainer to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, good stuff there from Shamila, just giving us a little profile of a young man who's definitely going places here in Saudi Arabia, the Argentinian trainer, Lucas Gaitan. Right, this is race number 7. It's the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup. It's for locally bred horses. It's a Grade 1. Ibn Tulun is the first there. Horse number 1, Luis Morales, is aboard. Number 2 is Ay Nabar. That's the mount of Adel Al-Faredi. Number 3 is Izdajar Ahmed Al-Azari. Number 4 is Yazdad Haybar, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 5 is Abo Jana, Fahed Al-Faredi. Horse number 6 is Ilea Doro, in the hands of Camilla Ospina. Then horse number 8 is Tazim, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 9 is Jada El Khair. Victor Gutierrez getting the late leg up on that one. Horse number 10 is Medbas, Asil Al-Sahani. Horse number 11 is Hafi, Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 12 is Jabba Allah, Abdullah Al-Fayruz. Number 13 is Jawa Al-Riyadh, Mohammed Al-Hubail. Number 14 is Al-Nazer, the mount of Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 15 is a non-runner. Number 16 is last start winner December, Wigberto Ramos is aboard that one. Horse number 17, Marsum Al-Neaf, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Number 18 is Adate, Eddie Castro. Number 19 is Theka T, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Horse number 20 is Intergene. That's the mount of Naif Al Nasi. And 21 does run. That's Wakeda. And that's another one in the white stable colours. So it's a bumper field for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup for local horses, Group 1 for local horses. So the horses that, of course, been imported don't qualify, but there have been some pretty good horses from Saudi running around here this season at Riyadh and also at Taif. And this is one of the big days for them. And let's see how they get on in the company of Rory and Martin.
The 2 feature races of the evening, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. This one for the local horses over 1,800 metres.
Yeah, we're getting down to the prelims for race 7 now. Some really interesting horses in here, starting with number 1 Ibn Toulon at the head of the weights. Doesn't win very often, only 1 from 6 in his career, Ibn Toulon, but he's kept very, very good company. He was placed in the King Abdullah Cup last year and in the King Abdulaziz Cup. And in one of those, he actually finished in front of Leila Doro, who's probably the outstanding candidate in this contest. Most recently, he was 2 3/4 lengths second to final destination in the Taif Cup, which was as good as he has done in his career so far. He's been off since, but he comes here fresh, and he's got a fair chance on the ratings.
Well,
next in, oh sorry.
I was going to say they'll still be making the way. They're still in the pre-parade ring, but carry on, Rory.
Yeah, next in is Hayna Baha. She is a big filly who wears her heart on her sleeve. She's been beaten on her last 2 races after making a winning debut, but she's put up very good performances to be second to Leila Doro in the Ministry of Justice Cup back in meeting 77, and then third to Jabba Allah in the Prince Badr bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out, where she only gave way very late in the day. She's very game. I expect her to again go forward in this race and probably act as hare. With a rating of 92, she needs to improve again to be successful, but they can't afford to let her loose in that lead because one day she's going to get away from them and not come back.
1 of 5 in the race for the White Stables. Jcsa is number 3, 2 wins and 7 starts, rated just 80. Got something to find with the principal. So we move down to number 4, Yazdad Haybar, rated 100. And was in winning form in 3 of its last 5 starts.
Yeah, only had the 1 run in Riyadh this season, but was very busy from the start of the Taif season in June. Gained his 3rd win of the season in the 2,000 metre Ministry of Transport Cup in meeting 29. Was given a break then and was 9 1/4 lengths 4th to Leila Doro in a Jcsa award contest over course and distance last time out. He appears held on that piece of form, but he's still lightly raced and could find a bit more improvement.
Number 5, Abajan, rated 84, just the 1 win in 10 starts, held in 6th place here last week. So we move down to the horse that the international market really favours here, and this is number 6, Leila Doro.
Yes, he's won 5 from 8, Leila Doro, won the King Abdulaziz the King Abdullah Cup last year, and has taken his form to new levels, having been beaten in the King Abdulaziz Cup in his final start. Won both starts this season, beating Hayna Baha, as we said, 8 lengths back in meeting 77. Prior to that, he'd beaten Wakida and Hafi by 2 3/4 lengths and 2 1/4 lengths in the course and distance Jcsa contest in meeting 59. Clearly stepped up again with that impressive win over Hayna Baha last time out, and has clearly trained on really well. Has a rating of 106 and appears to be the one they all have to shoot at.
Yeah, very much on the improve. Camilla Ospina on board. The White Stable represented once again. Camilla Ospina looking for a 2nd winner here on the card today, having had a double here yesterday. And number 8 is Tarzim, whose form figures this season read pretty well. A win and a 2nd, and beaten last time out by the horse who won our previous race.
Yes, he's only got a rating of 80, but he ran very well to be 2nd to Abu Sheikha in a 2,000 metre open last time out. Abu Sheikha has just boosted that form in our previous race, and given that he's only had the 3 starts, you'd like to think that this 7 furlong maiden winner would be capable of advancing his form a fair way.
Now, there's obviously some sort of delay here because they should be in the paddock at the moment. They're still in the pre-parade ring. Of course, it's a big day here in Saudi Arabia, so perhaps we're waiting for some dignitaries to arrive here at the racecourse. And this race is just due to post in 10 minutes' time. We've yet to get the jockeys out of the paddock, and the runners are still in the pre-parade ring. We'll continue to take you through the runners and find out exactly what's happening here. Tarzim Rory, as we're touching on, the recent form has been over a little bit shorter, steps up to the 1800. Will it be suited by that?
Yeah, on pedigree, he should stay this far. Again, you wouldn't have looked at his race last time out and thought he was absolutely screaming out for something like 2,000 metres. But he takes a marginal step up. Obviously, he's winning over 7 furlong on debut, and he's gradually being stepped up both in class and in distance, and is improving for it. If you look at his rating, he's got 26 pounds to find with Leila Doro.
Which is quite a bit.
That is quite a bit, and it does appear that he's got a mountain to climb. But it's always dangerous to assume that you can treat the ratings as gospel with horses that are as lightly raced as he is. And while Leila Doro might go forward again, he definitely will improve. This may prove too much for him on this occasion, but he's still a horse who's got a good profile, and you'd think he'd be winning better races by the end of the season.
And a good pilot on board as well in Alexis Marino. Number 9 is Jediel Kia, who has won 2 from 16, 2 from 8 this campaign, and a winner 3 starts back.
Yeah, was well behind Jabba Allah in the Prince Badr Cup over course and distance last time out, which is a concern. But he did win a course and distance non-winners of 2-3 starts back. you just get the impression from the last run that he's very much found his ceiling. Rated 85, but I don't think he's any better, or she is any better than that. And she's an unlikely winner in this field.
Medbas is number 10. This is a horse by Spinning at Last, who has got a local Group 1 to his name, but was only 6th on the return to action.
Well, he was very much on the up last season. He won 3 on the trot, and that local Group 1 that he won, it was the King Abdulaziz Cup in March last year, where he had Ibn Toulon behind him in 3rd and Leila Doro in 4th. Now, I'm inclined to think Leila Doro maybe found that one step too far last season, and he's shown that he can take his form up a level. I'd certainly forgive Medbas his run on reappearance. It wasn't stuffed. He was 11 lengths, 6th of 7 in the Ministry of Defence Cup. He was liable to have needed that run at meeting 80, and Connections give him that run far enough back just to give him a stepping stone to this race. So he could well leave that form behind. On official figures, he's only got a pound to find with Leila Doro. But of course, those ratings are predicated on what he did last March. And he does need to show that he can do it again. And with young horses, you want to see them improving now. You don't want to be relying on form that happened a year ago.
That is Medbas, and maybe he can step forward from that comeback run. Number 11 is Harfi. Had 4 goes this campaign, has managed to hit the frame on a couple of occasions. The trip down is a question mark for this, though.
Yes, that would be a concern for me. He got reasonably close to Leila Doro at meeting 59, but I think Leila Doro stepped up markedly on what he did there last time, so I wouldn't use that as a particularly reliable guide. His best time for track and trip is 1:54.54, which certainly isn't good enough to win this. Leila Doro, for example, did 1:52.82 last time out, so I think Harfi, for all the form figures don't read too badly, is another one whose rating of 85 probably sums him up, and he's going to struggle here.
A rating of 95 goes to number 12, Jabba Allah, who's a 4 times winner from 8 starts, and that, if you boil it down, is 4 from 7 for this campaign.
Yeah, and has been running in cup races all season as well, Jabba Allah. So she has, she's got a bit to find on the ratings. She gets 2 kilos from the others here, but she rated 95. So if you add that onto her rating to make it a direct comparison, you're looking at a rating of 99. She 3 runs ago, she won the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup over 7 furlongs. Next time out, she stepped up to a mile and won the Najran Region Governorate Cup. And then she stepped up again to win the Prince Badr Cup over course and distance, that local Group 2 last time out. We'll see a video of that in a little while. She took a while to get going that day and was very strong at the finish, very genuine. She wouldn't want to be as slow to hit top gear in this contest, but you'd expect her to be finishing off pretty well. She beat Momtena and Heina Baha half a length on the same that day. On a line through the 3rd, Heina Baha, who races in the same colours. And Camilo Espino obviously prepares Leila Doro here, but I wouldn't rule Jabba Allah out altogether. And if this turns out to be a real war of attrition, they go really hard and they begin to suffer late on, I think she's the type to be picking them up late in the day, because that will suit her style of running.
Just obviously, this is what the delay is waiting for. Some dignitaries to arrive here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse on this very important day in the Saudi racing calendar. His Royal Highness Prince Bandar there towards the back of the group there. And we do welcome along key members of the big families here in Saudi Arabia to King Abdulaziz Racecourse for this race. So hopefully, now that the key members are in play and making their way to their positions in the grandstand, we'll have the runners into the paddock. And indeed we do, runners coming into the paddock for this. Number 14's got a little bit to find on the figures, but horse number 16, December, for Wiggy Ramos, holds a key chance here and brings several runners into play.
Yeah, December's an interesting one because he appeared to be fully exposed come the end of the tie season, and I thought that he didn't want to go further than a mile. He's then been well beaten on his first start of the season here, but Wigberto Ramos suggested that he stayed really well, and he showed improved form when second 2 starts ago. And Wiggy then gave him a really confident ride last time out in the local Group 1 King Khaled Cup, and he ended up winning that race by 2.5 lengths from Marsoum Al Nayef, who meets him again today. That was a career best from December on what was his 15th career start. But Wiggy believes in this horse and thinks that he is He was full value for his win last time out. He's only got a few points to find in the range. He's winning 102 now, but if you took him back a couple of runs, he didn't look to be in the same league as Leila Doro. But all of a sudden, he looks like he relishes a trip. He's dropping back from 2,000 to 1,800 metres here, which is a slight concern, but he's got plenty of form at 7 furlongs and a mile. He just seems to have stepped that form up of late, and we'll get to see that footage. Wiggy has made a sweeping move around the outside of the field coming into the bend and was always holding on thereafter. There's a bit of trouble on the inside, 1 or 2 hard luck stories in behind, but he's ended up winning by 2.5 lengths and more from the rest of the field. So for the time being, you give him full credit for that. And we had Wiki as a guest at the end of the day, and he was really complimentary about the horse. So I don't want to rule him out. As I said, I saw him early in the season. I thought he was nothing special, but he looked different last time.
Could you see the horse he beat that day, Marsoum Al-Nayef, improving past him? He won his maiden, he won an open race, he won a Group 3, he won the Ministry of Defence Cup before then finishing second last time out. He's still got room to improve, has he?
Yeah, he was stepping up to 2,000 for the first time last time out. His form before that had been at a mile. This 1,800 will probably suit him. If you watch the race, he's making late headway, but he wasn't particularly well suited by how the race was run and got into bad position. So he wasn't so much showing his stamina late on, but showing his class to get involved. He's a slightly odd horse to look at. It's a bit like your selection in the previous race. He tends to hang and carry his head at a funny angle and look not entirely straightforward, but the results are there for all to see. He's gone from strength to strength. He's better than ever in his last few starts, and even though he was beaten last time out, he produced another career best. This trip should suit him well. If he gets a clear run and he's drawn outside December in stall 17, if there's trouble in the inside, that will help him. He's capable of taking his form forward again, and he's probably taken as a whole a little bit more reliable than December. He's rated £1 inferior. But it wouldn't be at all surprising to me to see him go forward again. This time, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's on board, and we saw him in winning action yesterday. We've seen him. I think he rode a treble the previous day.
Thursday, yeah.
He is absolutely lighting up the race course at the moment, and Marsoum Al-Nayef is certainly not one you can take lightly.
No, he's got a nice profile indeed, coming from stall 17. Horse number 18's got quite a lightly raced profile. A winner back at meeting 59. Been beaten since. Eddie Castro takes the right.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was going to go on to good things when he won a meeting 59 and 68, but he's just hit the buffers a little bit of late. He was fourth to Marsoum Al-Nayef in the Ministry of Defence Cup 2 starts ago, and he probably didn't get the greatest of runs when 7th in King Khalid Cup, but clearly he's got work to do with Marsoum Al-Nayef on both of those runs.
Well, they were late coming into the paddock. Let's see what Shamila's made of them. I can feel that there's maybe excitement growing out there, isn't there, Shamila?
Tons of excitement growing out here, Martin. It was already electric during the apprentice race, but now we are stepping up a gear. Now it is serious business. And the sun may have set, but I think the sky is about to be painted white because the White Stables horses are about to dominate. They have 4 entries in this race. Hey Nabaha, Leila Doro, horse number 14, Jabba Allah, and a reserve that got in Wakida. So they have 4 runners in this contest. Out of all of them, I have been swayed to go with horse number 6, Leila Doro, for Camila Ospina, trained by Ahmed Mohamoud. And he's just coming up behind me here now, 4-year-old bay colt by Tawajid, and he just looks absolutely stunning. Out of all 4 horses, I think that White Stable is going to dominate this race anyway. It could be a 1, 2, 3, 4 if they're very lucky. But Leila Doro just caught my eye. He looks absolutely stunning. He's won 2 on the bounce already. He's looking to make it 3 wins on the bounce today. Camila Ospina seemed pretty confident after his first winner of the day. He's chasing that double, and I think that he can get it with this horse, Leila Doro. I do want to talk about horse number 12, Jabba Allah, though. Stunning, beautiful, great 4-year-old filly in this contest. She's won 3 on the bounce. I think that if she gets the right mindset behind her, she could do very well today. A lot of support behind her here in the parade ring, just talking to everybody. But I am going to stick with Leila Doro. Hopefully Jabba Allah is in that correct mindset and she can get up there as well.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's continue our run through the bottom ends of the card. Shamila goes with the 6 just to confirm. Leila Doro, who is the international favourite of people watching. Down the bottom end of the card, though, we've got number 19, 3 wins from 26 for Theati.
Yeah, I mean, Thicati's been running pretty well most of the season. Was a winner in a meeting 86 and a non-winners of 3. But she was beaten 8 lengths with 9th behind Jabba Allah in the Prince Badr Cup last time out, and that seems to put her in her place.
And the 3rd and 4th from the race and behind December, it's hard to see. I know we touched on Marshoum Al Nayef maybe has that progressive profile, but it's hard to see. Is it either of those two improving past December?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Indogene again is a pretty solid performer, but he is what he is. He's run 23 times. The placed efforts that he's put in recent starts sum him up. This is a tougher race than he's been in, and I think he'll struggle to make the frame for all he's been very reliable to this date, and he's a slightly better horse. Wakida, you can go back to the meeting 59 and say, well, he's only beaten 2 3/4 lengths by Leila Doro. I think what that doesn't take into consideration is how much Leila Doro has improved from that run to his next run. And of course, Wakida's been seen twice since that, has run perfectly respectable, but that 4th of December last time out is a fair indication again of where she is. She sneaks in here as a reserve. She comes from stall 7.
That was the Saudi national anthem, just really signifying what a significant event the next couple of races are. The custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup for local horses and the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques itself, the Saudi Cup qualifier, our next 2 events. We are actually at post time for the first of those 2, so we are running slightly late here, which will give us plenty more time to look into some of these horses. International markets make number 6, Leila Dora, the first pick. Second pick is, in fact, joint second picks, December and Marshoum Al Nayef, which just reflects the fact we were saying, Rory, December 1. That was not quite in line with his overall profile, but Marshoum Al Nayef is on the upward curve, so no surprise the international market maybe can't split those 2.
Yeah, because you've got 2 ways of looking at the race. It certainly panned out for December. Wilberto Ramos was absolutely in his element that day. He definitely ruled the others to sleep. He could see what was happening on the inside. There was a little bit of trouble, and he's quickly come round them and got the run of the race. It may well be that December is that good anyway, because I thought, even sort of stealing run of the race, he might be vulnerable later on, but he's cleared away and stayed clear in the closing stages. So I'm inclined to believe that he just is an improved performer, but it's easy enough to take the view that on balance, Marshoum Al Nayef's last 3 runs are a little bit more solid than December's last 3 runs taken as a whole. So you can have, there's, pretty much the 2 ways of looking at form. You either look at most recent form and say that is exactly how things stand at the moment, or you look at form through a sort of wider prism and say, ignore that, and what happened 2 runs ago or 3 runs ago is more significant. And that's why we sort of thrive as punters and, well, maybe not analysts, but the whole argument about racing form
it's a puzzle,
is always going to keep going on.
It is
a puzzle, and people solve it in different ways.
Right, let's have a look at some form clues as they make their way down to the start for the first of the main custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, this local Group 1 event. And the first one we look at is Jabba Allah, winning here back on January the 12th.
Yeah, this is Jabba Allah in the dark green cap. She's wearing a hood, the grey filly. She looks badly positioned off the bend, but she finishes really strongly to get the better of Heina Baha, who's in the red cap. And you also see a fast finisher there coming into second place. But this is a good performance from Jabba Allah. Just the fact that she got outpaced is worrying. This is December.
The key form, isn't it, with December?
Yeah, December is sort of nifty. I can't see how he nipped around to get to the front here, but he's gone clear and he gets closed down late in the day by Marcel Neff. You can see Marcel Neff's slightly awkward head carriage in second. That's typical of him, though. He's been winning races doing that and looking perfectly genuine. So normally you see a horse carrying his head to the side, you think he's not putting it all in. This horse definitely is. But December got first run and was always holding on. Fair play to Marcel Neff. He's come clear of the rest. And you give him a lot of credit for the very easily off the home bend and then spins 8 lengths clear in the closing stages. I think there's no reason to think that Heine Baha, who's very lightly raced, has run any worse in this race than she did previously. So that suggests that Leila Doro is a fair bit ahead of Jabba Allah, the stable companion.
Looks an exciting horse. At EBN Toulon we could have a look at as well. Third in Group 1 company back in March and second in the Taif Derby.
Yeah, this is the Taif Derby when finishing second to Final Destination. This is a good performance from Ibn Toulon. He's been banging his head against a brick wall. He's been second or third in very good races since winning his maiden. He actually finished in front of Leila Doro when third in the King Abdulaziz Cup back in March. This was his first start since, and I thought a very good run against the race-fit Final Destination. Again, he's been given a break since that, but he's liable to run a decent race again. He's got £7 to find on the ratings, but he keeps running well.
He's not been seen since then, but Final Destination has franked the form, and he goes to post, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira in the main event as well, the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques, that Saudi Cup qualifier. But for most people, or for many people in the region as well, this is their main event. It's for local bred horses and a real chance for the Saudi breeding industry to showcase their talents.
Yeah, obviously the breeding industry is a little bit hamstrung in Saudi Arabia, but a lot of brood mares being bought from the States, a lot of very good racehorses as well, particularly from the States, but also elsewhere in the world, who might not be commercially viable elsewhere, are being brought to Saudi Arabia as part of that breeding program, and we're getting to see some very good horses. Obviously, in races for imported and local horses, the imported horses still tend to have the edge, but the quality of the local horses is getting better and better, and we're seeing bigger and stronger horses. It came out 10 years ago, the locally bred horses tended to be notably smaller than those who were imported. And now, because of the bloodlines that are being brought in, there's virtually no difference between the high quality locally bred horses and the horses who are being imported in, and we're seeing some very, very good horses here. The fact that we've got 4 horses rated 100 and above in this contest tells you plenty of what you need to know.
And the fact you've got Saudi Arabia as by far and away the leading breeder in the Gulf region. You see Nard stood often going across to the sales in Europe and buying a really expensive purchase to bring back and bolster the bloodlines here.
Yeah, I was surprised when I was here before Christmas that they had the big yearling sales, and you'd sort of pick up the sales booklet thinking there's going to be a couple of hundred lots, and there's just a huge number of well-bred horses on sale, and that's a really thriving industry at the moment, and it's good to see that developing the way it is, and it's good to see a race like the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques looking as competitive as it is.
Yeah, racing here in Saudi Arabia only getting bigger and better all of the time. As we can see, temperature's taken a bit of a dip there. Shamila keeping her hands warm ahead of the next race. The runners arriving down at the start then. So the first of the 2 custodian races are upon us there, down at the start. Shamila is with the international favourite. That is number 6, Leila Doro. Rory, your selection?
I'm going to go with Leila Doro as well. He looks really good.
I think Leila Doro should go well, but I'm not going to rule out a big run here from Tarzim as well. Tarzim, who's got that form boosted by the winner of the apprentice race for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques. So it's the big race time, John. Big significant moment here in Saudi Arabia. The local bred version of the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques.
Yeah, and as we saw, everyone wants to be in situ to watch this, don't they? And the crowd enjoying themselves. It's kind of built up as the day has gone on. And yeah, I'm a Layla Dollar man as well. Watch out for the red cap on that one. There's all sorts of distinguishing caps going on here. Of course, the 4 white stable runners in all. The 15 was a white stable runner taken out and replaced with another white stable runner in the shape of Wakeda. So it just shows you how powerful their operation is. They're down at the start, and it shouldn't be too much longer before they're asked to make their way in. You can see Al Naser about to go forward. This is horse number 14, Al Naser. Into stall number 14 as well. No colour coordinated saddle cloth though, which just keeps things interesting as well. There is Layla Doro. See the white face and the white cap there of Tazim, one of the 2 red stable runners in this spot as well. This is Yazdad Haybar about to go forward. Also going in is Harvey. Horse number 11. Still got quite a few of them to go in, but they do get in quite quickly here in Saudi. Jadel Care to come forward. 10 also Medbas to go in as well. There is the 10 in shot. Just getting a little bit nervous in the starting stalls there, Abo Jana. Still waiting for Layla Doro to go in. This is Ibn Toulon. About to go forward as well. Ibn Toulon goes in. This is horse number 3, Izdajar. First red stable colours for that one. Izdajar goes in. 7's just backing out there. Or the 17, I should say, just backing out. Marsoul Al Naif. Here comes Tazim. So Tazim is in, still waiting for December to go in, who looped the field last time. It was an extraordinary performance, really. In goes Hey Nabaha. Ibn Toulon is in. Here goes December. Wiggy Ramos keeps the ride, and why wouldn't he after that audacious performance last time out? Marsoum Al Naif, who chased December home last time. Then Jabba Allah will be the last to go in. There is Jabba Allah the grey. Stand by. They're ready. Off they go, they're racing for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Cup for local bred horses. And slowly away was Jabba Allah, often played late in his races, will have to be here. Also quite slowly away was Marsoum Al Naif as they make their way through the early stages of this 1800-metre contest. Wakeda is prominent, so too Ibn Toulon in the grey colours towards the right as we look at them at the moment. They're then followed by Hey Nabaha, who's got quite a prominent posse as well. Just looking for Layla Doro, sitting at around about 6th or 7th at the moment. Camilo Ospina there in the sheepskin noseband with a decent posse. Also prominent in the run is Jawa Al Riyadh, who's forcing forward. December has moved into quite a prominent position early as well. Then towards the outside, Adarte is going forward, but quite wide to do so. They're then followed by Izdajar in the red cap, the white distinguishing red stable cap there of Tarzim, is then followed towards the inside by Yazdad Haybar. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Intergene has got plenty to do. Starting to make the turn though, and it's Medbas now, the maroon colours that comes through to just about take things up. So it's Medbas leading them at the moment, to Ibn Toulon up the inside in second. They're then followed in third by Leila Doro, who is now making headway as they start to make the swing. They're followed towards the outside by Jawa Al Riyadh, who's trying to get going as well. Leila Doro takes aim. Here comes December, though, looping the field like he did last time. So it's Leila Doro, December, Ibn Toulon. That's the first four at the moment, followed then by Medbas in fourth, but it's Leila Doro that's hit the front. December throws down the challenge down the centre of the track. Ibn Toulon is trying to box on. They're then followed by Hey Nabar, who's racing in fourth, but inside the closing stages they go. Final furlong and a half, and it's Leila Doro. Ibn Toulon is boxing on gamely over on the far side, but it's Leila Doro and Camilo Ospina for the white stable, still leading by about half a length. Needs the line though. Ibn Toulon is finishing very strongly, and it's Ibn Toulon up the inside to win. Beats Leila Doro. December finished in third, very tight for the fourth, a complete lineup there, but Ibn Toulon and Luis Morales stuck to his guns on the inside. The horse looked to have been claimed by one or two more vaunted rivals there, but Ibn Toulon has boxed on, and Leila Doro, who appeared to be delivering a decisive challenge, has in the end just flattened out a little bit. And it's a 1-2-3 as well for the VT department. Well done to all concerned there. They knew, and Ibn Toulon and Luis Morales gets up the score. Second win on start 7. And no more significant a victory in this horse's career thus far, and I can't think there might be many more significant in the future either. That's a terrific effort from Ibn Toulon to win. Morales punching the air in second. Leila Doro's probably not run a particularly bad race. December was third. Good effort from Wiggy aboard that one, and Abo Jana has stayed on for fourth. So that was the 1-2-3-4 in the custodian of the two Holy Mosques Cup. But Ibn Toulon has stuck to the inside rail, gone the shortest way, chiselled out enough of an advantage by doing that to defeat Leila Doro, who was always well positioned in the run as well, looked to be claiming the race, but in the end, Ibn Toulon has gone on to score. Had a bit to find on official ratings for this horse, 7 ratings points, £7 in all, but has done so. Just moved off the rail a little bit there in the closing stages, but it didn't matter. December once again has come with a very wide run and run a good race to finish in third. Abu Jana in fourth. Hey Nabar finished in fifth, and Intergene from miles back has finished sixth in the end. But Ibn Toulon has taken out the local bred custodians of the two Holy Mosques Cup. Congratulations to all concerned.
Don't stand up, Matthew. I got you covered. Okay, you can go now, Matthew. Come.
Guys, you know him pretty well.
Alhamdulillah. Thanks God. All the glory to the God and all the team. Thank you so much for Mr. Dahabi for giving the opportunity to keep riding the horse. Even when we were losing, he kept the trust on me. Alhamdulillah, we make it today. Alhamdulillah.
It's the top race. First time for him, you go and.
Well, I think the distance suit him very well, but perfect than before, because he always used to run from the back far in the back, you know. So today he showed me some speed, and I keep him, interested in the race. And in the last 400, man, he make a big run. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, there we go. The winner of the 2024 custodian of the two Holy Mosques for locally bred horses is Ibn Toulon. in the colours of Louis Morales. Second in the Taif Derby last time we saw him. Beaten that day by Final Destination, who goes in the next race here, race 8 in Riyadh. But this horse was lightly raced coming in here, Rory. It was a solid run last time out, has stepped up in trip and seen off the horse the international market thought would win in Leia Doro.
Yeah, he'd only had a maiden win to his name before that, but he's been in cup races ever since, essentially. And he's now met Leila Doro 3 times and beaten Leila Doro twice. He was behind Leila Doro when that one won the King Abdullah Cup last season, was second, then finished third in the King Abdulaziz Cup late last season when Leila Doro was fourth. You got to admire the attitude of Connections, given he only won a maiden race. They gave him a warm-up in the Taif Derby and thought, that's good enough. We'll then go to the Custodian a couple of months later, or 3 months later, without another run. And he's produced a career-best performance to win and paid a compliment to Final Destination in the process.
And interesting listening to what Louis was saying there, that this horse normally comes from off the speed, but he was showing so much speed early today, he's taken him forward, he's sat in that front rank and seen out the extra distance.
Yeah, you can see there's a point in the race when we get to see the replay that Lewis decides that he needs to move a little bit closer because the horse is travelling well, and he muscles something else slightly out of the way to get a real run and gets him reasonably close to the pace. They've gone hard enough here. I thought Medbas, who's was the horse who won that King Abdulaziz Cup last March, set the pace and looked dangerous enough for a while before dropping away. And maybe Leila Doro has gone a little bit early for home, but you can't really blame Camilo Ospina for doing that because the right horses were in position at that stage. He looked strong off the bend. He looked like he was going to win this at the furlong pole, but just got tired and sort of wandered a little bit in the closing stages. And Ibn Toulon was very strong up the rail. Luis Morales clearly delighted with what happened because he went with Plan B. You know, he knew what plan A was, but the horse was going so well in the early stages. You see, it's a bit later in the race than I thought. He's decided he doesn't want Medbas to get in his way, so he's driven up on the inside of the early pacemaker to get himself into a challenging position, and he's been very strong from that point onwards. Had he not made the move at that stage, I think he would have been caught behind a wall of horses and would have been sort of fast, finishing third, looking unlucky, but Luis wasn't in the mood to be unlucky today and got the job done.
And there are the dignitaries here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse up in the royal box with the trophy for the custodian of the 2 holy mosques as we rejoin Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm here with the winning jockey, Luis Morales. You must be so happy after that performance.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. I'm blessed. I'm thanks God for everything and all the people who support me and trust me because we were losing and losing and losing. So when the people keep the trust on you, I mean, this is the best payback you can give them, you know.
He looked almost beat a little bit, but you were fighting back with Leila Doro the whole time.
Yeah, because usually he don't run close to the lead like this, you know. But the race was pretty fast. He was comfortable, and I didn't want to go back and then get in trouble. So I said, I stay here. I have a little bit of touch with someone in the lead. He wants to close. I said, come on, man. But thanks God he controlled his horse and I keep going, you know.
And a very impressive training performance considering we haven't seen him since the Taif Derby.
Yeah, he was supposed to run 2 months ago, but he got some little issues and then they stop and they scratch him and stop him and, come back step by step so they bring the horse in perfect condition.
How did he take the step back up in trip as well to 1800?
Well, I think the 1800 suit him much better than mine. And even in the longer distance, he'll be better, I think so.
Thank you so much, Luis. Go and collect your trophy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well done. We'll have a trophy presentation shortly. Let's take the race back from the start. A couple of slow away towards the back of the field, but early pace did come from the eventual winner. He broke well. Also, we had the 21, the 3, and the 10 all going forward. Jcsa, and as you mentioned, Medbas as well showing early pace.
Yeah, and Medbas takes over. But you see that Ibn Toulon, we would have expected him to be towards the rear, but he actually goes up on the inside to make sure that he doesn't get caught there, and he gets himself in a surprisingly good position, whereas 1 or 2 of those we would have fancied were in trouble from the start. Jabba Allah blew the start, and Marsoum Al Nayaf in the sort of purple and orange colours on her right side. She's the light grey, and he's on her right side. They were at work early on just to try to get into midfield and had no chance of playing a serious part in the finish. You now see that Medbas in the maroon colours in front has gone on. But Ibn Toulon right up into second place at this stage. So it's hard to say the pace was too strong. Obviously, Medbas hasn't lasted, but he's only had the one run since last March. The question is how well he's trained on from 1 to 2. And it's really interesting that Luis Morales didn't want the rider, Asil Al-Sarhani, on the leader to get across the rail. He made sure he was close enough, and you see Asil look round a couple of times to see if he can get across, and Luis was determined that he couldn't. He's driven up on the inside now, and even as Leila Doro hits the front on the red cap and looks likeliest to win, December coming with the same run he produced last time to win a local grade Group 1 is out after Leila Doro. But although Ibn Toulon gets done for speed at this stage of the race, he stays on really strongly when let down, and he's very good from this point onwards. Had this been a mile race, Leila Doro would have won and looked impressive, but Ibn Toulon is clearly a stayer. We'll see him over 1.25 miles and further in the future, but the last 100 metres were his strongest of the race, and you can see why Luis Morales is so happy with this afterwards. It's not just a really big race to win, which would make people very happy, but he's basically taken the bull by the horns from an early stage, abandoned what was his original plan in the race and gone with plan B, and executed it to perfection. And he's, I wouldn't say he's stolen the race, because I think he's probably a very good horse. He had £7 on the ratings to find with Leila Doro, but as we said, he's now beaten Leila Doro twice from 3 runs, and he's clearly a better horse than his form figures make him look. Essentially, he's been running at a mile. He just lacks a little bit of speed at that trip. But you see, with the extra furlong, he's come into his own very late in the day, and he's probably going to look an even better horse than any of these when he steps up to 1.25 miles next time.
Yeah, well, indeed. We just saw the overhead as well. You can just see from here as well that Leila Dora came through the red cap, got a good toe into the race, hits the front at the top of the stretch, and for much of the stretch looked the most likely winner.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, Leila Doro manages to gain ground on the winner at this stage, and just before now looked guaranteed to win. At this stage, slight warning signs are coming now. It comes under pressure, is no longer going away, and is beginning to tread water at this stage. December can't go on having made a big run, but Ibn Toulon has a little bit more to give on the inside and comes back. But you can see some others closing them down. Those two who were slowly away, you see on the outside of the field, they've actually run absolute crackers in the end. Marsim Al Nayef and Jabba Allah. Their chances of winning the race are pretty much gone in the first furlong, but both of them, having peeled wide in the straight, have run on late in the day to not be beaten that far in the end. And again, you'd still be looking positively at those who are in the right kind of contest next time out.
Well, that was race 7, the local custodian of the 2 holy mosques. But next is the qualifier for the Saudi Cup. It's the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, the listed event that will guarantee a horse a slot in the big race in 4 weeks' time, John.
Yes, everything gears up to the Saudi Cup here in Riyadh, of course, later in February. We can take a look at those that are running today in the custodians of the 2 holy mosques Saudi Cup race. It's Boundless Ocean, who's horse number 1 in the hands of Victor Gutierrez. 2 is Yatarez, Adel Al-Faredi. 3 is Wotton's son, Ahmed Al-Shra. Horse number 4 is Car2, Mikel Barcelona, taking the mount on that. A very eye-catching jockey booking there. Horse number 5 is Pin Your Hopes for Alexis Moreno. Number 6 is Al Marmoum Gate, Fahed Al-Furedi. Horse number 7 is Mazuna for Holly Doyle. Horse number 8 is Final Destination of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 9 is Tathbeat. Khalid Al-Bamoni is aboard. Horse number 10 is New Pursuit, Naif Al-Anazi. Horse number 12 is Mayamar. That's the mount of Rayan Al-Toesh. Horse number 13 is Derivo and Jim Crowley. Horse number 14 I should say, is Great Scots and Ali Al-Lorfi. Horse number 15 is Taita and Wigberto Ramos. Horse number 16 is Al-Mutajiz in the hands of Umberto Rispoli. Horse number 17 is Scotland Yard, Luis Morales. Number 19 is See the Casper, that's Mohammed Al-Hubail. And number 20 is Zuran. Mohammed Al-Daham is aboard. And number 21, Mr. Trinket does take his chance, gets in the reserve there, horse number 21. They're going into the parade ring. We are going straight to Shabila.
I have some familiar faces here with me, Jim Crowley and Holly Doyle. First of all, welcome back to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always nice to be back.
Last time you were here, you rode Mustadaf in the one of the Saudi Cup races, and you rode to victory. So you're no stranger to the winner's enclosure here.
No, he was very impressive that day, and little did we know he'd go on and win 2 of the biggest Group 1s in Europe after that. So it's a great thrill to ride a nice win around here then.
It must be good to be back, isn't it?
It's great to be back. It's a fantastic race course, look after you so well. It's a really nice, fair track, and it's always a pleasure to ride around here.
Brilliant, thank you so much. And welcome back, Holly, as well. You've already had a winner here as well for Mr. Willie Mullins, of all people.
Yeah, no, it's great to be back here. The track looks in great condition, and it's a real honour to be riding for Prince Faisal.
And what do you think your chances are in this race? It's quite tough.
Yeah, she's got to take another step forward, but she's been doing things the right way round. She's progressive. She's got a bit less weight than the rest of them, being a filly, so hopefully. Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go. The bell's just gone, so best of luck, Holly.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, a terrific field assembled, including last year's winner of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. Back again is Scotland Yard.
Go wrong
the field,
with a generic throw.
Rory, headed by Boundless Ocean, formerly trained by Jim Bolger. Just had the 1 start
in this game a long
Saudi
time
Arabia.
Yeah, he's winner of the Meld Stakes and the Desmond Stakes for Jim Bolger back in 2022, but well held 16th in the UK Cup over this course and distance in his Saudi debut. And although the ratings say he's got a big chance, he's got a bit to prove at this stage.
Number 2 is Jcsa, who's 3 wins from 10 starts. All 3 of those wins, though, coming over a little bit further.
Yeah, he stays very well, does Jcsa. He was off quite a long time before finishing second to Taj Al-Elia in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Al Kabir Cup last time out. Taj Al-Elia didn't do an awful lot for that form earlier on. He won the Okaz Cup in Taif a couple of years ago over a mile and a quarter, but I prefer others here.
Wootton's son, he beat a few of these last time out on his debut here in this country. He was a 3 times winner in the UK for Richard Fahey.
Yeah, he was a fairly unexpected winner here last time out, but he seemed to do it on merit, beating De Revo by a length and a half. Won the Old Newton Cup at Haydock, which is always very, very competitive, but to hit the ground running as he did, I think he was rated about 91, certainly low 90s when he came here, so he actually took his form to a new level in beating De Revo in the Group 1 King Saud Cup over 2,000 last time out. The drop back to 1,800 is a slight concern for a horse who clearly stays very well.
Khartoum is number 4. This is the Mount of Mikel Barcelona. Mikel is across here from France and the UAE. This horse was a winner last time out, but was well beaten in this race 12 months ago.
Yeah, well beaten in this, as you said, 12 months ago. He was second in the National Day Cup over a mile and a half in Taif, and his latest win came in non-winners of 3 over 2,000 metres, beating Baroud 2.5 lengths. This is a different kettle of fish altogether.
Number 5, Pinot Hope, another one who was beaten in this race last year.
Yeah, but he's got very good form here over the years. Pinot Hope's in a good strike rate, 8 from 17. He was a good third to Wooden Sun in the King Saud Cup last time out. The drop and trip isn't really ideal for him. He's a horse whose very best form is probably coming a mile and a half.
Yeah, and he was even tried to the Red Sea Turf Handicap over further, finishing 9th last time out. Alexis Munro is on board. Number 6 is Al Marmoum Gate, who's a 3 times winner from 6 starts. Those wins, though, in maiden and handicap company.
Yes, he's a horse who really took my eye when he won his maiden in Taif, and then he won a handicap off a mark of 90 by a wide margin there. He stays very well. That was over a mile and a half. And he won his first start here as well to keep going. He was only 9th 2 starts back, but I thought he was back on track to some degree when 6th the Wooden Sun in the King Saud Cup last time out. Just taking a bit of time to get used to racing in this grade. But again, the 1,800 metres is probably too sharp for him, and others are more likely winners.
Well, the jockey's getting mounted, heading out onto the track then for the custodian. Let's head back to the paddock and Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm going to give you a very quick... and horse number 14 is just being a little bit naughty there behind me. Hopefully Abdullah Al-Lawfi has that under control. But I will be giving you a quick paddock selection. Horse number 7, Mazyuna, will be my parade ring selection for this 8th race of the day. It's our Saudi Cup qualifier, huge race. We just spoke to Holly Doyle. She seemed quite confident on this filly's abilities. And Mazyuna was really stunned me last time at a meeting, 89, rated 105. So I think that she can definitely get the job done. Though horse number 8 as well, behind him, the 4-year-old Gelding, Final Destination for Thamar Dehani, and Ricardo Ferreira, looks stunning. And for horse number 5, Pin Your Hopes for Alex Moreno. So obviously a lot of really good looking horses in this contest, but I'll be sticking with the girls, Mazyuna and Holly Doyle.
It does look to be a progressive sort. She needs to take a step forward again here, but she's going the right way.
Yeah, she's rated 105. She doesn't have an awful lot to find on paper, but she's been coming up through the ranks. I thought she drew off really nicely to beat Direct Security in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup over 2,000 metres last time out. Was second to Alia in the Ministry of Sports Cup 2 starts back over this course and distance. And clearly, the form figures 1-2, 1-2-1 this season shows that she's going the right direction. This is a lot tougher though, and I can see that this might just be a little bit a step too far for her. But you have to say that she's only got a pound or two to find officially on the ratings. We'll see how she gets on.
And she won the Taif Cup for fillies by the best part of 10 lengths as well a few months ago. Power in numbers, though, is horse number 11, formerly trained in America by Chad Brown. Goes tonight for Camilo Ospina.
Yeah, he wins the Saeed Al Majid Cup last time out over 2,000 metres. A weaker race than this, but he draws right away to beat Media Stream by 6.5 lengths. And you can't deny that this was a visually very impressive performance. And Power in Numbers will be fancied to take a step up again on this performance, and will be well fancied globally.
One of 4 in the race for the White Stables. Let's check in on Wootton Sun. He had good form over 2,400 back in the UK, but dropped in distance. He made an immediate impact here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, he was well placed in the blue cap this day, the third or fourth colours of the stable, but he got himself in a very good position behind the front runners on this occasion. De Revo comes after him, as does Pin Your Hopes. They finish second and third in the end. De Revo looks like he's going to win at this stage, but Wootton Sun's stamina really kicks in, and he finds extra to hold De Revo off by 1.5 lengths. And again, Pin Your Hopes also stays very well, plugs on willingly into third. You'd have thought the step back and trip is a negative for the third, and also for the winner to some degree.
And this is Holly's Mount Mizuna winning last time out. This was at meeting 89. I should say those form figures all read pretty well. It's just whether she can take it to the next level.
Yeah, this is again a good contest, the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. Over the slightly longer trip last time out. Looked like Direct Security was going to come to win the race off the bend, but I was impressed with how Mazuna battled back and drew away to win in the end, having finished a very good second in the Ministry of Sports Cup over this trip before that. Again, this is different company altogether, but the ratings say she's got a chance.
Great Scott's been a standing dish around here. He's been to a Saudi Cup. He was third to Mishrif in 2021. He's been lightly raced over recent years, but he was back in winning form last time up.
Yeah, we don't see him very often. He's a little bit fragile, but his strike rate is tremendous. He won the King Khalid Racetrack Championship last year, and although this is an ordinary enough race, he draws away to beat Soros by a very impressive 9 3/4 lengths in an open race over this course and distance last time out. Obviously, open races don't tend to be nearly as competitive as this, but he showed himself in very good heart. We know exactly what he's capable of. He looked as good as ever that day.
Yeah, he's been one of the star horses here in Saudi Arabia over the last few seasons. And the final one we can look at is Tata.
Yeah, Tata was second to Pin Your Hopes in the King Abdulaziz Racetrack Championship in March, and we see him here finishing an excellent second to Mai Frankel in the Crown Prince Cup over 1.5 miles last time out. He drops back in trip, but for him the drop back in trip is not a concern, and he will also be one you've got to consider in one of the most open races you can possibly wish to see at this sort of level.
Yeah, just a word on De Revo as well, Jim Crowley's mount. This horse has been to this race before and been successful and been placed.
Yeah, he won the race in 2021, 2022. He was second. Last year he came here again fancied and ran no race at all, ended up being pulled up early in the straight. Clearly everything wasn't right with him, but he's come back this season. He won the Jcsa Cup 2 starts back, and then was a very good 1.5 lengths second to Wootton Sun in that clip we saw earlier on in the King Saud Cup last time out. That's a race he won last year on the way to being fancied for this race. Obviously got turned over last time out, but he seemed as good as ever. With Pin Your Hopes in third that day, the form ties in very much with what they were doing last season, and you must consider his chances. He's getting a little bit long in the tooth, but he will give us running again, and Jim Crowley will make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes.
And before going back to John, we have to give a chance or a mention to Scotland Yard as well. He was a horse who ran away with this last year by 10 1/4 lengths. He then disappointed in the Saudi Cup, maybe just taken out of his comfort zone by Panthalassa, and you can read his form this season in one of two ways.
Yeah, you can. He was quite an impressive winner on his return without appearing to be asked for everything, and that was obviously in lower company in an open contest. And then he was strongly fancied to win the King Faisal Cup last time out, but only finished 6th behind Carmel Road. He does need to show that he was the horse he was last year.
But he did beat Carmel Road on his comeback, so he's got to be interested to see how he goes on. So one of these horses will qualify for the Saudi Cup. It's a qualifier for the big race here in 4 weeks' time. John Blantz has the call for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques.
Thank you very much, lads. Yeah, this is a really good race, make no mistake. I'm going to give Scotland Yard another chance. He was very good at this race last year. He was moderate last time out, but that was second run-up for the season. Maybe a spot of the old bounce factor, third up now. Give him a chance here. He's a decent enough price as well in the international markets. He can have a little bit of each way theory if you want. Wootton Sun only got into the race that he won the other day at the last minute, but he still managed to win it. So it was an interesting performance. Of that there was no doubt. This is Final Destination going in. Just to confirm as well that Rory's selection here is power in numbers. There's been a bit of power in numbers with some of our selections earlier on today, but slightly more divergent this time round. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Pin your hopes to come forward. And we've got the yellow cap over there of Scotland Yard. Scotland Yard and the yellow cap, just to bear that in mind. There's all sorts of distinguishing caps running here. Who'd be a race caller? You don't have to play a particularly big violin for me, but power in numbers goes in. Speaking of power in numbers, Martin Kelly likes Scotland Yard as well. In goes Yatarez. They're all in. Stand by, everyone. 1,800 metres. Away they go. They are racing for the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques Saudi Cup contest over the 1,800 metres. An early pace comes from Mayamar, one of the white stable runners, to go and break the line. Also there is Mazuna, the white distinguishing cap for Holly Doyle, in a distinctive style there at the head of affairs. Final Destination is also up with them as well. Al Moom Gate was slow from the gate and is at the back of the field at the moment. Pin Your Hopes towards the rear, and also Boundless Ocean. But there's a right old charge going on here as they make their way down towards the turn out of the back straight. Wide and prominent is See the Casper. Scotland Yard, the yellow distinguishing cap, is also prominent. Yatarez is up the inside there, racing in third spot. Also there, not too far away, is Holly Doyle with the white cap there aboard Mazuna. On that one's outside, getting a little bit closer now. We've got Power in Numbers, who moves into a good posse as well. So there's still 4 or 5 abreast as they make their way around the turn. It's Wootton Sun who's also come through to just about lead. So it's Wootton Sun that leads, to Yatarez in second. Doyle now pushing along aboard Mazuna. Then towards the outside, Power in Numbers continues to make nice headway. And right round the outer comes last year's winner, Scotland Yard, who strolls into the lead. So it's Scotland Yard, Power in Numbers. These two now just threatening to pair off a little bit. To Wootton Sun, who races in third but looks a bit tired. Then Yatarez in fourth, trying to stay on from the back of the field. There is Derivo, who's also got a good record in this race. They swing for home. It's last year's winner, Scotland Yard, that leads them at the moment. To Power in Numbers in second. Then Derivo in third position. Staying on is Pin Your Hopes, who was way off the pace in the early stages. That's a part of the race now, and it's still Scotland Yard just doing second position. Power in Numbers. Scotland Yard trying to back up in this race and punch his ticket to the Saudi Cup, but he doesn't seem to fancy it. Power in Numbers over on the far side is beginning to get up. Power in Numbers, Scotland Yard, Power in Numbers beat Scotland Yard. Derivo finished in third position. Final Destination got going late as well. What a thrilling finish to the custodian of the 2 Holy Mosque Saudi Cup. A fantastic performance in the end by Power in Numbers. Scotland Yard, Scotland Yard backers must have been fearing, well, hoping for the best, as he absolutely sluiced into the lead, looking to repeat last year's victory and last year's easy victory as well. But in the end, he's been done by Power in Numbers, and that man, Camillo Ospina. Goodness me. What a big race jockey. He's your man. Power in Numbers, gate 11. And it was interesting, there was a real bun fight for the lead here. There was no quarter asked nor given at the head of affairs. There were 5 or 6 abreast as they came to the turn. But Power in Numbers, we're interested to see the race back again. But he, in the hands of his Colombian jockey, has scored. And, well, these Camillo interviews are becoming more and more numerous these days, and he's a very, very emotional jockey. This is a man who's ridden plenty of winners here at Riyadh, but very few will mean as much to him as this one. Power in Numbers has scored and goes to the Saudi Cup. Scotland Yard was second. Derivo has run a heroic race in third as well, with such a good record in this race, and he's added to that with a third place here. Martin was taking you through. He's a previous winner, previously placed, and he's placed again here, Derivo. So that was your 1, 2, 3. Power in Numbers, Scotland Yard and Derivo. Those who watched from the expensive seats have enjoyed that, no doubt about it. Final Destination has finished in fourth, and that was a good effort as well. So a really good win from Power in Numbers, who has now won 6 times in his Saudi career. Al Marmoum Gates finished in 5th. Goodness me. He was miles back in the early stages. So they went a really, really strong gallop. But some of the classier horses, even in the teeth of that gallop, have held up in the closing stages. But Power in Numbers in a thrilling finish to the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Saudi Cup. Well, we'll be seeing him again in Riyadh in 4 weeks' time.
Well, a terrific race, and the win goes the way of Power in Numbers. An American import from the Chad Brown barn. He was 2 from 4 here. He scored in the local Group 2 last time out, and he stepped up again to beat last year's 10 1/4 length winner of the custodian, Scotland Yard. And Derivo, who has won this race in the past, was second and pulled up. He comes home for 3rd place again. An astonishing run back in 4th from off the pace from a horse who was slowly away in Al Marmoum Gate. In fact, in 5th place, but getting very close to these. But Rory, your selection in the race was Power in Numbers, and he's shown power in the finish as well.
Yeah, it was very, very tight, and they were all getting a little bit tired in the last 200 metres. But Power in Numbers, who was that impressive winner of the Said Al Majid Cup last time out, has taken his form forward again to win this most illustrious of prizes. And Camilo Ospina, the go-to jockey here, the retained rider for the White Stable, was seen at his strongest and his best in getting Power in Numbers just ahead of last year's winner, who was right back to form. Good to see from Scotland Yard. We had some good runs in behind, as we said. Derivo has run another excellent race to be 3rd. He's a bit of a perennial in this race. Final Destination, who we saw winning the Taif Derby from our previous winner, has run a cracker to be 4th. And Al Marmoum Gate is probably the biggest eye-catcher in the race. I thought he was going to be pulled up after 2 furlongs. He was so far behind. It looked like his jockey decided, well, there's no point getting involved here. But he has absolutely rattled home. I think he might have been slightly helped by the fact that as a group they've gone really hard and they've got competitive. And I imagine, if you look at the speed they were going in the last furlong, they would have been slowing a fair bit. And Al Marmoum Gate, who wasn't asked any early questions, was able to sort of pick up the pieces later on. But he was really closing in the last 100 metres, and he's a horse that I have high hopes for when he goes back over a longer trip. He absolutely blew me away in Taif.
Yeah, he was into a better company today. But Shamila, it's Power in Numbers who wins the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques.
That was an absolutely fantastic performance, of course, from Camilo Ospina and Power in Numbers. The 103 rated colt by Gervin just absolutely wiped the floor with everybody else, but huge riding performance there from Camilo Ospina, and hopefully we can grab him very quickly after he weighs out. He will be no doubt pulled to the winner's enclosure and made to take on the trophy, but hopefully we can get a little bit of insight from him while after he weighs out, and he's just weighing out here now. And his hugs and kisses all around there for Camilo Ospina. Very emotional for Camilo Ospina. Congratulations, Camilo Ospina. You have just punched your ticket to this Saudi Cup race. Congratulations, Camilo.
Oh, Shamila, you don't know. I don't have words to say it right now. I can't believe. I can't believe. In the last 100 meters, I was thinking no win, but I never stop. Until wire, and this guy have very good horse in my hands, and he respond very good, and he come back and he won the race.
It's not very often we see you emotional after a race, but this obviously means so much to you.
No, this is special, I spoke with you yesterday. I had to stop to celebrate, but, it's difficult. It's difficult because this is giving the pass to the Saudi Cup, and I dreamed for a long time to ride in that race, and thanks God, I will be in the race, inshallah.
And not only will you be in the Saudi Cup, but it'll be for your team, for the White Stables, Prince Mitab.
Yes, you know, I'm always thankful with the Prince Mitab. You know, he support me from the beginning here. Talal bin Sharain, the Dr. Frank McGovern, before he was the manager of the stable, and the whole stable. You know, we are family. We work for those races.
Congratulations, Camilo. Go get your trophy.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, really emotional spinner there, and you could see the raw emotion as they crossed the line. That's a huge win for him, Rory. Despite all of the success he enjoys here.
He's a tremendous rider. He's by far and away the leading jockey here, but he takes nothing for granted, and he's always delighted.
Well, a big day here in Saudi Arabia. The custodian of the two holy mosques, a really prestigious contest. It's gone the way of power in numbers. A locally trained horse, Camilo Ospina, was in the Southern. He sees off last year's winner, Scotland Yard as well. Just take them through the early stages, Rory.
Yeah, just deal with a couple of the slowly ones that were slowly away. Pin Your Hopes was slowly away. Almar Mumgate actually wasn't quite as slowly away as that one, but hasn't picked up the gallop in the early stages at all. And you can see him trailing the field by quite a long way and looking a little bit moody at this stage. But it's remarkable to see that he ends up only being beaten a couple of lengths at the line. The drone almost catches him at that stage, but they're going hell for leather at this stage. Holly Doyle handy in the middle of that group going forward on Mazuna, who's unable to sustain her run. You see the outsiders, see the Casper and the black and yellow colours on the outside of that leading group. It's a leading group of about 6 going up to the bend together. Yatarez is the one on the inside who's trying to push forward. Wooden Sun just leads at this stage. And you see that Scotland Yard moves up from stall 17 into a strong position at this stage, but you also see power and numbers moving up with him. Others begin to drop back. You see a couple making late headway coming from off the pace, but your eye is drawn to the front two. They settle down to fight it out at this stage. It looks like Saudi. Looks like power numbers is going to come off second best to Scotland Yard at this stage, but Camilo Ospina never gives up, and he's very strong late in the day. De Revo has moved into third place and stays on all the way to the line, but at this stage, she said, just that Scotland Yard is just going to hold on, but he wanders off a true line in the last 100 yards, and Camilo was very strong in the winner, who charges home. And you see at the bottom of the picture here the late run of Almar Mumgate, who finishes to tremendous effect, so that by the time you see Camilo celebrating his win just after the line, Almar Mumgate has actually come past him from an impossible position. So that it tells you how the race developed. It was a real war from the start. That's not the best way of getting the fastest time in the race, but sometimes races just have to pan out this way. All the top horses were handy at this stage. You see that the Scotland Yard in the headgear is going up, travelling well. Camilo is not going to give any ground. The winner of the King Saud Cup, Wooden Sun, always handy and trying to go with them off the bend as well. And that does begin to tell late in the day. But this is a really good battle between the front two at this stage. At this stage, it just seems that Scotland Yard is travelling just the better, and he's clearly coming back to his form after being a little bit disappointing last time out. But while he cleared right away to win this race in impressive style last year, he couldn't get away from power and numbers, and power and numbers has produced a career best effort and really dug in and was gritty in getting his head in front late in the day. We're casting an eye back to look at the finishers. Final Destination finishes off very strongly in the Al Saba colours to get 4th place, you see, with a white face on the outside of that group. And there's still no sign of Al Marmoon Gate. As we finish here, you might just see him flashing past. Here he is on the inside, looking like he's just joined in, which he effectively had.
He's beaten the right horses as well, really, hasn't he, into the minors here. Last year's winner, Scotland Yard, he maybe didn't carry that form forward into the Saudi Cup last year, but with De Viro being in there as well, and also Final Destination, his form's already been franked in the last 40 minutes.
Yeah, all the right horses are there. No, Wooden Sun sort of dropped out a little bit late on. He's maybe gone faster than he ideally would have liked in the early stages, but he's shown up very well. De Revo's got a pedigree for this race. The Scotland Yard, obviously, having won it so well last year. Yeah, so the form really stacks up. And even though Al Marmoon Gate will be a bit of an outsider, if you've seen a couple of his wins, you know that he's a horse who might have a little bit of temperament about him, but he's got a huge amount of ability, which he belatedly showed in this contest. Obviously, a son of Arrogate, which is great to see here. You don't get too many of those running around, and he's a massive talent as well. And as you've mentioned, Final Destination, we saw his Type Derby win boosted just in our previous race. So all the right horses coming to the fore here. Nothing hard to understand about this result. And the winner is going the right way at the right time and deserves his place in the Saudi Cup. I guess the one downside to this is because one horse is getting that place in the Saudi Cup, this ends up being a really attritional affair, and that probably, even though last year's winner won it easily, probably left a mark on him when he actually went to the Saudi Cup last year, and it's taken him a while to get his form back. And you just wonder whether this really hard race that Power in Numbers has endured here might just leave him less fresh than he needs to be taking on the Saudi Cup last time out. But that's the nature of a win and you're in type contest, isn't it?
I mean, whether it was the race that Scotland Yard had last year, or it was the attritional pace set by Panther last, which he tried to do again in the Japan Cup against Equinox over a much longer distance. But he seems back to his very best as well. Power in Numbers gains that slot. There'll also be slots for local horses as well, so we could well see Scotland Yard in the lineup as well. They're guaranteed 2 slots for local horses.
That's good to see, because he'd love to. Connections would love to have a second shot, given what happened last year. And yeah, I'd love to see what Al Marmoon could do in a contest like this. But he's a monkey, as you can see. I thought in the first place, he just got really slowly away and was asleep in the stalls. And although he's come out slightly slowly, what's happened with him is for the first furlong, he just didn't want to raise a gallop. So that he's completely out of the shot at this stage. You see Pin Your Hopes at the bottom of the picture in the green colours. That was the horse who was slowest away, and he had to work really, really hard to get into contention, and hasn't give his running as a result. We'll see better from him over a 1.5 miles in the future, but he's still got more to offer, despite the fact that he's been there and done this multiple times before in his long career. But as you said, you often see races like this and there's excuses left, right and centre in a rough race. Here, nothing really can complain too much about where they've ended up being. 1 or 2 jockeys might have wanted to have ridden it slightly differently in terms of the tactics that they've used, but I think the right horses, as you said, have come to the fore in the closing stages, and you can't really have too many excuses in that scenario. Heartbreak if you're with the runner-up, though. The more you watch this race,
much of the stretch, he was still the overhead as well, especially looks like he's got to win.
You think he's going to win it, and even on the replay, you think maybe this time he'll hold on, but it never works that way.
And just to say, it was fantastic to have, and an honour to have Prince Faisal bin Bandar bin Abdulaziz here overseeing the trophies from the Royal Box on this day of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. And it is Power in Numbers who books his slot in the Saudi Cup. 1 more qualifier to come then. We had 5 yesterday, 2 today. The next up is for the Arabians, and news of that, race 9, back with John.
Martin, many thanks. Yeah, that was a cracking race that was, and let's hope this one will serve up something as good. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir is horse number 1, Naif Al Anazi. 2 is Al Muzan, Luis Morales. 3 is Badi Al Cham, Thurb Al Timyat. 4 is Saloum Al Khaladir, Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 5 is Gasham Sham Al Jazra, Jimmy Carrion rides that one. Lua Athbar is the mount of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 7 is Fakir Dupoy, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 8 doesn't go. Number 8's a non-runner. Number 9 is Shamik Gouda, the mount of Ayed Al Tourizi. Horse number 12. Horse number 10 is Durgam Athbar. Yes, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 11 is Tai Al Mashna, the man of Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Number 12 is a non-runner. Horse number 13 is Murshid Isa, Ali Al Mutib. Number 14 is Jamran Al Khaladia. That's the mount of Ali Al Lorfi. Horse number 15 is Zalej Al Kham. Number 16 is Prince Arma, Eddie Castro. And horse number 17 is Hashem, French bred, in the hands of Ali Al Mimoni. So those are the runners and riders for our Arabian race, our feature Arabian race today. They're in the parade. We can get back to the guys and Shamila.
One horse has now booked his slot in the Saudi Cup. One horse will book their place in the Obeya Classic as well. This Al Durai Cup, a qualifier for that. Fillies and colts in action over the 2,000 metres for race 9. Competitive field assembled once again. The runners through into the paddock for the 9th event, and Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia is the top one here. 1 of 3 in the race for Saad Mulak.
Yes, beat Durgam Athbar by a nose in this race last year, so we're expecting something like a repeat, and it'd be great to see exactly the same race again. Was a very good third to Asman Al Khaladia in the Imam Sword last time out, and was the winner of an 1,800 metre open 2 starts back.
Well, that's the first horse into the paddock. The others are joining them. And Shamila's down there amongst all of the action.
Congratulations, Prince Mitab. You've stamped your ticket now for the Saudi Cup. You must be delighted.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for everybody in the studio. I've been following you for a long time, and I know you are with the white stable. I hope so.
Our heart is always with the white stable. And are you expecting the best from Power and Numbers for this race?
You know, Shamila, the race, it's a very strong race, and I thought very highly of my horse. And I was really complaining about the rater, which didn't give him the right rate, which he should be really in the Saudi Cup. So I'm so happy that the horse, he proved it for him and others, that he is the qualified horse for the Saudi Cup. So I hope that would be a good number of the Saudi horses in this Saudi Cup, so hopefully we can have a chance maybe to win it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we saw with Emblem Road here a couple of years ago just what it means to this nation to win their own race. I've never, in all my travels around the world, seen a reception, Rory, like Emblem Road got. The noise, the cacophony of sound around this racecourse and the horse crossed the line was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's taken enormously seriously here, and obviously Saudi racing is officially lagging behind a little bit in terms of its official status, and they're looking to become a tier 1 country, but all the work has really been thrown into that, and you only have to come here to see the quality of the racing and how well racing is run here. And the passion for the horse in this country to know that it's only heading in one direction.
And they've done especially well with Mishrif, owned locally as well. Emblem Road a winner. But let's go back to this race then and concentrate on number 2. Al Muzan, 1 from 6 so far, the winner of an Arabian Horse Maiden.
Yeah, that wasn't a particularly strong contest. It was the very first day of the Riyadh season here, and Al Muzan, with a rating of 80, has a 2 or 3 stone to find with the top one, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia, and it's hard to see him getting involved.
Yeah, similar comments would apply to Badi Al Cham, just had the 2 starts so far, rated just 75. So let's move on to Saloom Al Khaladia, who's 0 from 8 so far this campaign, but another one from the powerful Saad Mutlaq team.
Yeah, he's won twice at a mile. He often runs, most of his runs over this season have come over 6 and 7 furlongs. And indeed, he was a creditable 12 3/4 lengths 4th in a 1,400 metre open last time out behind Turkey Al Khaladia. With a rating of 105, he's got place claims here.
Kashim Sham Al Jazra is number 5. 2 wins this campaign from 15 starts and won over the course and distance here at meeting 80.
Yeah, took a wee while to find his best form this season. His first 3 runs in Riyadh were a little bit disappointing. But he dropped into a handicap 2 starts back on that, won that course and distance 70 to 85. And he stepped up on that when finishing second to Fakir Dupoy in a 1.5 mile open last time ahead, finishing 8 lengths ahead of Lua Athbar on that occasion.
Okay, that is number 5. Allure Athbar is horse number 6 as we rejoin Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. A lot of really nice Arabians in this race. This is the Obeya qualifier. Now, I've had my eyes on horse number 10, Durgam Athba, since going to their stables on Monday, and I really like the look of him in this race for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. Alex has been pretty quiet today. He was 5th on Pin Your Hopes, but hopefully he can go a few places better in this race for the Obeya Classic qualifier. And all these Arabians look really nice. Obviously, there is 2 on here rated 116. Hamdi Al-Khaladia for Naif Al-Anazi looking fantastic. But my favourite Al-Khaladia horse in this race is actually horse number 14, Jamran Al-Khaladia, the best looking horse to my eye going around the parade ring here today. But I am going to go against Al-Khaladia race stables in this race, and I'm going to stick with Lucas Gaitan and Durgam Athba.
Thank you, Shamila. Let's continue our run through the field then. We'll move on to number 7. Fakir de Poy, who is 4th from 4 this campaign. Been busy and won over 2,400 metres in open company a few runs back.
Yeah, he's clearly got a chance. He ran in this race last year and was beaten 13 odd lengths by Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia in finishing 5th. He beat Gasham Sham Al Jazra and Lua Athba 2 starts back over 1.5 miles. And then, although he's only 8th last time out, that was over 6 furlongs, and that would have been too sharp for him.
Number 8's a scratch, which brings us down to number 9. Has got an awful lot to find on the figures. An interesting contender, I think, Rory, who's still, we've yet to see the best of. Only 4 starts this campaign for number 10, Durgam Athbar.
Yeah, really interesting contender for Alex Moreno and Lucas Gaitan. He was only beaten a nose in this race 12 months ago, and connections will be very, very keen to gain revenge for that narrow defeat. He was a mile winner 2 starts back, having just had a couple of spins in Taif. And then he finished 4th to Najib Al-Zamam in the Jockey Club Cup. Najib Al-Zamam is on the ratings, was after that race the joint top-rated purebred Arabian in the country. He was a monster that day, won the race by 10.5 lengths. So Durgam Athba ran pretty well to only be beaten 3 lengths by the rest in that very strong field. And I think that's a better run than some people will assume on paper. Don't think he's got much to find with Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia and should go well.
Well, speaking of Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia, this horse is the international favourite, and here is this horse finishing 3rd, in fact, behind a couple of rivals. Quite well held on this occasion.
Yeah, well, this is behind the 2 best horses in the country. Najib Al-Zamam is the horse in the red cap on the outside, putting it up to Asfan Al-Khaladia. They've really pulled out all the stops and probably thrown up the best race I've seen in this division all year.
Form was franked as well.
Absolute cracker. The form is very, very smart, and Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia did as well as he could to finish 3rd on that occasion, beaten 7 3/4 lengths.
As we take in Durgam Athbar then, finishing 4th.
Yeah, again, this Najib Al-Zamam we see in front. He's really put this race to bed with a sparkling turn of foot off the home turn, and Durgam Athbar runs on in pursuit of him in the first place. He just gets swamped a little bit late on and ends up finishing 4th. But this is a good performance because the winner is absolutely different class, as we saw in his next start. On a line through the winner, that gives him a little bit to find with Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia. But of course, they met in this race last year. That's probably the most important form line when there was just a nose between them.
And also we could have a look at number 7 as well, who's been tried over a variety of trips. This is the win there back on January the 6th.
Yeah, Fakir de Poy, this is him in his penultimate start, where he had Gasham Sham Al Jazra and Lua Athba. We'll see them behind him as he comes clear to win a 1.5 mile open, 2 starts to go. He's very adaptable in terms of trip. He's a reliable sort. He's got a little bit to find here, but you'd like to think that he'll be in the frame. He's 3rd top rated in the race.
Well, there are some form close runners arriving down the start. Selection time, Rory, for this?
I'm gonna go with Shamila again on this with Durgam Athba. I've looked at the international prices, and I think although Hamdani Khalid Al-Khaladia is probably just about the likeliest winner, I think the gap between them in the market is too much, and I'd rather be with Durgam Athba.
Yep, he's got that unexposed profile. He's on the improve as well. I'm with the guys as well. Durgam Athbar to improve on the run here last year and make it 5 wins and 8 career starts. John Blunt, all yours. Qualifier time for the Obeya Classic.
Yes, indeed, Martin. And, well, I'm going to go with the favourite here, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladi. Stall 1 here today, and was actually wider in the run in that race last year. Stall 18. So it does get a nice little run round right up the inside, and I think that should be enough. It's no great value. He's odds on in the international markets, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladi, but with Naif Al Anazi aboard, I think that's the one they have all got to beat. And that's what they are running for, this Obeya or Al Dareya Cup, which is an Obeya qualifier, of course. So not quite as gargantuan a trophy as the first two, but still a pretty big one nonetheless, and definitely worth winning. And we've got a prize fund here of 150,000 Saudi Riyal to run for. So they're about to put them in, names that are becoming quite familiar to you now if you've been watching Arabian racing here in Saudi over the last few weeks as part of our English broadcast, which I hope you've been enjoying now for around about 5 or 6 months. We've been giving you a new perspective on things over in Saudi. This is horse number 4, Saloum Al Khaladiya, going in. Not a massive amount to find on official ratings, but is not one of the rank outsiders, but certainly not amongst the most fancied ones in the betting. This is horse number 17 going in, Hashem. Ali Al-Mamoni rides. Horse number 9 is Shamik Gouda, one of the outsiders. Next to come forward is the 14 horse Jamran Al Khaladiya, rated 110. The 15 still to go in is Zalej Al Kham. The 10 is Durga Makhbar. The 3 is Badi Al Kham. The 2 is Al Muzan. And then Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya will be the last. Best horse in the race on ratings. Got a lovely draw as well in stall 1. 2 is Al Musan. And the 3 is Badi Al Kham. They're ready. 2,000 metres in front of them. They're off and racing for the Al Dareya Cup. Lua Athbar was very slowly away. Nice beginning by Saloum Al Khaladiya and also by Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya. And it's Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya, the black cap there, who's just locking on a little bit here with Saloum Al Khaladiya. In the end, Saloum Al Khaladiya has gone on. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya going to take a bit of a trailing posse. Then Lua Athbar, who's also prominent. Alongside that, the orange jacket of Zalej Al Sham. They're then followed towards the outside by Hashem. That's your leading cluster as they head on through the early stages. Another one that's in mid-division at the moment is Gasham Sham Al Jazra. That's the 5 horse who's just gone back, just taken back a little bit now. Jamran Al Khaladiya is racing in around about 6 spots at the moment and just trying to get a better position a bit closer to that rail. The 14 there moving into 5th spot. Then towards the inside we've got Fakir Depoy, who's just making a little bit of headway there, the black and red colours with the red headgear. Going back towards the rear of the field at the moment, Tai Al Mashna is one of the back markers. Also Shamik Gouda has got a bit to do from its current position. So they make their way towards the end of the back straight, and it's Saloum Al Khaladiya that leads them. The Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya who races in second. Fakir Dupoy and Al Muzan are now trying to advance their positions right up the rail. They're then followed towards the outer by Jamran Al Khaladiya. Then towards the outer, Lua Athbar is now just being driven along. They go through the 800 metres in 1:20.27 seconds, and it's Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya to Saloum Al Khaladiya. They've been I wouldn't say driving each other mad, but certainly been stride for quite some time now. Al Muzan racing in third. Round the outside is the blue distinguishing cap there of Jamran Al Khaladiya. They're starting to swing for home. Whip is drawn aboard Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya. Salam Al Khaladiya is not going down without a battle here. Now staying on into third position is Durgam Athbar from a long way back, and he's beginning to pick them off. But it's Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya still just about the leader. The Saloum Al Khaladiya in second, but have the pair of them softened themselves up, but because here comes Durgam Athbar, who's flying down the centre of the track, and it's Durgam Athbar for Lucas Gaitan and Alexis Moreno going on by a couple of lengths at the line. The race set up beautifully, and this horse was good enough to take full advantage. Durgam Athbar's beaten Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladiya. Third horse home was Saloum Al Khaladiya. That was the 1-2-3, and Durgam Athbar, beaten in this race last year, goes one better on this occasion. A winning time of 2 minutes 18.28 seconds, and they did, those two Al Khaladiya horses, just get a little bit bit too active out in front, I reckon. They never really let each other go. They locked on a long way out, and in the end, this horse, who finished second last year, was beaten by Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, has got revenge, a dish best served cold, and he's got there in the latter stages. Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir in second, Saloum Al Khaladir in third. Fakir Dupoy has stayed on to finish in fifth, and it wasn't a bad effort as well from Jamran Al Khaladir as well to finish there in fifth spot. But 2 1/4 lengths in the end at the line. Durga Mathbar has come from a long way off the speed to pick him off in the closing stages to win the Al Daraya Cup.
Well, the progressive horse has come through on top in the end, but hard to believe he's only a 7-year-old, but he's really on the improve. He's had a great season, and he books his place on Saudi Cup night.
Yeah, and I thought this was a lovely ride by Alex Moreno. You can tell the Al Khaladir horses always have, or the Al Khaladir riders always have a bit of a game plan for how this is going to work out. They tend to help each other through the contest, but you could see that Naif Al Nazi was looking around him to try to work out where Alex Moreno was. He knew that was his main danger in the race, but Alex was hiding. Alex couldn't be seen anywhere, tucked in behind horses and trying to produce his mount very, very late. It looked like he might just get hemmed in by the third of the Al Khaladir horses, Jamran Al Khaladir, off the home turn, but he's sneaked around that one's inside and set off in pursuit of the front two. The only danger was he was just hanging in a little bit towards Saloum Al Khaladir as he came with his run, the horse in the green cap. But once Alex pulled him far enough wide.
Estable Ahmad, Adba, Lucas, Abdulmona, to me. Well, today he was in a good performance. Last time he ran well, he finished 4th. And today, alhamdulillah, he did well. I hope we can do a big thing. It's in the big day, And I wish you a good luck to everyone. Thank you, buddy.
Well, there we have the winner coming back in. Then he's seen off the 2 Al Khaladir horses. On that sort of performance, he can probably step forward again to be competitive, can he, in 4 weeks' time?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. He's not had that much racing for a horse of his age. Obviously, the Arabians tend to take a little bit longer to reach maturity anyway. And he's now won 5 of his 8 starts. He's been lightly raced this season. I think, his trainer is a tremendously good target trainer. And I think all his runs this season have been about getting him to peak, primarily for this race, but also looking down the line for a month's time. So I think he could well be a player, and there's more to come from Durga Mathbar. I think he's shown himself to be a slightly better horse in the day than Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladir, and he may well do better yet. We'll hear from his trainer Lucas Gaitan about how he feels about this, but he's a horse to be excited about.
Yeah, and another winner for the trainer with the Sabi Derby trial yesterday. He's got a formidable team starting to assemble for the big night in 4 weeks.
Yes, he has. I mean, as you heard when you arrived, we've been really impressed with how Lucas Gaitan and his team have set about things here. Not the biggest squad, not looking for every prize every week, but clearly a man with an eye for the big occasion and who knows how to prepare horses for the right races as well. So it's good to see the success that he's achieved, and great to see just how well his team seem to gel together and how much they enjoy the occasion as well.
Although we had the big name jockeys here over the course of the weekend, it's the locals who've dominated really. We've had Tarek winning the apprentice jockeys race, Louis Morales, Camilo Ospina with a double, and Moreno as well with a success here.
Yeah, they are. It's good to see the international jockeys here, but it's also good to see the local jockeys, or those who are based locally, holding their own in a big weekend like this as well. And Alex Moreno is one of those jockeys. I was saying earlier on, I really want to see Alex get his head in front of one of these races, because it could either be a brilliant night or a dodgy one. Yeah, well, Alex Moreno does in fact get his big win, and he's with Shamila.
No, you can't run away from me, Alex, because you've just won a second Saudi qualifier. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Were you expecting that?
Well, he was working good, I talked to Lucas. If you don't know how he was working, he will do it. So he showed up today.
And it was a very cool ride from you, I think, because you just sailed past all the Caladia horses, cool as anything.
Well, I was traveling well, so I tried to go outside, but I saw how he just go out, so I just take that space, so I just passed through.
He looked like one of the strongest horses today in the parade ring. He almost looked like a thoroughbred.
Well, he's a beautiful one, so yeah, he got a chance to win today.
Are you expecting the best from him on Saudi Cup night?
Well, I hope so, It's a big day, a big prize, so I expect everything from them now.
And who are you looking forward to riding the most, Al Wakad or Durgam?
Both. Both.
Well, very well done, Alex. Go and collect your trophy or another one.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, old smiles then from the winning jockey. Alex Marino scores again. He's not the best of days early on today. You were saying he's a jockey who does take it quite seriously and takes the defeats to heart. Well, it's all come good for him here.
Yeah, he's an interesting character. When he rides a winner, you can just see he glows. The confidence really is almost palpable. But when he's had a couple of unlucky runs or things haven't gone right, then you can almost see the dark cloud over his head. Here he's had to ride as luck. You see him in the red cap at the bottom of the picture here, having to work his way into this from quite far back in the field. Yeah. And one or two of those ahead of him, maybe delighted if he doesn't get the clear run through. But you see the two big Al Khaladia horses, Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia on the inside, being taken on by Saloom Al Khaladia in the green cap, the grey on the outside. They build up quite a big lead early on from Lua Athba, the winner's stable companion. I think they would have been happy if Lua Athba could have got involved in the early pace and tried to mix it up a little bit with those to help the stable companion, but that was never really going to happen, even though Lua Athba went forward. Now the front two having a chat with each other, saying, right, well, let's not go too fast here. Let's just try to save a little bit for the finish. And you'll notice once or twice that Naif Al Anazi on Hamdani Khalid Al Khaladia is wondering where Alex Moreno is. But Alex is working his way between horses at this stage, so even when Naif looks back, he can't see where Alex is, and he might just be fooled into thinking that Alex is out of contention. And fair play for Alex for having the nerve to actually go in between horses here and try to save all the ground he can. That was a blessing to him as Jamran Al Khaladia, who, I'm not saying his job was to hold him in, but he was in a position there where it made Alex's job difficult to come through, but then swerved to the outside and created a gap. And Alex was delighted to take that and immediately set off in pursuit of the front pair, who'd quickened again off the bend, but Alex was holding plenty of horse underneath him, just has to make sure he steers wide enough off the third horse, and they've got pretty close in the end, and then has got to the front and gone away for a decisive victory. He was beaten a nose in this race last year. He's very, very much made up for that misfortune by winning it decisively this year.
And he's been very strong through the line over the 2000.
Yeah, he clearly stayed further than this, but I don't think they've gone an end-to-end gallop. They've gone reasonably fast early on, but I think the front two jockeys at this stage, aware that they've built up a little bit of a lead, want to slow things down a little bit to make sure that they've got a bit of an edge. And ideally, if it becomes a tactical race, then a jockey who finds himself towards the back of the field could be at a disadvantage. But I think Alex always knew where he wanted to be and kept creeping closer to the front pair. But at this stage, you can almost see that it's anchors down a little bit to make sure they don't go too fast. So the winners hit the line hard, but I think that's also partly because this hasn't been a really strongly run race, and they have sprinted a little bit from the home turn in relative terms.
And has Alex almost had to chivvy the eventual winner into the bridle time just to keep him moving forward?
Yeah, and he's at pains clearly not to just get daylight, because he knows that the margins are very small here. You see the other Al Khaladia horse, Jamran Al Khaladia, swerve out to his right there, which helps Alex to come through. But if he thought he had tons in hand, he wouldn't be getting that close to other horses in the run. He'd have been making sure he was in daylight. But he knew the margins were going to be very fine here, and he was they've discussed this beforehand and said, right, you need to tuck in, you need to save ground, you need to save yourself for one late run and see if you can get too much speed.
Well, we've heard from the winning rider. He's had a good couple of days now, as has the winning trainer. Saudi Derby qualifier yesterday, and today books his ticket with a horse to the Obeya Classic.
A huge congratulations is in order to trainer Lucas Gaitan. Congratulations, that your second qualifying race for the Saudi Cup night.
Yeah, it's great. 1 Arab, 1 thoroughbred. Great to have the horses in the big day. I'm very happy for the horse. Great horse. Last time he was fourth, but he could have been second. And especially in this race, I wanted to win. Not just today. We've been second last 2 years in this race. Won by a nose last year with Dergam, and the year before with Alajab, that he was bothered by the winner. I think the winner should have been disqualified, but well, it's great. 2 years second and today a winner.
I know you were worried about Asfan Al Khaladia yesterday, but were you worried about the Khaladia horses in this race?
Well, as I always say, I respect all the horses. If you check, probably the Hamdani and Dergam were the two best horses in the race. I was a little bit afraid in the middle of the race. He was a bit further than normal, but when the 400, when Alex took it out, he was flying.
It must be great for your stables, the morale and everybody's excitement now for Saudi Cup is only a few weeks away.
A few weeks away, maybe 23, 24 days away. But it's great to have two horses. I think they have chances. It's great. It's what we've been working for all the season, so it's great.
Well, I'm so happy for you, Lucas. So huge congratulations to you and everybody on your team.
Thank you. Yes, it's a huge teamwork, and as I always say, with these kind of horses, the good ones, they make everything look easier.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give you over to our race day commentator, John Blant, to take you through the runners and riders of our next race.
Shavila, many thanks. This is the 10th race on the card. It's the Sports Boulevard Open race. It's for fillies and for colts. Pepperoni Pete is horse number 1. Abdulaziz Al Musa rides. Horse number 2 is Tafish, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 3 is Motta Rafed. That's the man of Ayed Al Tarizi. Number 4 is Tala Dega. Horse number 5 is Tudor, Ali Al-Mimoni. Horse number 6 is Paradise Row, Fahed Al-Faredi. Number 7 is Miracle Maker, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein is getting the leg up on that one. Horse number 9 is Kanud. Horse number 10 is Vindicate, Tariq Al-Mansour aboard that one. Modbeck is horse number 11. That's the mount of Thurbal Timyat. Number 12 is Yes More Rich, Rayan Al Tuesh. Number 13 is Rajil. Horse number 14 is Here Is the Map with Berto Ramos. Number 15 is Al Mustarad. That's the man of Abdullah Al Saidi. And horse number 16 is Rare Ninja. Whale to Excel is horse number 17. Magisterial is horse number 18, Eddie Castro. Number 19 is Almarin, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. And horse number 20 is Wild Rhythm. That's the mount of Abdullah Al-Azari. So there we go. Those are your runners and riders for the next race on the card. And the horses are making their way into the parade ring now. Here are the boys.
Well, we could take a breath, Rory, and just step back for a second. That's been quite an intense couple of hours with those qualifiers and the custodians.
Yeah, and things take a little bit of a it's not a leisurely stroll through the rest of the card, and the last is a massively competitive handicap. But the really big races are behind us now, and we can reflect on those, and as you said, take a little bit of a breath and get our breath back. One point to make here. One of the horses in this contest, Will to Excel, is actually Wit to Excel, is incorrectly transcribed in the race card. Will to Excel is a great name for a horse, but this is actually an ex-UK horse called Wit to Excel, just to make sure that you're on the right page with that one. That's number 17.
Okay, well, the runners coming into the paddock for race 10. We're over the 1,600 metres for the next. A few of the jockeys already getting mounted, so we're moving on quite swiftly here. So let's go through the field here. Number 1 is Isar. 1 win from 7 starts, and just 1 start back this campaign after running over at Taif in the summer.
Yeah, Isar has got chances on the figures. Again, looking at the ratings of the top horses here, not the strongest looking open you're going to see. 83, 79, 77, 76. So you don't really need to be much higher than 70 to have a realistic claim of winning this. And Isar has a rating of 75. Inconsistent, I've written. He's won a course and distance maiden last year and was a good 2 lengths second to December in a 7 furlong Taif Open back in meeting 10. Clearly, on paper, that reads very well now, but December wasn't the horse he is now at that stage. And since that run, Isar has run 2 disappointing races, 1 in Taif and 1 here. So he needs to bounce back to his best this is his easiest task for a while, but I think it's all in his own mind how he wants to run.
Well, number 2 is Maddie, who's yet to win a race in 7 starts. Hard to see this being this horse's opportunity?
It's not the easiest. He was 5th to A Dati in a course and distance open and meeting 68. That was a decent enough performance. 3rd to Wafi Alays and Skip Moon over 2,000 next time out. That doesn't read too badly, but was below that form last time out, beaten 10.5 lengths in a 2,000 metre open. It would be a surprise, but not the biggest shock we've ever seen here, given the modest level of talent on show here.
And one of the better ratings in the field comes from number 3, In Bahar. 1 from 17, that was a win over 1,400.
Yeah, he's a winner of a 7 furlong maiden. That's his only win in 17 starts. His best recent effort was in 4 1/4 lengths 3rd to Jawar Al Riyadh in a 7 furlong open 2 starts back. He was racing over 6 furlongs 2 starts back when last time out rather, when beaten 12 lengths. He's only tried a mile once and he was well beaten. So although he's got a rating of 83, he's the top rated in this race. That overall record of 1 from 17 and the fact that all his best form has come at 7 furlongs is a bit of a concern.
Okay, more on this as they head out onto the track with Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. It is our 10th race of the evening, and so the big races have finished now, and the excitement has died down a little bit, but we still have some proper racing coming up in these next 3 races. Horse number 9, Tahati, trained by Sami Al-Harabi and ridden by Ricardo Ferreira, will be my paddock selection for this race. 2 wins on the bounce and 5th at the time before that, but first at meeting 90 not so long ago, 2 weeks ago, and I just really like the chances of this horse. Looks fantastic in the parade ring. Isn't one of the higher rated horses like In Bahar. However, I think Ricardo Ferreira can do it. He had a treble at the beginning of the week, so definitely I'm going to stick with horse number 9. Want to note as well, as being a paddock negative, that is horse number 1 being very naughty, very difficult to handle in the preliminary stages.
Well, let's continue our run through the field. We've got through the first couple. I think we're just about to touch on In Bahar, 1 from 17.
Yeah, that's the concern with him. He is top rated, but he's 1 from 17, and this trip is a question mark for him. He's run once and disappointed.
Well, the international favourite is number 4, Motus Hamek, who is very lightly raced of late. The sole win came over the course and distance, though, back in December of 2022.
Yeah, and did a decent time that day as well. Broke 140 for the trip.
Well, let's have a look at Samila's choice in action, Tahadi, who I do think has got a very good chance. 2 from 4 so far, wins here in maiden and handicap company.
Yeah, listen, he's got a little bit defined on the ratings, but he comes here in very good form, Tahadi. As you said, having won his last 2. Course and distance made in 2 starts back, and then an improved showing by beating Solana and Iril in a course and distance 0 to 70 last time out. This looked ordinary enough for him at the time, but Iril, who was 3rd, ran really well in a non-winners of 3 yesterday. So the form's already been franked. The winners won it with a little bit to spare. I would have him very close to the top of the market here.
Well, it's 2 from 2 over the course and distance. Yeah, it's got a big chance, but not all that strong on the international markets. A quick word for number 8, Syed Al-Ez, who has won before, but is without success in 14 goes this campaign.
Yeah, and 15 consecutive defeats since winning a 6 furlong maiden here in March. He's been kept very busy, and he's got a few good runs in there, but he's another one who's disappointed a little bit in his last couple of starts and was well out of the frame on his only start at a mile as well, so a bit to prove for him.
And who'd be the best of the bottom 4 there between the 12 to the 15?
Laith Al-Hami is... Oh, sorry, we haven't quite touched on...
Laith, go the last 5.
Yeah, Laith Al-Hami is very interesting. 0 to 75 winner over 2,000 metres, meeting 13 in Taif. His best effort since came when finishing 4th to Wafi Alays and December in the primary championship of the racecourse. That was 3 starts ago, but obviously December has really franked that form since. He won his next start in very good style, and obviously ran a cracker again tonight. So that makes Laith Al-Hami look fairly decent. The downside is, of course, he was well beaten last week, but he's capable of bouncing back from that, and his 2 runs prior read very well in this company. So I think he deserves to be close to the top of the market. But again, I'm inclined to think that Tahadi might be the one who's a little bit under the radar.
Well, Laith Al-Hami is the favourite on the international markets. I'm with you. I think that there's a good chance that Tahadi can continue that development forward. The maiden win, a handicap win, 2 from 2 over the course and distance. and looks to have a good chance here with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. As we look up at the full moon here in Riyadh, and John Blance is standing by to call them home. So it's a full house here, John, behind the 9 to Hardy to continue that improvement.
Yeah, a nice price on the international markets as well, as the horses are about to make their way in. This is Al Metten in shot. The 3 is In Baher, a horse we've become very well acquainted with. Seems to run on a regular basis. This is Mustafi as well. There's the green cap, Abdullah Al Fayrouz aboard Haas of the white stable. And there's the blue headgear there of Niazi. So they're going to be making their way in very shortly. There's been, well, it's been a marvellous night's racing so far, and there are still 3 more to come. I think still plenty of celebration and festivities going on in the grandstand as well. Not such a big night here for Saudi racing, and of course marvellous night that's going to come in a few weeks' time on Saudi Cup night. In goes the 6, Niazi. 7 moves in, Ain Al Yaqeen. Saad Alays to move forward. Once again, the loading up process once it gets underway is tremendously efficient. There are countries around the world that could definitely take a leaf out of the Saudi book as far as this is concerned. Mustafi to go in. The 9 is Tahadi. Sheepskin moustache and sideburns for that one. This is Al Metten to come forward. The 3 in Baher still to come forward as well. 4 is Mota Shamek. 3 is in Baher. So we've got Mota Shamek still to load, and also Haas. Here's Mota Shamek, who's going to be the last to load, that distinctive white bridle. It is stall 4. There's Mustafi in 5. Stand by. 1,600 metres. No problems with the 4-horse. Mota Shamek rearing up dramatically in the gate. Abdullah Alofi's done well to stay on. So we wait for that one to be attended to. Now just coming out, Abdullah Alofi. Sensible. Oh, and the horse is getting very, very nervous now and has reared up once more. Not a happy horse, Mota Shamek. So it's being taken away. Nothing confirmed yet. But it's reared up twice in the starting gate now, this horse, Mota Shamek. If I was Abdullah Alofi, I wouldn't be rushing to get back on, frankly, but I'm obviously having a look to see if this horse can take its chance. Rest waiting patiently. 14 other runners. And Mota Shamek to be vetted. Doesn't look like an injured horse, it has to be said, but has obviously gone through quite a few mental issues there in the starting stalls. Going to try again. Goes in once more. Abdullah Alofi's a brave man. He's got back on. Looks like he's fully saddled up. Stand by. Gates back and away they go. They're racing, and after all that, Motashamek was pretty slowly away as well in this Sports Boulevard Open race. Good early speed from Mustafi in the first furlong or so. Also prominent is in Baha. The 10 horse has gone forward as well. Haas in the green white stable cap colours. That's the horse racing there in third at the moment. The fourth is Tahadi in the striped jacket. Then up the inside rail is Neazi, who's got a pretty good posse as well. Those towards the outer, Foz later, that one's prominent, and Al Metan is also up at the pace as well, and just being nudged along to try and maintain that posse. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Sad Alays is right at the back, and not too far in front of that one is Ahmadi as they make their way down towards the turn out of the back straight. In Baha up the inside, just about the leader. Dahas, who races in second. Mustafi, one of the outsiders, is in between horses. Then Tahadi's turned 4 horses wide. Then towards the outside, Al Metan is now just being nudged along, and 6 wide is Foza later, starting to make the swing for home, and none goes better than this leader in Baha, lobbing along up the inside rail, goes on by about 2.5 lengths, coming via the Cape is Foza later, but is now trying to stay on there, then followed by Tahadi, who's in third. Bit of a gap back to Al Metan and the rest. They've swung for home now, and it's in Baha, who often appears here in Riyadh, and indeed Tafe, who's now clear by a couple of lengths to Foza later in second. Tahadi's trying to stay on the sheepskin noseband towards the centre of the track. Then after that, Neazi, but this leader's just beginning to get a bit errands out in front now, is hanging towards the centre and away from the rail. It's in Baha, the leader. Here comes Foza later from the back of the field. In Baha and Foza later as the race up towards the line. In Baha gets in. Foza later's finished in second. It was tight for third there between Neazi, who's finishing strongly, and Tahadi as well. That was definitely one for the judge. In Baha, if you were on, well, you were probably a little bit concerned in the closing stages. Wasn't really doing it what it should out in front. Wasn't running straight and true. Failure to change legs didn't help in the latter part there, but has got there. Doesn't matter. In Baha, the winner. Foza later in second, to Hardy in third. Half a length and 3/4 of a length. The distances there. And we said before, this horse is a regular appearer. Runs every couple of weeks, it would appear. Has actually ran in meeting 81, 83 and 88. Now has run here today as well. A consistent and perennial appearer. And had only won once prior to today, but had run some very solid races in defeat in the past, and off a mark of 83 has got the job done. And noticeable that Adel Al-Faradi wanted that rail position, got it from stall 3, and was able to nip round the inside the whole way and save plenty of ground, which has definitely been helpful in the closing stages. Foza later was 5, 6, maybe even 7 wide at one point, and has conceded lots of ground to the eventual winner there. Tahadi's finished in third, and Neazi has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Adel Al-Faradi, a man we saw riding loads of winners at Tafe, not quite so prolific at Riyadh, but he's got this one over the line. In Baha has now won 2 from 18.
The winner, that is in Baha, back in the Winston enclosure. Alfred Al-Faradi on board, a horse who's been quite heavily campaigned, didn't manage to win last season, did have winning form this year, but that was over 1400. One previous go over the 1600 was maybe inconclusive because was so well beaten that day and had been quite well beaten over 1200 the time before that as well. So maybe that was just an overall dip in form.
Yeah, quite possibly. He does have two ways of running. He's been 15th and 13th on 3 of his starts in Riyadh this season, but also very good third, 2 starts back, and an excellent second back in meeting 58. He did wander around a little bit in front. He was getting lonely, looking for something that might be able to unleash a turn of foot and get past him. But although Fawza later got into a good challenging position, looked very dangerous with about a furlong to go, he couldn't find any extra late in the day. Again, he's probably he's arguably best at 7 furlongs, but he did win a nominus or 2 last time out. And of course, Tahadi had been going the right way and kept on pretty gamely to hold third. But Inbauer, with a rating of 83, proved that class will out in the end, even though he was all out to hold on.
And Fozolata putting a big performance to finish in second place. Seemed to take a jolt forward when dead heating in a fillies handicap here last time and has carried that forward again.
Yeah, that was she dead heated with Nobody's Joke in that 0 to 80 over 7 furlongs last time out, and I just got the impression she found the extra furlong a little bit too far, because she made a big move to get into contention and looked like it was going to carry her straight to the front, but she just paddled a little bit late in the day, as was the winner, in fairness. It was set up for something to come through strongly, but nothing could find that strong run late on. In the end, Inbauer has held on. You saw, if you're with Tahadi, you got the perfect run through. You see him moving into second place under Ricardo Sousa Ferreira to challenge, and it looked like he would be there to take advantage if the winner weakened. But Inbauer, in fairness, although he did wobble a little bit, he did keep on to the line. Fawza later, you see, arriving down the outside. I thought that run was going to be decisive, but that she sort of wanders around a little bit at that stage, as well as maybe her stamina begins to run out. And there's one of the least likely runners in the race, and Nayazi, the 64 rated gelding. He was 1 from 18 coming into this. He lines up running on very well to finish on the heels of them as well. So a slightly messy contest. But again, you were mentioning that all the top jockeys were riding winners tonight. Adel Al-Faredi gets his winner on the day. So I think the top 4 in the jockeys table have all ridden winners this evening. So this should be a showcase for the top riders, and it really has turned out that way.
And in consecutive races, Morales, Ospina, Moreno and Al-Faredi, and a double for Ospina after winning aboard McAtee a little bit earlier on this evening as well.
And the leading apprentice has also ridden a winner on the card as well.
Tariq Al-Mansour. Yeah, so all the big names have come to the fore here on what's been a key weekend here in Saudi Arabia leading up to the Saudi Cup meeting in 4 weeks' time. We still have 2 weeks of domestic racing before there's a slight pause in proceedings ahead of the Saudi Cup meeting. But as you say, no excuses with the horse we all thought might go well. Tahadi has had a good run through. There was a moment at the top of the stretch where you thought he's got to show a burst of speed to go through and take the lead, but it was never there. He never managed to really gain on the leader.
No, he travelled strongly up until this point, and then when you thought he was going to come through smoothly, that didn't happen, and he's then just had to dig in and use his guts and his bravery to hang on in there, and he's just held on to third place in the end from the fast finishing Nayazi, but. He's again run with credit, and he had a rating of 71 compared to the winners 83 here. It was only getting £2 from him as well, so he's probably run another career best, even though he's been beaten. And he'll find a 0 to 75 handicap. Still a possibility next time out, and I'm sure he'll run well at that level.
Well, maybe that's the missing link is Ferreira's not had the win. Yes, contemporaries.
He's obviously he doesn't ride here during the Taif season, so he's down the table in terms of the leading riders. But if you're measuring that since the start of the season, or since the start of December, he'd be right up there among the winners. We could do with a Wiggy winner now, I suppose, just for old time's sake.
Yeah, we could indeed. Well, maybe we'll have winners for one of those two if they've got rides still to come. We've got 2 more races left here. Next up is race 11. It's over the 800 metres. And just a reminder of that, the name change as well on the 11?
Yeah, it's the 17.
17, sorry.
Wait to excel rather than will to excel. I do like the idea of being able to excel by willing, but I'm not going to do that today.
One man who doesn't need to wait to excel, he already does, is John Barnes.
Well, that was far too generous and an excellent link as well from you there, Martin. Right, so there's certain familiarity to this group of runners and riders, but we'll go through them. Horse number 1 is Pepperoni Pete, the mount of Abdullah Al Musad. Horse number 2 is Tayfish, Edel Al Faredi. Horse number 3 is Mota Fared, Ayad Al Turisi. Horse number 4 is Taya Dega. That's the mount of Camilo Ospina, searching for a treble on the day. Tudor, Ali Al Mamoni, is horse number 5. Number 6 is Paradise Row for Fahed Al Faredi. Horse number 7 is Miracle Maker, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 8 is Billy Bats, that's the mount of Selman Al Rashid. Horse number 9 is Kanud, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 10 is Vindicate, Tariq Al Mansour. 11 is Modbek, Turbal Timyat. Horse number 12 is Yes More Rich, Rayan Al Toeshabord. Number 13 is Rajil, Abdullah Al Kradis. 14 is Here Is the Map, Wiggy Ramos. Number 15 is Al Mustorad, Abdullah Al Sayadi. Horse number 16 is Rare Ninja, Fawas Wanas takes the mount. Horse number 17 is Wait to Excel, the mount there of Mohammed Al Daham. Horse number 18 is Magisterial, Eddie Castro. Horse number 19 is Al Marin, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. And horse number 20 is Wild Rhythm. That is for Ahmed Al Azari. 21, 22 and 23, the reserves that are not required here. This is a race for horses that have won between 1 and 3 races in all. Another pretty decent quality contest, and we can, as they come into the parade ring, get back to Martin and to Rory and a bit of Shamila as well.
Yes, hopefully we'll throw a bit of Shamila into the mix as well. John down in the paddock very shortly. As you say, the runners coming through into the parade ring. So this is a boutique group event, a boutique event really for winners of between 1 and 3. One horse who has won 3 is Pepperoni Pete, but he's hard to fancy on recent form. So we'll move down to Tarfish, who is a 3 times winner. Most recent of those wins coming over a little bit further to Taif back in the summer.
Yeah, he looked very good winning in meeting 50 at Taif. Coming from off the pace to win on the deep surface there. Was a good third to Mishra Jumbo, 2 starts back here, but was well held in a course and distance, not to 85 behind Star Horse last time out. He's a little bit in and out. He's very good on his day. I think he'd prefer a stiffer test of stamina.
Yeah, and that's borne out by the win from the last time out. Motto Faraday's horse number 3, 2 wins from 13 starts, and was another one who scored over a bit further, but this time on his most recent start.
Yeah, he beat Freshwater Cliffs by 7 1/4 lengths in a 0-90 handicap 2 starts back, and that, you can argue, looks very good for him because Freshwater Cliffs went out and won by a wide margin on his next start, although I think that was a lot to do with a very canny ride on that occasion. Freshwater Cliffs is a talented horse, but very hard to win with, and he just got the perfect ride to win 2 starts back. The worry is that Motafarad was then beaten 34 lengths in a 2,000 metre open next time out, which is a similar sort of contest to what he'd been in. So that blots his copybook a little bit. Maybe it came too soon after his previous win, and he'd been in reasonably good form before that, so should bounce back. With a rating of 83, he's doesn't have an awful lot to find. Again, talking about top ratings here, 94 the top rated in the race. That's here is the map. Then 90, then 88, then 86, and as you can see, Motafarad in 83 doesn't have an awful lot to find.
And that 88 is represented by horse number 4, Talladega, 2 wins in its career, 3 runs here in this area, with Camilo Ospina looking to land the hat-trick.
Yeah, obviously Camilo's riding on the crest of a wave at the moment. Talladega has been in much tougher races since finishing second to Tathbeat in a 2,000 metre non-winners of 4 back in meeting 62. He ran in the JCSA Cup next time out when finishing 6th, and then was running in the Prince Naif Cup last time out over a mile. This is a significant drop in class for him, and with a rating of 88. he should bounce back to form and should be in the frame at least.
And the distance shouldn't be a problem. Those two wins have come over 2,000 and 1,600, so the intermediate distance should be fine.
It should be absolutely fine. The way races are run over the strip can be a little bit different, but in terms of trip itself, that shouldn't be a concern at all for Motorfarad, or sorry, Talladega rather.
Well, number 5, Tudor, will come on to and get Rory's thoughts on a second to UK import, but let's get Shamila's thoughts here on race 11.
Thank you very much, Martin. It's our penultimate race of the evening, and I was really torn because I like 3 horses in this race so much, and they look just so well. But I have decided to go with this horse right here. Horse number 14. Here is the map for Shala Al-Dehani and Wigberto Ramos. Ultra consistent this season here. Really loves the track here at Riyadh as well. 3rd last time out at meeting 87. He's just a really nice big type by Liam's map, and he has a matching saddle cloth to my dress. So I mean, everything is aligned perfectly, so I had to choose Liam's here. Here is the map by Liam's map for this race. Highest rated horse in the race as well. So hopefully he can get a winner for the weekend for the one and only Wigberto Ramos. The other 2 horses that stood out to me, horse number 8, Billy Bats, a stunning individual again as well, and horse number 6, Paradise Row, for Abdulaziz Khalid. Last time out on debut here during the first run of the season. But I will be sticking with horse number 14. Here's the map.
Well, we've got the red stables, we've got the white stables. Maybe with the 14 in the pink dress, we've got the pink stables as well.
Well, we could say that. I'm surprised that Shamila's not been with any number 14s earlier in the evening, but this is the one she's settled for, and I think she's right. For all that you might not like the logic of it, I think she's settled on the right horse there.
Well, we hope that you do arrive next week then for the Thursday shift in a pink t-shirt or a pink.
I've got a pink shirt in the wardrobe. It just doesn't tend to come out, but it's on standby, and it's even been ironed, unlike any of my other shirts. So you never know.
Tell us about Tudor, number 5, a UK import who's 2 from 15 back in England.
Yeah, he did his winning for Kevin Philippart de Foy or de Foy, depending on how you want to say that. His wins have come over 1.25 miles and 1.5 miles, both on the all-weather at Lingfield. He then had just the one run for Patrick Owens before being sold for 18,000 guineas at the Horses and Training sales. His rating of 74 suggests that even if he runs to the best of his UK form, he'd struggle here. But we have seen a few horses, including the next one we're coming to, Paradise Row, immediately improve their UK form just by taking to the surface first time. So you can't rule Tudor out entirely. And then we're coming on nicely to Paradise Row afterwards. I didn't think she had an awful lot of chance when she ran here a couple of weeks ago, given that she had something to find on her UK form. But she was quite impressive actually in winning a course and distance Fillies Open, beating Slail by 5 lengths. So she was able to do that straight away. Then looking at Tudor, you can say, well, why shouldn't that apply to him as well?
Okay, that Paradise Row, formerly trained by William Knight in the UK, filly by Zoffany. That's only a 4-year-old. The 7-year-old is Miracle Maker. That is number 7, a horse who is arriving here from the UAE, having been campaigned there by Salim bin Degaya.
Yeah, he's won at Jebel Ali and Al Ain back in the 2020-2021 season, but we haven't seen him since the end of that season. That's asking an awful lot after more than 2 years off for him to make a winning reappearance. And again, as a 7-year-old entire off a layoff, that's very hard to get those horses fit.
Billy Bats has got a mark of 74, 3 wins from 25 starts, but has been in good form over the course and distance.
Yeah, it was disappointing 2 starts ago, but bounced back to form, went 3rd in a course and distance. I've got it down as an apprentice contest last month. I might be wrong about that. But 3rd to Bismillah Alea in a 2100 metre turf contest last time out. That looks like a good enough race on paper. The runner-up from that was well beaten in our goods 2100 metre turf contest yesterday, and Bismillah Alea, who won the race, was having his first ever start on turf after about 35 starts on dirt. So it may well be that race didn't have as much depth as you might expect. But Billy Bats clearly comes here in the back of a decent run, so can't be ruled out entirely.
Canood has had 2 wins from 4 starts, been racing here of late, but carries form across from the UAE.
Yeah, he was with Fawzi Nas, and he a couple of wins for that stable. His best recent effort here was when 3rd in a 1.5 mile handicap in Taif, beaten quite a long way on that occasion, but that was behind Almar Moongate, who blew that race apart. That looks a little bit better now, given the storming run he put in earlier on in the custodian of the two holy mosques. And if Canood can repeat that, it was a little bit disappointing last time out. He's still very lightly raced here, although he's had plenty of racing in his career. I wouldn't want to say that he's got no chance, even though he's not on my shortlist.
Well, Tariq Al Mansour won the custodian of the two holy mosques for apprentice jockeys early on. He's on board number 10, Vindicate here. That looks for a 4th career win.
Yeah, it's difficult to weigh up Vindicate at the moment. He'd been off the track for quite a long time, 15 months, before finishing miles, but he was tailed off last on his reappearance. He then ran a lot better to be 5th on a second start. He was gradually working his way back to form, but he was then beaten again up 36 lengths in a 2,000 metre open last time out, so it's difficult to know if maybe his past issues are catching up with him, but he's certainly been very in and out so far this season, and he needs to find his best form. On the ratings, he's got a big chance, 86, but that 86 essentially is going back to early last season. He's a 7-year-old who's been a decent horse in his time, but clearly had an issue or two and is struggling to recapture former glories at the moment.
Number 12 is a 5-year-old by Honor Code, was a winner at Taif back a few months ago at Meeting 21. Just the one start here in Riyadh this campaign.
Yeah, and a rather disappointing one as well, but was a course and distance maiden winner back in the day, Yes More Rich. Also one of non-winners of 3 at Taif, over 2,000 metres and Meeting 21. It's possible that even though he was beaten a long way here last time out, that run was badly needed, given that he hadn't been seen since July. But he was beaten 60-odd lengths.
Well, here's the map. Is the top rated in the field off 94, was a winner back in Taif, has held his form pretty well here and has got winning form over both 1,800 and 2,000. This is the most recent run, though, went 3rd.
Yeah, he runs on very well here. He's only about 7th as we join the picture. Alukal, the winner, has gone clear at this stage, but here is the map, stays on strongly to be beaten 4.5 lengths. That was the UK Cup last time out, so a much stronger race than this. And although, again, you're looking at the replay and saying, well, it's not exactly blowing me away, bear in mind that none of the horses in this race are of the quality of any of the first 4 there. So here is the map, has been given a very good opportunity to get his head back in front by Connections.
And you were touching on how impressed you were with Paradise Row on debut. This is that debut performance here at Riyadh.
Yeah, this was a Fillies Open last time out, over a course and distance. She beat Slail by 5 lengths. She got loose on the lead fairly early on. She was drawn sort of mid to wide, and she got to the front after about a furlong and just ran them into the ground. She might have caught them by surprise there, and the other jockeys didn't consider her a massive danger, but she's run on well to win. It's difficult to know what her ceiling is, because this seems to be better than anything she's done in the UK, and it may be that she just ends up being an entirely different project here. She looks very well again. She's clearly taken that run well. And although the ratings tell you on a mark of 79 that she has a bit to find with the best of these, I wouldn't be surprised to see her take another step forward.
And we've touched on horses coming across from the United Kingdom, Tudor, Paradise Row. Another one that falls into that category is that new named Wait to Excel, who joins Connections here from James Tate.
Yeah, was a winner of a good handicap at Ripon over 1.25 miles in 2022. He had 1 run last year, and he ran okay, but obviously he's not exactly hard fit here. He didn't have a proper campaign on the flat in 2023, but was bought for 35,000 guineas from James Tate. He's a very good handler, and clearly New Connections hope that he can make his mark here. He's rated 90, a son of Postponed, and if he's capable of running to his rating first time up, he's a major player. I'd be a little bit concerned about his ability to recapture his best form, having only raced once in the last year.
And what about 19 Al Marin? Also comes across here from the UK, had a couple of wins over in the UK and finished 5th here last week on debut.
Yeah, I thought he ran quite well on his debut here last week. His best effort in the UK came in his most recent run. He won the Grassroots Mile final at Nottingham for Patrick Owens. That was a smashing win for him. Obviously, he's not a top level handicapper in the UK, but he has a rating of 77 here. That gives him a little bit to find, but I thought he was a creditable 5th of 17 to Mutasim in a not to 80 handicap last time out. He's not out of place here. Tricky draw to overcome from stall 19, given how tight this race is, but we do see plenty of winners coming from wide draws, and I think Al Marin will do well here. And again, he's got Ricardo Sosa Ferrero on board, who's riding very well.
So we've touched on those big race winners tonight for Tariq, for Louis, for Camila, for Alex, for Adele. Will this be Wiggy's race?
Well, it could be. I said the one thing we're missing is a Wigberto Ramos winner. So if this meeting is being written to scripts, then here is the map wins this race, and we go through the whole gamut of taking us through the top jockeys in the country. And again, a big night doesn't feel quite right unless Wiggy gives us his wiggle.
So you're in agreement with Shamila?
Yeah, I think he's going to take plenty of beating. We saw the replay of his last run, and while he sort of was struggling manfully to get on terms with better horses, I think he'll find it a lot easier in this class. And although there's some nice horses in here, none of them have quite got the level of ability that he has.
Come on then, Blancy. We've had some of the big names winning here through the course of the evening. Call Wiggy home for us in race 11.
Yeah, well, when we started doing this broadcast over in Taif back in the summer, Wiggy used to ride winners all the time. It's obviously a bit more competitive here, bigger fields at Riyadh and better racing as well. And he hasn't been quite as dominant, but he's still a high quality performer here, has been in Saudi now for a couple of decades and has won all the big races, including the Saudi Cup as well. So he doesn't have anything to prove to anybody, Wigberto Ramos. And he's been a great sort of trailblazer for Saudi racing. And here is the map, has certainly got a very solid chance. Gate 14, a little bit tricky to negotiate. I do quite like Paradise Row. Obviously, she has to improve on that first run, but it was a very impressive display. And she could be a very useful recruit to Saudi racing as well. She's been dismounted there. Fahad Al Faradi has got off. In the background, you can see Miracle Maker. In the foreground, Wait to Excel. And then you've got also there in the foreground Talladega. So they're still circling. They're going to be loading very shortly down at the 1,800 metre trip, the 9 furlongs, the 1 mile, 1 furlong, depending on how you like to express your distances. And one that's just a little bit away from them at the moment is Tafish, the 1, or the 2, I should say. 3 wins from 16 starts for that one as they circle. They're about to be loaded up. Still one more race to come, of course, the Howden Handicap, which is a 0 to 75 race to close off what's been a tremendous day's racing. It was a stirring finish to the Saudi Cup qualification race. The custodians of the 2 mosques contest there. Absolute belter. That's what they're running for here. This boutique group contest. There's number 16, Rare Ninja. Yellow headgear for that one. Fawas Wanas aboard, 2 wins from 20 starts in all for Rare Ninja. The 1 going in is Pepperoni Pete with the cheek pieces on. National Hunt horse of the same name over in the UK. Horse number 8 is Billy Bats to come forward. Selman Al Rashid. Billy Bats goes in. Next to come forward is horse number 11. Modbeck. Rajil is in as well. Al Mustorad to move forward. The 9 is Canud. The 7 to move forward as well, Miracle Maker. Al Marine goes in, the black and white colours of Tudor. 6 is Paradise Row. Paradise Row goes in. Horse number 2 is Tafish. Tafish is in. The 3 is Motta for Red. And after that, we've still got Yes More Rich to go in, and also Wild Rhythm. Talladega to come forward as well. The 10 horse to move in will be Vindicate. Horse number 4 is Talladega. 4 to go. This is Vindicate. Caught by Lope de Vega. Red Ninja goes in. Looks like they're ready. 20 of them installed. Away they go. They're racing. Looked like a pretty good line. Slightly slowly away, Al Marion from its wide draw there towards the extreme left of camera shot as they make their way through the early stages. Pepperoni Pete was quite slowly away as well. Through the first furlong or so, and the lead is with Yes More Rich in those in that bright set of blinkers. Also prominent is Paradise Row pressing on. Talladega is also in the front rank as well. That's your leading trio. They're then followed towards the left by Here Is the Map. Wiggy's taken up a decent posse on that one. Then Wait to Excel in the yellow and black colours. Magisterial is also prominent, but like quite a few of the races this evening, there's a bun fight to the first turn. They're 5 or 6 wide here as they go through the first 800 or so. So the lead, Talladega, just about with it at the moment, but here towards the near side as we look at them, Paradise Row, and then right up the inner is also prominent there is Talladega. Then right round the outside getting involved, Here Is the Map, and then even further to the outside is Wait to Excel, 4 or 5 wide in this early part of the race. So they make their way round the turn, and towards the left now in the yellow and black is Wait to Excel, to a slightly driven along Here Is the Map, who's in second. Then Talladega up the inside rail there in third, followed then in fourth spot by Billy Batts, who's trying to get involved as well. Paradise Row, having got into a good position early, is now beginning to flounder as they make the turn for home. This Wait to Excel for Mohammed Al Daham has shot clear. Wait to Excel, the leader, trying to battle back though. Here Is the Map, and is just eating into that advantage a little bit. They're a long way clear of the rest, headed by Billy Batts, staying on really strongly from the back as well as Vindicate. But as they make their way inside the closing stage, it's Wait to Excel. Can Wiggy reel this one in aboard Here Is the Map? Wait to Excel needs the line. Here Is the Map, those not finding enough in the latter stages and racing up towards the line. Wait to Excel has won it. Here Is the Map has finished in second. Mosafared got going late to finish in third, and he fourth or so was another strong late finisher, Rajil. Wait to Excel for Mohammed Al Daham, a colt by Postponed on first start for a long time, scored here. Here Is the Map, got into a good posse, then lost it a little bit, then just threatened to battle back and did to an extent, but wasn't able to overhaul Wait to Excel. Here Is the Map, finishing in second, a length and a quarter down. Mosafared was third. Rajil finished in fourth. Paradise Row away well, but couldn't sustain it. Finished in fifth. And Vindicate, who was staying on quite well, was sixth. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the 11th and penultimate race on the card here at Riyadh this afternoon. Wait to Excel scored here and was quite wide in the run, but didn't seem to matter. Has beaten Here Is the Map, both of whom have had to overcome wide draws, and Mosafared has finished in third. Just one more still to go. It's a 2,000 metre handicap. It'll be away at 8:35 local time. Right now, though, it's back to the studio.
Mohamed Adham and Thamar Dehani win the penultimate race of the evening. That is a double for trainer Thamar Dehani. He has won with Pretty Flag earlier on in the day and has now won with Wait to Excel by Postponed out of Al Bidayah. So huge congratulations to all involved there. It's not very often we see a different set of silks there for Thamar Dehani's winners, but it's the Dehani Stable Syndicate who have won this time. And this is for horses who won 1 to 3. And a very big thank you to our sponsors as well, Boutique Group, for sponsoring this race, and all of our sponsors today, actually. A huge congratulations. Wait to Excel just getting a little bit worked up there as everybody stops to pose for the post-race pictures. And hopefully Mohamed Adham isn't a man of very many words, but hopefully he can give us a little bit of insight as to how he thought Wait to Excel got on there in the 11th race of the evening. Mohamed Adham has been flying the last few weekends. He's been doing really, really well in the Riyadh season. Had a little bit of an accident and broke his hand at the end of the Taif season, but he's come back stronger than ever, absolutely. And he's just weighing out there now, giving a kiss to the camera. And hopefully we can go and catch him so he doesn't run away from us, because he loves to do that. But we... Seems to be a little bit of an issue there with the weighing in. Just making sure everything is okay with the stewards before we go in for an interview here. And hopefully we can get a few words with Mohamed Adham. Congratulations, Mohamed. That looked like a nice race.
Yeah, thank you. Alhamdulillah. Good horse.
And how was he from the beginning of the race? Just talk me through the race for you. What was going through your mind?
MashaAllah, horse nice. I see the horse before come today. Before the race, I know this horse. I see him, the trainer. MashaAllah, he worked good, and I think this horse inshallah come good when he come to the race. And MashaAllah, he jumped very well and stay close, and he go strong with the horse. And MashaAllah, just today maybe for first time last 200, little bit he stopped, but Alhamdulillah he win.
And the horse Wigberto Ramos was riding was the favorite to win the race, definitely.
Yeah, horse Ramos good. He stay with me. He stay close to me, and not easy, you know. He fight with me, but Alhamdulillah my horse, he go.
Congratulations, Papa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice performance of this horse on debut. Was formerly trained in the UK by James Tate. Was a Ripon winner, as well as a Hamilton maiden winner. Was sold. The horse is in training sales back in October for 35,000 guineas and makes an immediate impact here in Riyadh.
Yeah, and again, talking about leading jockeys, we shouldn't forget that Mohamed Adham, who's on board here, is also a top 10 jockey in this country, a well-established local jockey. He came from what was potentially quite an awkward draw here, but his mount jumped very well, and Wait to Excel was quickly in the front rank. You saw towards the inside from stall 6, Paradise Row. Again, she led early on her previous start. She pushes up to get to the lead at this stage, and Mohamed Adham is happy now to sit in about 4th place. He doesn't want to get involved in a war for this lead, but he's perfectly happy with his position. Paradise Row gets to the front, but there's pressure on her as well at that stage from Yes More Rich on her immediate outside. And was it Talladega trying to go up the inside of her as well at that stage? In the black colours, just on the inside of the eventual winner, that's the runner-up. Here is the map, who travelled pretty well. And Wiggy didn't want to get cut off, so he's joined up to join them at this stage. And with the initial leaders beginning to weaken at this stage, it looks like it's going to boil down to a match between the yellow and black colours. Wigberto Ramos and Mohamed Adham. There's not that much between them in the riders' table this season. Only 3 or 4 wins. Mohamed Adham just gets himself to the front at this stage, and Wiggy is fighting an uphill battle from this point. He wanted to get the rail and get that important position, but Mohamed Adham's mount is just travelling too well at that stage. Wait to Excel. He crosses over to the rail and kicks on. And although Wiggy manages to switch again outside and get a rally out of Here Is the Map, he stays on to the line. We saw him staying on Durley last time out, and that's essentially the issue with him. He's a Dur performer. He will keep running, but he didn't quite have the tactical speed of Wait to Excel when it counted. and we shouldn't really have questioned whether Weight XL will be fit on just his second start in a year. Or 18 months even. Coming from this stable, he was always going to be ready for it, and he's won it in good style.
Yeah, double up for Tamer Haldani after Pretty Flag with our fourth of the day. And that brings us on to the 12th and final event, the Runners and Riders, with John.
Yes, indeed, the 12th and final race on the cards. It's over 2,000 metres and it's a 0.75 handicap. Mashmouk is horse number 1. Ahmed Al-Azari is aboard. Jama Al-Mohammadiyya is horse number 2. Asil Al-Sahani. Number 3 is Noor Leia in the hands of Khalid Al-Mamoni. Number 4 is Ibn Abad. That's Abdul Ella Al-Hussein's mount. Horse number 5 is Aku Nuf Mohammed Al-Hubail. Horse number 6 is Tabeya, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Number 7 is Sanuja, Adel Al-Furedi. Horse number 8 is Wesh Awala, Abdulaziz Al-Furedi. Horse number 9 is Barak Al-Anea, Mohammed Al-Nasser. Number 10 is Al-Najm Al-Kaseb, Mohammed Al-Yami. Number 11 is Mawata Sima, in the hands of Nawef Al-Mudiani. Horse number 12 is Fareh, that's the man of Naif Al-Anazi. Number 13 is Shamak, Thurb Al-Timyat. Number 14 is Ghazi Al-Maidan, that's the mount of Ali Al-Mutib. Number 15 is Thud Al-Sharaf, Camilo Ospina. Number 16 is Ibn Al-Qayyem, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Number 17 is Abu Shayba, Ali Al-Mimoni. Horse number 18 is Ursula, Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 19 is Bugatti, will that one roar home? Fawaz Wanas is aboard. And horse number 20 is Kalalat Delmon, Abdullah Al-Saidi is aboard. Now, number 13, I'm hearing, is a non-runner. 13, Samak, will not be going. So that is a late absentee, and there'll be no reserve to take his place. So in the end, we have a field of 19 that will be going to post for our final race on the card here at Riyadh. Back to the boys and Shamila.
This rounds off a really special couple of days here with the qualifiers yesterday, the custodians today, and we round off with this Howden handicap for horses rated 0 to 75, 4-year-olds and older, fillies and colts racing here over the 2,000 metres. And the red stables represented by number 1, Mashmouk, looking to double a career tally.
Yes, Mashmouk was a 1.5 mile maiden winner, third in a 1.5 mile open 2 starts back, but rather disappointing 10th in a course and distance open last time out. This trip is probably a minimum for Mashmouk, but this is a drop in class for him, so it gives him a chance of being more competitive than he was last time out.
Similar coming to play to horse number 2, Jama Al-Mohammadiyya, who's just had the 1 win so far. Didn't run too badly in meetings, 86 and 81.
Yeah, he's finished in the money both times, and those were in open races. He was 5 3/4 lengths forced to Takati in an 1,800 metre no-winner to 3 last time out. Repetition of that will certainly see him in the picture here.
We move down to number 3, Noor Alayas, who has a couple of wins to its naming. Has hit the frame here on a couple of occasions this season.
Yeah, in the frame meeting 66 here, and then in meeting 83 she was second at a course and distance fillies handicap. Wasn't at her best over 1,800 metres last time out, but her best form has come at this trip, and she's got a fair chance of bouncing back.
Number 4 is Ibn Abad. Just the 2 goes here so far. So the 2 wins here so far and 1 run so far this season, I should say.
Yeah, he's 2 from 14 overall, but his last 5 form figures are 14-4, 18-18, 14, and the handicappers dropped him a chunk for a disappointing run last week, so he's actually poorly off at the weights here as well.
Number 5 is Ako Nuf, who has just the 1 win to its name. That was last time out here over 1,800.
Yeah, that was him off the mark in a 0 to 70 handicap. So he's one of these who's in form but stepping up in class. That was over 1,800 metres last time out, beating Barak Al-Anaya by a length and a quarter, and Barak Al-Anaya is also in this field today.
Number 6 is Tabayer. This is a 5-year-old filly by Midnight Loot. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board. 1 win from 11 starts, but just the 1 run so far this campaign, having been off the track since March.
Yeah, that was a promising enough run. Again, in this grade, it was a 0 to 75 fillies handicap, and she finished 3rd to Mawata Sima, beaten 2 lengths. That looked fairly decent form at the time. Mawata Sima, who again runs here, was disappointing next time out in a weaker event. So that puts a bit of a question mark on the form. But I'm inclined to take the view that the race that Motosima ran in next time out, she was turned out quickly to take advantage of the fact that her handicap mark wouldn't go up for that, and she's able to run at a lesser grade. It just came too soon for her. She's disappointed.
Okay, number 7 is Sanujar, 4th on both outings so far this year, looking to land a 4th win.
Yeah, the first of those was in that same race when 4th to Motosima in that 0 to 75 2 starts back, not that far behind, just a length behind Tabayea in that run, and then ran at least as well, when 6 1/4 lengths 4th to Paradise Row last time out, where the winner got away from them on the front end and won by 5 lengths. So I thought that was a very solid performance from Sanuja. Was probably a step forward in form terms, and she is one that I'd want to shortlist for this race.
Okay, shortlist the 7. What about the 8, Wesh Owala, a gelded 7-year-old who's on his 54th career start?
Yeah, he's won 4 from 53 thus far, and was a good 4th in a better class handicap over course and distance. 3 starts back, hasn't run to that level since, and ran an absolute stinker last week.
But it's an open-looking race during the day. This Howden handicap 0 to 75 rated. What clues have you gained in the paddock, Shamila?
Well, Martin, I am really trying my best, and my eye kept going towards horse number 6, Tabayea, for Sami Al-Harabi and Ricardo Ferreira. They have had a big winner later on before in the week with Cold Front, and I think this filly can get the job done for them in this race. She's absolutely stunning. She is 5 years old, 3rd last time out at meeting 87, and Ricardo Ferreira seems really keen on her. Then Sammy usually tees these horses up very nicely for these type of races, like big handicaps, so hopefully she gets the job done for them. Just waiting for her to come behind me so you can take a look at her while I walk next to her. But here she is. She's sporting some serious headgear, hopefully to keep her head down and keep her just in line with everybody and keep her focused there as well. Very slim type, but that is absolutely no bother. They are going over 2,000 meters for this race, but I think that she is the best looking filly in this race by far. I also have to give a shout out to horse number 2 for looking good, and horse number 7 for Adel Al-Faradi as well. Even though my horse number 6 is jumping at a stall number 15. Hopefully that isn't too much of a task for her, so I will be sticking with Tabayea.
Looking to give the jockey another winner, having had such a great time here so far this week. Let's continue a run through the fields. Number 9 from stall 18 is Barak Alenia. Did we touch on that one before we went to Shamila?
No, we didn't get a chance to touch on Barak Alenia. We did touch on her earlier on, because she was behind Akko Noof on her penultimate start, 2nd to Akko Noof in a 0 to 70 handicap, 2 starts back, and then ran at least as well again. I think she probably stepped up on 3.5 lengths, a 3rd to Asal in a course and distance open last time out. So he comes here in decent form. Barak Alenia is not one I'd want to rule out. It looks very open thus far. It does get a little easier, I think, because I think most of those towards the bottom of the handicap are tougher to fancy.
Yeah. Well, number 10 is on the gym, Al Kasib, 3 wins in 22 starts, but hard to fancy on the 3 runs this campaign.
Yeah, no closer than 13th in 3 runs this season, and I'd like to think it's fairly safe to scrub him off the list.
Motasama, number 11, filly by Sleeping Indian. There is bits and pieces of form this season that you could bring this filly into the mix.
Yeah, she's inconsistent. She ended Taif out of form, but she bounced right back to her best to win a 0 to 75 over 1,800 metres, 2 starts back and meeting 87. And although she bombed out in a lesser race last time out, I think she was turned out quickly to take advantage of the fact that she was able to run in that 0 to 70 last time out. And as a result, that was her previous run was 87. She was turned out in meeting 90 just a week later. And some horses can bounce back that quickly and some of them can't. And she just didn't really take it. I think she's a relative outsider here. I think she might just be underestimated because of that disappointing effort last time out.
Okay, and of those down the bottom end, let's just pick out a few of those. Camilo Ospina's had a good day. 2 winners so far. He is on board number 14. Not number 14, number 15, Thud Al-Sharaf, who has got winning form, 1 win from 7 starts, and that was in a race over 1,800 metres.
Yeah, that was an 1,800 metre maiden. He was actually behind, 7th behind Adaf in a course and distance course and distance open last time out. He's got work to do with Barak Alanea on that. Barak Alanea was 3rd in that contest, and Thud Al-Sharaf isn't getting an awful lot of weight, getting 1.5 kilos from Barak Alanea. I'm not sure that's enough to turn it around. but is quite popular in the international market, largely, I imagine, because Camilo Ospina has now taken over. But it's taken over from Mohamed Al-Daham, and we saw in the last race that Mohamed Al-Daham is it's not a massive jockey uplift, even though Camilo's the top rider. Mohamed Al-Daham is very, very capable.
And this is a handicap debutant?
Yes, so, may do better than switch to handicap. So it's worth pointing out again that horses aren't exactly, they're not campaigned to get into handicap. So when you see one making his handicap debut, it's not one of those, that is rarely the case in Saudi Arabia.
That's number 15. Let's have a look at number 17. Abu Shabar, 3 wins from 46 career starts.
Yeah, he's got chances on the best of his form, Abu Shabar, but he's not been disgraced of late, but the last 3 runs have been 0 to 70 contests, and if he's not able to make the frame in those, it'll be a bit of a surprise if he's able to do so in a 0 to 75.
And Tariq Al Mansour, fresh from that win in the Custodian early on today for the apprentice races. He rides number 18, Ursula.
Yeah, I mean, she's won 4 from 38. She doesn't have the worst strike rate in this race, but she's always struck me this season as being just a little bit of a monkey, and she tends to do her running late in the day, and she's picked up minor prize money in decent races. Races she shouldn't be getting placed in according to her handicap mark, but give her what looks like a fairly straightforward task, and she doesn't get the job done. But she is capable of picking up prize money on her day, so she wouldn't be without a chance here off a mark of 64, which is lenient on her best form.
And there is Bugatti as well. Jockey just getting on board. This horse been placed in maiden races over 2,000 metres, but struggling for the win.
Yeah, the last 2 runs have been very disappointing. A meeting 87 and meeting 90, and she looks like she's in need of a little bit of a break at the moment.
So they are the runners and riders. We've gone through the whole field. We are delayed. This race was due off around 3 minutes ago, but the first of the main custodian, the 2 Holy Mosques, was delayed for the arrival of the Prince of Riyadh. But the jockeys are now getting on board, and they'll soon be heading off down to the start. So Shamila very much with Tabaya, horse number 6, who on that comeback run, having been off since March, representing Connections, who joined together for a win. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Good question. The days sort of roll into each other.
12 races of the day, don't they?
Yeah.
Certainly, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's had a great meeting with a treble the first day and a winner yesterday.
I think it was Thursday then.
Thursday, was it?
I think about it, yeah.
It was Thursday, in fact. Yeah, you're quite right. So we're both with the 6 as we have a look at Barak Alenia and also Hukonuf.
Yeah, Hukonuf wins this race, but Barak Alenia is quite an eye-catcher, running on from a poor position to get into 3rd place. And Barak Alenia has run since this to finish 3rd in an open race behind Adal, and that's form that she holds Tudal Sharaf on. So she's a little bit under the radar. I think she's guaranteed to run a good race again.
Well, the international market, topping that at the moment, is Jama Al Dameya. It has been supported. Mashmouk in behind. Noah Alalaya is also in there as well, alongside Tabeya, who has been quite a decent market move for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira as they make their way out onto the track.
Yeah, the market's very much dominated by the top weights. The only one towards the top of the weights, Ibn Abad, we touched on. The handicappers actually dropped him since he ran badly last time out, and he's actually now rated 71, so he actually would be sliding off that page if the race was reframed now. Otherwise, numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 there are 6 of the 7 market leaders. The only other one who splits them is Camilo Ospina's mount, and I think if Ospina wasn't on board, I don't think Thud Al-Sharaf would be anything like that short. I think it'd be twice the price he is. But obviously anything that Camilo rides, he's the leading jockey by far, is going to come in for support.
2, 1, 3, 6, 7, the main one supported on the international markets as we come to the end of what's been a really enjoyable 3 days. I mean, today's been great with the Saudi Cup qualifier, but I thought yesterday afternoon was outstanding.
It was, yeah. I mean, it was a tremendous day of sport from start to finish. Here we've had the focus very specifically on 2/3 races. The local bred custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques and the local and imported, which is the Saudi Cup qualifier. Both were absolutely tremendous races. Not forgetting the apprentice race, which is also part of that. But the rest of the card has been a little bit more low profile, just so that the focus could be on those very special races. Whereas on Friday, all the way through. It was quality, wasn't it? And
It was indeed,
really
yeah.
enjoyable as a result.
And it'll be fascinating to see how that form carries through here on the 23rd and 24th of next month for the Saudi Cup meeting. The Jockeys Challenge on the Friday. One of the Arabian races as well on the Friday. Another one of those on the Saturday. The Bear Classica we had the qualifier for early on today. And then the main event's taking place on the Saturday itself. And the custodian of the two holy mosques offering opportunity for a horse to guarantee a place in the lineup. That's gone the way of Power in Numbers, who won our 8th race today, beating Scotland Yard, the winner of this race 12 months ago, and 13th in the Saudi Cup itself. Final destination also hitting the frame alongside Derivo. All horses have got some good form here. And the local custodian of the two holy mosques went the way of EBN Tulum. On board that horse was Louis Morales, a horse who'd ran second the Taif Derby. Was dropped in distance here and put up a mighty performance. Very much unexposed, 2 wins in 7 starts on the custodian of the two holy mosques for the apprentice jockeys. That went the way of Tariq Al Mansour, who does have a ride in this final race as he bids to go out with another winner. And Tariq on board number 18, Ursula, who's looking for a 5th career win. So we are delayed here for our final event, but the runners heading down to the start. We've got 3 more days of racing to come next week and the week after before a short pause before the Saudi Cup meeting. And you'll be back with us again next week, Rory?
That's the plan. Yeah, I'm flying back out in the early hours of tomorrow morning, but then coming back Tuesday morning to get stuck into this again. So you can't keep me away.
And this is meeting number 96 of 113, the season running through to the back end of March here in Riyadh. A short pause, and then we're back at Taif as well through the early part of June for their campaign through the summer months.
Yeah, I think we've already had more races this season than we had in the whole of last season because of the program's been bulked up a little bit this year. Slightly longer season in Taif, slightly more racing here as well. So I think the whole season ended up encapsulating fewer races last year than we've had already, and it's good to see that there are more opportunities for the burgeoning horse population here.
Well, they're still arriving down at the start for our final event. 2,000 metres in the distance for this Howden Handicap. 4-year-olds and older. Right, let's confirm selections then. I'm going to row in with Shamila here and Tabaya, who is looking to double the career start. Hopefully can blow away the cobwebs from that run last time up.
Yeah, I'm siding with Barak Al-Anaya, although I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Motasima to run better than the market would suggest she will. But Barak Al-Anaya comes here on the back of 2 solid runs, and I think he will run well again.
OK, John, arriving down at the start. We are in darkness here, but the lights are thankfully providing plenty of light around the track. The call, all yours here, with our thanks for race 12.
Thank you very much, Martin, Rory and Shabila. Yeah, it's been really very memorable days racing. Actually, I shall remember that finish to the Saudi Cup qualifier for quite some time. It was a real humdinger as they circle ahead of loading up for the final race on the card. There's horse number 4, Ibn Abad. The next horse there was Ibn Al-Qayyem. Don't mix your Ibns up. Jama Al-Mohammadiyah, I think for the record could run quite a decent race actually. Jama Al-Mohammadiyah from a decent draw. The 3 is Nur Al-Elia. The 11 is Motasema. Nawef Al-Mudiani aboard. The 17 there is Abu Sheba Ali Al-Mamoni. Horse number 8 is Wesh Orla. And the 7 is Sanuja. Horse number 18 is Ursula, Tariq Al Mansour. You can see the light blue and brown colours of Food Al Sharaf and Camilo Ospina. Already got the blindfold on that horse. They're not obviously very confident about its ability to get loaded up. Here they come, the horse number 20, Kalalat Delbon into stall number 1, as is always the case with handicaps here at Riyadh or in Taif. The saddlecloth numbers do not correspond to the draw, so they mix it up in handicap company. All non-handicaps, though, are directly corresponding. There's a lovely shot of the facility here at Riyadh, illuminated at this time of night by our floodlights, and in just over 3 weeks' time they'll be illuminating the Saudi Cup meeting, and really looking forward to that. And of course I've had 1 or 2 pointers to that, certainly local pointers. Of course all the international horses will be over. The Jockey Challenge will be great as well. And then, of course, on the big day itself. Putting them in. Going in quite quickly as well. In goes the 3. That was Noura Lelia. Still out is Jama Al Mohammedia. Number 2 from stall 2. Jama Al Mohammedia goes in. Still got 1 or 2 more to load up. The 14 moves in. That's Ghazi Al Maidan. Next to go in is Wash Oala. The 16 moves forward as well. That's Ibn Al Yakem. Still waiting for Mashmouk in the hands of Ahmed Al Azari. Also the 17 still to load too. There's Mashmouk, he's had a couple of goes so far to load up, but comes once again. Abu Shayba. Abu Shayba goes in. The 19 still to load as well. There's the 15, that's... no, there's the 19. Bugatti. Taking the blindfold off of Bugatti now. Fawaz Wanas gets the mount on that one. And I think that's just the last one we're waiting for now. Rather reluctant to come forward, Bugatti, I think it's fair to say. Almost the full mass ranks of the Riyadh loading team trying to persuade this one to come forward now. And their powers of persuasion don't appear to be working on this horse at the moment. They're going to try the old blindfold trick again. But it's not desperately successful at the moment. This horse Bugatti, who's yet to win in 19 starts, did show a bit of form until quite recently. Tell you what, Patience might be wearing a bit thin now. The rest still waiting. Bugatti seems to be getting further away. I think they're going to go without him. I should say they're off and racing. They've gone without Bugatti in the final race on the card, this Howden handicap. And as they make their way through the early stages, Mashmouk is one of the first to show, so too and Nour Alelia. Also prominent is Ursula, who gets into a decent position as well as they make their way through the first furlong and a half or so. Another one who's up with the early gallop is Al Najm Al Kaseb in the blue colours as they head on down the far side of the track towards the rear of the field at the moment. Kalalat Delmon is near the back. Also towards the back of the field is Faray as they make their way onto the racecourse proper. Ibn Abad is now pressing on into a prominent posse, so too is Mashmouk. Another one that's up with the pace is Tabayea in the grey sleeves there, the sheepskin moustache and sideburns. Then right up the inside is Wash Awela, that's in the green colours, and then after that one on the outside is Al Najm Al Kaseb in the hands of Mohammed Al Yami as they make their way towards the end of the back straight. Towards the outside, Nour Alelia is going to produce a challenge rather wide, and similar comments could apply to Moata Seymar as they head towards the end of the back straight. It's quite a well grouped up field here. Having said that, one that's going back through the field is Kalalat Delmon. That's right at the back. Also towards the rear is Sanuja. But the leader as they begin to make the turn for home is Tabayea to Mashmouk on the outside in second. 1200 metres in 1 minute 15.66 seconds. They're then followed in third by Washer Waller, the yellow cap in fourth. Then after that, in 5th position, towards the outside, is Aku Noof now getting involved in this as well, as they start to make the turn for home, and they've levelled up and now await the judge. It's Tabayea out in front to Mashmook, who's now just beginning to look a bit tired in 2nd. Then Wesher Waller, who's in 3rd down the centre of the track. This little trio have just gone on from the rest. They're now headed by Barak Alanea, who's trying to stay on. Over on the far side, it's Tabayea that leads. Battling on, though, is Mashmook, who's been prominent throughout. Then Washer Waller down the centre of the track, but is running rather errantly, and still staying on from the rear of the field is Barak Alanea, and beginning to get up. Barak Alanea from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula to win. Barak Alanea the winner, to Washer Waller in 2nd. Tabayea finished in 3rd. Mashmook for 4th. Barak Alanea. It was a race where, again, there was a lot of competition for an early posse. They did seem to sort of slow things down mid-race, but has come flying through Barak Alanea to score in the hands of Mohammed Al Nasser, picking up the likes of Washer Waller, who looked pretty well positioned throughout, but maybe he was a bit too close to that pace in the end. Mashmook was definitely close to the pace throughout, and in the end has toiled, and Tabayea has run a decent race, but will have to be content with 3rd. Barak Alanea the winner, Washer Waller in 2nd, Tabayea in 3rd, Mashmook in 4th. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Aku Noof has finished in 5th, and Ghazi Al Maidan got going late to finish in 6th. So Barak Alanea has now won 3 from 23. A couple of really good runs recently, a 2nd place and a 3rd place finish. Quick backups as well. This horse has been asked plenty of questions by Connections and has answered in the affirmative, and no more so than today when scoring in the hands of Mohammed Al Nasser from stall 18 as well. No mean feat. Barak Alanea has won our 12th and final race. We'll be looking at a replay, and then we'll be back to the boys and girls in the studio very shortly.
Well, we ventured, John, out of the studio into the cool air here in Riyadh. It's certainly chilled down from what it has been of late, but Barak Alanea, well done to Rory, put this horse up. It was quite an outsider, quite a big price on the international markets, but after being placed here 2nd and 3rd in meetings 87 and 93, over the top comes through under Mohammed Al Nasser to take out the win, beating Washer Waller into 2nd, and Tabayea, who'd been up there for such a long way, taking 3rd place. Well done, Rory. A nice way to end the day.
Yes, it's a very pleasing way, and a nice win for Barak Alanea. The handicapper was impressed with his run, I should say, last time out. Obviously, he was beaten by Aku Noof 2 starts back, but stepped up on that one, 3rd in an open race behind Atdal over course and distance last time. As I said, he held 2 to Al Sharaf, who was much shorter in the international market on that piece of form. His handicap mark has actually been nudged up to 75, but he was effectively running off 70 here, so he's 5 point well in. But no one pricing that race up seemed to take that into consideration. But Barak Alanea has won in good style, came from a fair way off the pace. They've gone hard up front. It did look briefly off the bend like it might be a match between Mashmook and Tabayea, but the early pace began to tell late on, and Barak Alanea has come through strongly from off the pace to win quite closely in the end.
Off the home turn, Mashmook and also Tabayea, they were the two who had gone clear. And it looked, I thought, for much of the home straight, that the pace just might hold up.
Yeah, it did to me as well, and I was hoping that I might manage to pick up a little bit of prize money in 3rd or 4th and save a little bit of face. But the longer the race went on, the more it was clear that the horses coming from the rear of the field were going to get heavily involved in the finish. And Barak Alanea's got it done. Washer Waller has also come from a fair way off the pace. He's a little bit in and out. He ran a very good race, went 4th in a course and distance, not to 85, 3 starts back. We ran a stinker last week for whatever reason, bounced back from that and finished 2nd here, with Tabayea holding on for 3rd place.
Well, Washer Waller certainly is very inconsistent. I wouldn't be looking with him to side with him in the future, but I'd certainly keep Tabayea on side.
Yeah, Tabayea has run a really decent race. This was just the 12th start of her career, just her 2nd start of the season, and she was building on that promising 3rd last time out. That was in a not a 75 handicap, won by Montesima, and she should win again.
Well, Shamila's come to join us here outside by the parade ring. You had the pink horse before, you got the pink dress, and I'm noticing the pink pen. You really are the pink stables.
I really am the pink stables. I like to be on brand, Martin, you know me, and I've got my Valentine's nails as well, my hearts.
Well, let's reflect on what we've had here today, which has been a wonderful afternoon of racing. The main event was the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, your highlight of the afternoon, Rory.
Yeah, this is the big race of the day, and it really lived up to expectations. We got a really good battle between the winner, Power in Numbers, and last year's winner, Scotland Yard. It looked for a long while that Scotland Yard was going to follow up that win from last year. He travelled best into the straight. Power in Numbers was under pressure a little bit earlier than him, but never let the winner get away. And the strength of Camilo Espino came through in the end. And as Scotland Yard just tired and rolled around in the last 50 metres, Power in Numbers came through to win narrowly in an epic contest, which lived up to all billing.
And the more you watch the replay back, the more you kind of feel sorry for Scotland Yard. He looked as though the repeat win was on the cards.
Yeah, absolutely. He was really impressive in the race last year. He won first time out this season in lesser company, and then was just disappointing last time out, but came back to something like his best today. And for 99% of the race, he looked like he was going to get the job done. Just got tired very late on. And as you said, the more you watched it, the more you felt like he might just hold on. But he's never going to hold on, however many times you watch it, sadly.
Another win for the White Stables, and that the jockey on board was Camilo Espino. You spoke to him afterwards. We saw the roar when he passed the line. There was real raw emotion from the jockey.
It was not just the roar past the line, but he was actually tearing up as well, and you never see that from Camilo. He's very straightforward, and, you know, it's kind of his job, and he gets winners all the time, but that win really meant something to him.
And how would you assess Power Numbers going forward? He's come across from America, must hold a live chance going forward to the Saudi Cup.
Absolutely, and I know the White Stables have been gunning for the Saudi Cup. They really want to win this race, so yeah, can't wait for it.
Not just the only custodian of the two holy mosques this afternoon, there's also the local qualifier as well. That was won by EBN Toulon, a horse who was lightly raced, Rory, and had been kept fresh for this from the Taif Derby.
Yeah, I mean, if you state it fairly bluntly, he'd only won a maiden race coming into this. It sounds like a surprise, but ever since that maiden win, he's been running in the top Cup races. He'd actually finished ahead of Leila Doro in the King Abdulaziz Cup, a local Group 1, in his final start last season. Took his form up a notch again when finishing an excellent second to Final Destination in the Taif Derby. Final Destination, of course, came fourth in the big race today. And Ibn Toulon showed that stamina is his strong suit by coming through really late in the day to get up and win over the 1800 metres, looking like he's going to be an even better horseman stepping up to 2000 metres next time out.
Yeah, we also say well done to Tariq Al Mansour, who won the custodian of the two holy mosques for the apprentice jockeys as well. This really is a significant day. We've not really experienced the atmosphere with being inside, but we can hear the music playing down there. This is a big deal for Saudi Arabia and for Riyadh especially.
Absolutely, and the atmosphere was even more electric today than it was yesterday. You can just feel people really getting excited for the Saudi Cup day. Lucas Gaitan as well is absolutely buzzing. I mean, now he's got 2 entries.
Yeah. Well, he's really sort of a trainer on the up, and he's got some real firepower to go to war with on the big weekends.
Absolutely. I think their main hope is Al Wakad. They have big dreams for this horse, so best of luck to everyone.
And elsewhere on the card, Rory, we saw Tamer Al Tahani with a double. Pretty Flag was really impressive in race 4.
Yeah, we've learned fairly quickly in the last few weeks that Tamer Al Tahani is a trainer you really got to keep on side. The strike rate is tremendous from that yard, and it must be nudging 30% this year. I mean, you consider how competitive the races that these horses are running in, that's very impressive. Second winner, obviously, was having his first run in Saudi Arabia, having left James Tate in the UK, and immediately ran to at least the level of form he was showing in the UK, if not slightly higher, and that's what Tamer Al Tahani is doing all the time here.
Yeah, way to excel was that winner. And of course, Shamila, we saw some of the international jockeys flying today, Mikel Barcelona, Holly Doyle, but it was the local guys that starred. We had Tariq winning, we had Camilo Espino with a double, we had Alex with a winner as well.
They always do. We have so many jockeys come out here during the quiet season, and they try their best to annihilate these races, and they just can't. They just cannot get past these local jockeys.
Now, they've all done particularly well, and well done to them all as well. It has been, we billed it as the 2 best days racing outside of the Saudi Cup ever to have been staged here in Saudi Arabia, and it certainly has lived up to the billing. Power in Numbers has secured his slot in the Saudi Cup, which takes place here in 4 weeks' time. We'll see you back for that. In the meantime, we're back Thursday, Friday and Saturday with more racing here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse.